Folks, it is time for the conference play-ins inside your Call of Duty Varsity League. Here we are going to bring you 4 matches on the day to decide who is going to move on to try to play for seeding into playoffs. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Corrosion, and we are going to be your entertainment throughout the night as well. Jesse, I am so stoked to be in the conference play-ins.
Yeah, I mean, the conference plans last year, they proved to be a very, very exciting period of time in the Call of Duty Varsity League. We got to see some major upsets inside of it. Remember that miracle last year in Minnesota when we saw University of Minnesota State Mankato come through, absolutely tear it up in the conference plans, make that conference finals, and then they went on in the finals. And I mean, we all know how the playoffs ended up going, but still, that plans was a very, very exciting time last year. And we've got some bangers lined up for today, so I think we're gonna be in for a good night.
Of course, it's like underdog central. That's what conference plans really are, is to see if those underdogs can actually make the story possible. But if we take a look at the schedule for NACE, you guys know, okay, we're getting ready for the schedule for everything. But Jesse, throughout the, before we get to the schedule, it's good to talk about the format for the playoffs, for what these teammates or what these teams are playing for at the moment. Talk to us a little bit about, the schedule that we're looking in, the format maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. So, our regular season, it was obviously everybody plays 9 matches. You go through your regular season schedule through our first 9 weeks of plays. Whatever your record is at the end, you want to be the top 3 inside of one of your conferences. So, going into our first matchup, obviously we've got Windsor versus Carleton, and that was the Northeast Conference. So, you want to be in that top 3. It guarantees you a spot in the play-ins, which we are in now. This is pretty much stage 2 of our regular season. You go to the play-ins, and in the play-ins, it's the seed 3 versus the seed 2 team. The winner of that will then go on to play our seed 1 team, who gets a first round bye. You then play that player, and when you go up against that other team, that first round seed, it's basically for seeding going into our playoffs. So it's all to play for still here today.
Well, here we're looking at our first match of the day, Jesse. We got University of Windsor Gold versus Carleton Esport, the 2 first teams to look at for a chance to play for that seeding into the playoffs, like you were alluding to. And this is going to be an interesting one because both of these teams, they haven't had the worst season, but a lot to show in this match, from both ends. A lot to prove right now for going into the next match. One of these teams will have to play St. Clair.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's the big dog, right? St. Clair, they finished 2nd in the Call of Duty Varsity League last year, looking to replicate and finish very strong within the Call of Duty Varsity League again this season. Once again, go undefeated throughout the regular season. So, like you said, both these teams, they have a giant mountain to go through after taking on each other here today. But if you're University of Windsor, you're coming into this match, you're 8-1 through the regular season. Your only loss is to St. Clair, and then Carleton comes through with a 6-3 record. A couple of losses. They lost to Utica, they lost to St. Clair, but then also they lost to the same Windsor team, and that match was all the way back in week 1, Colin.
All the way back in week 1. That's going to be the story for a lot of these teams, Jesse, throughout the night. A lot of them are only playing from week 1. Inside of this, both of these teams who are going to be going head-to-head tonight have only played all the way back then. But, for these two, luckily those matches back then, but going into this one, both of these teams, they have a recent kind of playing against St. Clair. Windsor playing them last and Carleton playing them the week before, where they both met the same demise. Maybe one a little bit easier than the other. Carleton, they did show a little bit of a fight back inside that search and destroy. But, the fact that both of them have similar score lines means that we are going to get a good matchup between these two here.
Yeah, to kind of allude what you're talking about, both teams pretty much simultaneously lost the exact same way to St. Clair, like you were alluding to. It was a 250 to 120 in the hard point for St. Clair over the likes of Windsor, and then it was a 250 to 112 over Carleton. Windsor got 6-0 in the search and destroy, which is kind of crazy to think about as well, knowing St. Clair's history with search and destroy. Carleton comes in, they lose 6-3, but Carleton has been historically this season a little bit better of an S&D team than Windsor, and both teams get 3-0'd inside of the control. So both teams, I think you need to make massive improvements if you want to go up against St. Clair and take that top seed going into the playoffs. But it's definitely possible. They just need to make kind of strides within their own individual gameplay. And then also kind of going back to when these two teams played in that week 1 match all the way back, it was a 3-1 victory for the University of Windsor. And what was funny, Colin, is because we were thinking all the way back to week 1, we did not even have control inside of a game mode yet. So it was actually 3 hard points that went the way of Windsor. The one search and destroy 6-3 went the way of Carleton all the way back in week 1. So Carleton side of the search and destroy, in my opinion, with the 7-1 record on the regular season. But when you're looking overall at at your control and at your hardpoint records, Windsor just has the overall upper hand in this series.
And it was a big talk of the town that, I mean, Control, it hasn't even been implemented into Vanguard, but recently has been updated to only been ticks, to design that round 5. So a lot of changes are going to be seen through these teams, even going into this week for the Control. But let's take a look at the maps, Jesse, because the maps are going to be big for the series against the two. And, starting off on Hardpoint Tuscan, it's definitely going to be a great way to test the waters for both of these teams in the systematic way that Vanguard can be played. But map number 2, Search and Destroy, we're going to be looking at Berlin. Map 3, Tuscan Control. And then we go back to Berlin for a map 4, Hardpoint, if this does go the distance. And map 5, Bocage, Search and Destroy. As you got a lot of back and forth, but a Bocage to split the end.
Yeah, it's really interesting, right, when you look at the overall of this, because you look at this series and we look back, like we said, at our last head-to-head between these two teams, and you're probably looking at Windsor probably to take this series 3-1 in a very similar fashion, especially if you're looking at the overall records and all that fun stuff between these two teams. But honestly, if you're really looking at it, and we're doing like a little bit of a keys to victory, and you look at this overall, if Carleton comes out and they're able to take a respawn off of this Windsor roster, that really shakes things up throughout this entire series. That would then Windsor have to take a Search and Destroy, which would be a little bit tough against this Carleton team, who once again still 7-1 in Search and Destroy. Their only S&D loss is to the top team inside of the conference in St. Clair. So Carleton still are within a shout of being able to win this series. It's just going to come down to one. You need to take one of the 3 of either games 1, 3, or 4. And you got a pretty good map set to do it. Tuscan's definitely possible if you get rotations on lock. You're able to shut things down. Berlin is very similar in terms of hard point.
Exactly.
So, if you can find a way to just kind of get some sort of momentum flowing on your side, it's definitely possible here in this series. And I think the big one and the big thing to me in this series is if we do end up going all the way to a game 5, Colin, and we go to that Bocage Search and Destroy, how much practice do you really have on this new Bocage map? Because it is very, very differently played. We saw it last week in our last week of the regular seasons, where that bomb site is no longer inside of Grandma's house, inside of her little garage. It's on the outside of the A platform, and that could make things really, really interesting in a game 5 situation.
Especially considering, the team that we were watching last week, they didn't even know. They had no idea that the bomb site changed. But, kind of reinforcing your point on those respawns, on the series that we're looking at, it's no doubt in my mind that even Carleton, if they want to sneak this away, you could be looking at 2, 3, and 5, Jesse, because that change in Control, this is a very well-rounded team when you're looking at Search and Destroy, and you don't necessarily have to slay out anymore on Control. You just need to see the fundamentals come through as a team. Tuscan, you get the right rotations, like you're saying, you play the team the right way, enforcing the respawns to your own will, and Carleton very well could sneak through this Control with these new changes that were implemented.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's very different as well when you think of the overall of Control as well. The fact that, like you said, you don't just need to find kills. It could be a little bit easier now to get that final defense. You have one really good offensive round where you get 5 of 6 ticks. That's almost guaranteeing you your shot at being able to stay and be able to get in towards that final defense. And if you get that final defense on either Tuscan or on Gavutu, I know we're not seeing Gavutu here in this first series, but it could really lead you to a good amount of success for being able to win that map. So, Carleton definitely not out of this series by any means, and honestly, even if they lose this map 1, as long as they win map 2, I still think that we could be in a very good shot of seeing a 5-game series here.
And while we're getting these teams ready and we're getting the start to go to see if this is going to kind of end up going the distance, Jassy, Tuscan Hardpoint is going to be on the minds of these players for this first map. Talk to me a little bit about this map number 1, especially from the point of view of Carleton, who needs to come out looking good in the respawns. What do you want to see from them inside this map number 1?
I just want to see good fundamentals, right? I want to see, yes, you're not the best hardpoint team. It's pretty obvious that on the season. You're a 5-7 hardpoint record. You know what? That's all good and dandy. You've got that Search and Destroy, like we said. But if you can go into this map 1 and you can steal this map 1 off Windsor, go into it. You try to get all of your rotations, on lock. That can lead you to so much success on a map like Tuscan. If you're early rotating to hill number 2, you get the setup that you want, you hold the back, can easily lead to an early 30 seconds. Sure, if you get broken late, guess what? You allow them to break, you rotate towards next. You set up at Fountain, try to get a good hold there. Again, you just rinse, repeat, go to hill 3, do the exact same thing. Even map or even hill number 5, if you can get a good setup inside of that command center and really just lock things down, you can still hold on to a good early portion of time. It just really comes down to needing to win these rotations if you want to find a good amount of success here for Carleton.
Well, here we go. We got a fan favorite to start this one off. Tuscan Hardpoint, map number 1, and right off the rip, you can see Carleton in the blue, Windsor in the red. On board with Sus, looking to re-break this is Windsor, but shut down right on the front line. It's a nice double from Brady and Hookah to really close the door on this Windsor attack, and it's an early set of points for Carleton and a setup inside P1, as well as you got player number 1 Royalty pushed up to look to push these spawns, and that's 2 down to the back. That's now a chance for Carleton to flip this map open.
That's exactly the start that you want here for Carleton. I mean, not only do you get an early 25 seconds, but you also get the map flip out. So you're spawning up on that right-hand side. You can be close towards those spawns towards the bottom right-hand side of the map for the next hill, for that column. So Windsor should be able to get very close in terms of score here. But I think the big thing is going to come down to whether or not you can sniff out Sus in the back. And no, they don't. So that's a big kill in the back. And now Sus can really start to disrupt these spawns here for Carleton.
And you got Espa just to make it so. Windsor, they take a heavy hit in the back line, but they've really found their footing. Still not out of the waters just yet as Carleton swinging around the outside comes right at in Hookah. Aspa closes them down as well. There's a big double. Make it 3 down for Carleton to allow Windsor into this hill, Jesse. So that early lead we saw from Carleton, it is gone now. Windsor up 33-25. And look at that. Another 3 down is going to make this hard for Carleton to break into this hill. This closest one is going to be Royalty sitting up in patio, but he's got to wait for his teammates to come in. Finally going to let this go. Opens up with a kill onto Sus. Clears out that hill as well. And now you're looking at your teammates to go big, but they just do not make it happen. It's another 3 down for Carleton. Only 1 player left here, and Espa is going to sniff him out.
And to speak of Espa, I mean, going from hill 1 to hill 2, goes on an 8 spree, finds full streaks, 8-0, didn't even die through that first early barrage of kills. But you can see a large focus of right now for the Carleton Ravens is like, hey, you know what? We lost that hill. It is what it is. Let's go over towards the new hill, make it a full setup, and lock things down here. But I don't think they're expecting for Windsor to be as close as they are right now. And Windsor's already trying to force this in from 2 different sides of the hill. And there is only 1 player now left alive. It's Brady in the back, and Brady needs to try to stay alive as long as possible. Goes down immediately, and that is a flawless rotation from Windsor from hills 2 to 3.
And look at Carleton. They spawn close, so you're going to be able to reinforce this right away. Hit this on a 2-pronged attack. Hookah through the staircase finds 1 into the hill. Not ready for the second gunfight, but they have flipped this one out. So spotting up rooftops, they're going to have the numbers advantage to reinforce this hill from the backside. Although troubling as it is to have those close spawns, you need to win your gunfights. And when it comes down to it, they're just not winning their ones. And Windsor ultimately have just been bullying their way into the lead.
They absolutely have, and I mean, it's really coming down to slaying right now. When you look at Espa at 11-2, you got Misty at 10-6, both leading the way right now, and nobody on the side of Carleton is sitting at positive. Those 2 kills that we saw from Hookah, his only 2 kills of the map right now at 2-7. They need to pick it up here in the back half of this. They need to also make sure they stop allowing players to sneak through, because that has kind of been the bane of their existence at the moment. And you can see 3 players make their way through here for Windsor. You just don't get the close spawns up for Carleton, but I mean, as long as they know where they're spawning, these close spawns don't even really matter that much, and you're seeing an overextension having to come through.
They call him Conundrum because it's going to be troublesome when you get into a fight with him. 12-8. Looking alongside Aspa, just a slay out for Windsor. Now up a total 60 points. Windsor are in the driver's seat for this. You can see Carleton take another swing at this last little bit of time for about 20 seconds. Royalty around the outside should clean up this last kill into Sus, and he does. The job's not done yet. Conundrum comes in, wins out that fight onto Royalty, and now you're panning your attention over to P5. The lock on the minimap to where this gunfight's going to be happening, and Hookah going up bid with 2, but cannot look to the teammate to win out that fight. Redden's going to go down. Sus wins a big 2 kills right there to allow Windsor now a chance to battle for this time early.
Hookah hasn't been making a huge impact on the map of those 2 kills, a huge impact in themselves there inside of this command center. Maybe this is where he can start to pop off a little bit, say that, but he falls immediately inside of the center. But both teams still very much so jockeying for position. You've got Brady set up on this head glitch inside of this window and really just shutting things down, not allowing too much time to go in the favor of Windsor. But Windsor, they've got the advantage. They've got that little pocket they can sit in without having to contest, and they are continuing to rack up the time here now inside of the command center.
Redden in and out with the kill. Back in for the contention, but walks into the line of sight of Conundrum. Conundrum finds 3 in a row there. Completely wipes the floor with Carlton over at P5. On the rotation, back for the second set. It is Carlton here first for the setup. Now, this is something you need to transfer, Jesse. You cannot afford to lose the early time here in P1. They had such a good run at it last go-around. This needs to be the avenue back into the game.
Yeah, they got an early 30 seconds in their last set of rotations on this hill, but really nothing after that. Unfortunately, though, you've still got streaks on the side of Windsor, like you so beautifully called out, Colin, and that's going to be a full 4-man down. Windsor with the immediate break onto this hill and looking to take a 100-point lead here.
And look at where Carlton's spawning, Jesse, all the way back at Fountain. So if they want a chance into this map, they not only have to go for P1, but they have to push through P1 just to get to P2, and spawning so far deep into Fountain. I mean, this is just making matters worse for a squad already down by over 100 points.
Oh, man, and we said that they needed to pick up their respawn game coming into the plans. If they want to be able to take the fight to Windsor, take the fight to even St. Clair after this matchup, you need to improve on these respawns. You can't get by on just search and destroy alone, but right now, over 120-point lead to the likes of Windsor, and rotations already looking like they're on lock for the Windsor. I mean, this is going to be a monumental comeback for Carlton to be able to come back here in this map number 1.
Well, here we go. Carlton looking to break in P2. Royalty spearheading the attack. Is going to dethrone the player from that hill, but not ready for the second gunfight. Sus around the pillar. Will find the trade. Now alone on an island back here. Pulls out a couple squad spawns for Windsor, and Carlton, they are not ready. The Ravens kind of shook by the early spawns from Windsor. The early gunfights that are coming back into this hill. Sus breaks on in. 193 now for Windsor. 30 seconds to clean up into this hill. Carlton close, but not winning their ones again, Jesse, and that's 200 points racked up for the Windsor Lancers, looking to make it even closer to a map win.
Yeah, the Lancers, if they grab onto this back 17, it will be putting them super close to being able to close this game out. But you can see Carlton, they're going to send one more player, just try to keep this contested. But the large focus for Carlton is rotating across the map, getting set up here at the Fountain Hill. But the last time we came through, it was a full instant break for the Lancers over towards this hill. They got completely shut down if you were Carlton. And Windsor just looking to try to do it again. They are expecting a few gunfights on a couple of different sides here just to try to shut things down. But, I mean, so far, it's not looking terrible as player number 8 is able to sneak his way through the rooftop, and now the collapse is in. Redden
needs to win this fight in the back. He knows Sus is chasing. And there it is. Cleans him up. Losing out on the teammates. Oh, almost finds Conundrum as well. But the break-in from the front from Windsor won't last for too long. Winning out, fighting from this front line. Should be troublesome from Windsor, but with the setup that they do have, the ARs are in the power positions, and now off the respawns, Carlton, they need to start winning these fights just to get into the hill. Hookah comes around to clear it out. So still breathing inside Tuscan. But a comeback would be unheard of from the deficit like this, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely not a very often you see 120-point comebacks inside of hardpoint, especially when one team only needs 19 seconds to close the map out. But, I mean, stranger things have happened. We'll see if they can end up doing it. But, I mean, with the way things are going here in this map, I just can't see a way where it's very possible. You've already got the setup. You've already got the spawns here. If you're Windsor, you do get broken immediately. But, again, you can just reinforce this hill so quickly, and you only need 15 seconds to put this map away.
And really, realistically, Windsor are looking to get scrappy right now off the respawns, just funneling on in one by one. And Carlton, they have been cleaning this up relatively smooth. They finally get a full 3 and kind of string together so that they can collect this time. And I mean, this is good time from Carlton right now, Jesse. We will be going to a P5, and Windsor spawning up all the way back at Fountain. They're going to be looking to rotate here first.
The best hold we've seen from Carlton throughout this entire map so far. Unfortunately for them, though, it's just a little bit too late right now inside of this map. Windsor will break in. Windsor will grab the scrap time and put themselves 5 seconds away from closing this map out, and they've already got the rotation unlocked over towards the command center. That's a 4-man down in the wipe, and as soon as the new hill pops, they only need 5 seconds to close it out, and I don't think anybody on Carlton is going to be able to get close enough to touch.
1 second left, and it's going through. Not a 100-point club, but it was dominant from the Windsor Lancers. The Carlton Ravens, they had something to prove inside the respawns. They just did not show up in game number 1. And that's going to be Tuscan hardpoint in the books. The way of Windsor now leading the series 1-0. A start that you know, a lot of people looking at the stats for this team, Jesse, would expect, you know, you and I both talked about it. The respawns are the name of the game right now for Windsor over Carleton. And, you know, this is just exactly what you would expect when you're looking at the matchup.
Absolutely. I mean, nobody on the side of Windsor even going negative inside of that map. Number one is a 250 to 129 victory, almost double the points of the Ravens are what the Lancers were able to get inside of that map. Number one. So I mean, a very talented team comes out here, especially after the way that the Ravens came out flying in that map. I mean, It was almost an 8-kill difference right off the rip. Carleton got inside of Hill 1, didn't lose a gunfight. Everything was going their way. They got the early 30 seconds. They got the exact flip that they wanted. I just don't think they recognized the flip as soon as it happened, so they got broken from the back, which isn't the biggest deal in the world. You still held on to the spawns for P2, but it felt like as soon as you allowed that one player to sneak through, I can't remember exactly who it was. I believe it was Sus on the side of Windsor, who was able to make their way through, sneak inside the back line. As soon as they got in the back and started to disrupt the setup for Carleton, it just felt like the entire game from that point on, they were never comfortable on that map, maybe outside of P4 on that last set of rotations where we saw them get a decent hold.
It was really uncharacteristic out of Windsor right off the bat, Jesse, until I looked at Espa, and he was 8-0, already with full streaks right into the second hill, and I'm like, okay, this is the Windsor that I was expecting to show up into it. And after that little stint from Espa right off the bat, I don't think Windsor really turned around, and we keep kind of talking about how much we needed to see the Ravens kind of show up inside the respawns. Well, you know, it's not only the Ravens that we're looking at to improve here, it's Windsor who also needs to improve in all kind of forms of, I guess, team orientation when they're going to look to match up to St. Clair if they win this series. So going into that map number one, I'm impressed out of Windsor at how much they look a little bit more disciplined inside their respawns. You look back over to that P1 hold over in the second set of rotations and how far they were spawning out Carleton. You really saw a lot of discipline to make that happen, and you can see a little bit of strategy forming in this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like you said, we don't fully want to be looking past Carleton yet, because Carleton still has a very good chance of being able to take this series. If they can take this search and destroy, it will really extend things here inside of the rest of this map. But 100%, if you're Windsor and you want to be able to go up against the Saints in your next series to get that win in the play-ins, you need to find a way to get better at search and destroy. And I think this is a great test. This is one of the only other team that lost a search and destroy to throughout the regular season was this Carleton roster all the way back in week 1. So you need to find a way to find some success here inside of this map number 2. But you can already see right off the rip, Windsor's going to get super aggressive on their defense over towards A, completely open things up. And unless Misty can find a way to shut things down, this bomb should be going down quite easily.
This is boom right now for the Ravens. Opening up with the first blood, they get the bomb down, but it is going to lay in a 3-on-3. Misty thinks that there's player on there, does read it too. Red end will drop. And Windsor's still keeping up the pressure. Only one player left, Royalty. Can he win this gunfight on the outside? It doesn't matter because Sus reads it. And it's going to be Misty already on the defuse. Windsor going to find the retake.
It's a big retake there as well for Windsor. I mean, the fact that Conundrum flew out the way that he did off the start of that to end up falling and kind of dropping back as soon as you did inside of that map 1, the way the bomb went down and the fact that you were able to just get that beautiful break on in, it was a nice read on the backside to find that player tucked in the corner who was going to be the player to check the bomb, I'm sure, on the likes of Windsor. It's just a great play there. They were able to get their way back in, and it's a great way just to kind of start off your search and destroy and take any momentum out of the flight path of the Carleton Ravens off the start here. We'll see what Windsor can do though on their offenses. I think that this team needs to be a little bit more concise on what they want to do with the bomb. From the last time we saw them, it looked like they were kind of hemming and hawing with what they wanted to do, but it's looking very likely like they know what they want to do here. It's going to go right over towards the A site, a quick trade, but bomb should go down because the rest of the 3 players for Carleton over towards B.
Redden finds the zone. Conundrum drops down, doesn't check the corner, so Misty will keep this even with the bomb down for Windsor. 2-on-2. I don't think Espa realizes player number 4 has already slipped inside. Hookah goes in undetected. Misty loses the fight to Royalty on the outside, and Carleton quick on the rotation. You know, Brady finds the first kill with a heavily pressuring Windsor over towards the B side, Jesse. And after Brady goes down, Windsor thinks it's A-okay to get that bomb down. Yeah, it is, but, you know, it's a good showing out of Carleton, you know, just to make sure that they're keeping up with the pace. They hit that B site right away for a retake, and Windsor not ready for it. They fall.
Absolutely. Compared to some of our S&Ds we got last week inside the Call of Duty Varsity League, these rounds are flying by right now, Colin. And the fact that we've gotten 2 bomb plants and 2 bomb diffuses, that's kind of hilarious. The fact of how fast these rounds really are going by. These bombs are going down almost immediately. As soon as they realize that they've got a clearance at a site, they're breaching in, getting these bombs down. But both teams so far yet to be able to hold on to that bomb plant. You need to see better setups from both sides if you want to see success coming through. Aspa playing a very, very readable corner here inside of the B site, so look for players on Carleton to check that when they slide through to get this bomb down.
It's going to be a Sui angle for Espa. Looking to go 1-for-1 at least, just like Brady did. Players of Windsor already adjusted to this one. You will have a little bit of Overwatch to watch the crosshair for Espa, and Brady walks right past the window without checking it. Espa finds not just 1 but 2 to really slow down this Carleton take and completely halt what was a slow approach towards the B site here for the Carleton Ravens, and the Lancers already up 4-1 in player lives inside of this round. They're going to walk away with a flawless.
That's just inexcusable, in my opinion, Colin, to not check that corner this deep into the game. You need to be expecting a player in or around that B side. If you don't see them down the long lane of that docks, you need to check that corner. I feel like it is almost a guarantee that you'll see a player with a submachine gun, whether in the pro league, whether in the college leagues. There's going to be somebody sitting in that corner, very likely through a lot of these rounds, especially because you can't die as easily as you could before sitting inside of that bomb site. So I feel like that's a corner you just need to check, but a great job by Espa. Like you said, needed to at least get 1, got 2, and stayed alive inside of that situation. Basically made it impossible for Carleton to get the bomb down.
Looks like another B approach for Windsor. This time, player number 3, Redden, will be aggressive, pushed up right to the mailroom, but hasn't spotted out any of these players. Finally going to find a trade onto Sauce. 3-on-3 when the bomb gets planted. Windsor still hasn't been able to sniff out this player in Redden, but Carleton Ravens already on top of this B site. Aspa gonna find Brady on 4 in a row, and a teammate picks up the kill in the backline. Redden drops, and Windsor holds strong towards this B approach.
Has been a demon at this B site so far here, and look at this, just completely cameras his opposing player. Could not do a thing about that. Beautiful slide cancel comes through and finds that final kill there. Now on 4 in a row, I believe, as well, so possibly looking for some streaks. Now let's remember the patch did come through in this most recent week, so the streaks onto the B site with that glide bomb, not nearly as effective as they were before, but still, for just information alone, that glide bomb can be absolutely massive here on this map. And it's looking like Carleton once again on their offense. They're going to try to elect to go towards this B side, and Espa again gets in and into a completely different spot. Royalty will check the left corner this time, but doesn't expect Espa to be in a different spot, and Espa just going absolutely gigantic inside of the B site once again. Now on 6 in a row, needs 1 more for that glide bomb.
He is dancing Jesse inside of B, and nobody can stop him whatsoever. Carleton Ravens again halt to this B attack. And these last 2 players, Brady and Hookah, now up to Brady because Hookah falls down outside of mailroom. Will be spotted out, cleaned up by the cleanup crew of Windsor Lancers. That's going to be 3 rounds in a row after dropping that second round all the way back towards the start of this game. And this is just looking really good, Jesse, because one thing we really wanted to see was the improvements from Windsor's Search and Destroy, and this is showing improvement.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I don't even know if it's a full team improvement or if it's just Espa right now on 8 in a row, finds the ace in the last round, just tearing things up right now for this Windsor Lancer team. And I mean, I don't know why you would go anywhere but this B site with right now with how Espa is running the site at the moment. You do miss a snipe as well if you're Brady off the start of this round. So that should give some alludement to Windsor that there is some pressure over towards the side of the map. We'll see what they decide to do. And Sus, unfortunately, for the likes of Carleton, will find that kill, and this should be an easy wrap over towards B to find these kills. And Espa again gets the first blood inside the B site.
Espa's like, Redden has this door taste, slams it right in his face, goes in to clean him up with the MP40, snaps back to almost go 9 in a row. Finally, Hookah's going to clean him up, but in a 1v2 with bomb down, what can you do when the team knows where you are? Misty going to give away his position, hops out the window, and cleaned up. It was a valiant effort from Hookah on the inside, but as soon as you leave the B site, it is all Windsor players surrounding you. 5-1, Jesse. Windsor only needs 1 more round to go up 2-0 in the series.
Espa is insane. I believe the streak actually ended at 10 in a row before he ends up going down there. So, I mean, just a crazy string of kills here for Espa because he started 2-2. So now to be 12-3. crazy stuff out of the man there to get the full 10. Now 5-1 up for Windsor here in this map. Only need one more round to close things out. And if you're Carleton, you know that player was on 10 in a row. You know you really can't afford to go over towards this B side. So it's going to lead a full-fledged attack of 3 players over towards A. B also hasn't even been working if you're Carleton. So we go for the site over towards this B side. Are not able to get the bomb to sneak through, and now you try to get this bomb down over at A, but losing that one player through middle of the map should completely shut this push down, because now you need to clear all your angles out.
Misty does get cleaned up. Aspa drops as well, so big hit from Windsor there. With your main Slayer going to be off the board. Hookah didn't see Conundrum, and Conundrum didn't see Hookah, so really 2 ships sailing past each other in the night. It is going to wide open blow this Windsor attack. And with Conundrum now in a 1v3, you know, in his favor, they don't know where he is, but doesn't check his corner, and there will be a Raven sitting pretty. That's going to put Carleton on the board for 2, so not going to be done just yet. They're still alive in Search and Destroy.
Well, they get it done just barely. They win a couple one-on-one fights through the middle of the map just to give themselves that edge, give themselves that advantage here. But if you're Windsor, you don't want to allow this team to start heating up. You want to close this out as quickly as possible, because we know once Carleton starts rolling inside of Search and Destroy, that's when things get really scary. That's when this team is at their absolute best here. So we'll see what they can do inside of this map here if you are Windsor, and it's looking like once again they want to head over towards this B site. We'll see if Brady's choosing to snipe again, and no, it's going to be pulling out an automaton. Finds the first blood as well, so a great change there from Brady. Unfortunately gets traded out, but you've got Redden in a great spot now as well to just be an absolute nuisance towards this Windsor push.
Misty already in the enemy lines. 2v1. Gonna have to find not just 1, but 2 players. Burst through the door. Royalty doesn't hear it. I swear players should be hearing it, but takes the shot, so now they know where this player is. Royalty down inside the courtyard. Stun's gonna miss, and with all this information gonna be there, looks like Misty's gonna take the easy way out, and it's gonna allow Carleton to put 3 on the board.
I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, it was a 1v2. I don't think it was a completely impossible situation to win that round. Maybe we can check after this, but I'm not sure if there were players on streaks even. No, nobody on any big streaks on the side of Carleton, so maybe just want to give that round up and get things going, take another shot at closing this game out. But that's 2 rounds in a row now, going to the likes of Carleton. Momentum starting to build into their favor here. Like we said before, you don't want to allow this team to get rolling, and once again, it's going to be a hit over towards the A site. And if they can shut Conundrum down from making this push through the middle of the map like he has in the last 2 rounds over towards A, this could be an easy bomb down and maybe even a hold here once again.
Looks like the bomb has a chance to go down before even spotting a player, but still fishing is Hookah around that B site. It will fall from aggressive push from Aspa, and that should give away that Carleton looking at A to get this bomb down. Missy gets the angle on Royalty. Bomb's not going to get planted, so Carleton in a 2v4, make it a 1v4, and that bomb's not even down. You got 45 seconds to get the flawless retake. And Brady here, 5 and 7 now, will be able to open up with a kill onto Aspa, but 36 seconds to make this happen, and a lot against you. You can see the Windsor players hunting to clean up Brady. Misty spots him up with a shoulder around the corner. Going to give the information over to the teammates. Just playing with their food now. Brady stunned up around the corner. Finds Misty. 20 seconds left. 1v2. Players around the outside. You got Sus and Conundrum both looking at them, but they know the time's in their favor. They know the player's health is low. They're going to clean him up 6-3 in the series. We're inside the search. Windsor Lancers. They're going to close out on that game number 2. And go up 2-0 in the series. And it was a 360 from Sus. No way.
That's a little disrespectful. I mean, Carleton was definitely bringing their way back there inside of that map. And you know what? Brady with a pretty good effort there in that final round as well. If you had a couple teammates, if they get that bomb down, maybe even a little bit earlier, they have a much better chance. But just took way too long. Didn't even play the right angle on where you want to put that bomb down, because you want to lay directly behind the bomb so you can get the bomb down. You can watch it from the long alleyway inside a train station, but not get shot from the opposing side, from the top of upper courtyard. But unfortunately, they just weren't playing the right angle. You could drop by an automaton, and yeah, you just weren't in a great spot there if you were Carleton University. And just not a great round for yourselves out of that. And Windsor takes full advantage. They go up 2-0 here, and now we go towards Tuscan Control. And this is if you're looking at the overall of a series, we're really hoping Carleton was going to be able to take that search and destroy to extend this series. But honestly, now looking at Windsor 2-0 and how they're playing, I just can't really see it happening at this point.
We were banking on the search and destroy going to Carleton. I mean, it was their way into almost every series or most series that they won. With the search and destroys, they were the dark horse for the squad. And losing out on that, that's kind of losing all merit you had in this whole series. I think the big takeaway right now is Windsor Lancers. I mean, not only showing adjustments in their hard point, showing adjustments in their search and destroy. I mean, this is a team that's looking to make leaps and bounds to take that seed away from St. Clair.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if they can play like this against St. Clair, it's going to give a much tougher fight towards that roster as well. I mean, if you can take the search and destroy prowess that you're bringing here and add it to your game against St. Clair, I mean, that gives you an automatic chance to be able to take St. Clair. St. Clair, historically against other top teams, not the greatest search and destroy team. This season, they've been a lot better, but you never know. You could always end up falling back onto that knife's edge, onto that weak point of your game. So, I mean, as much as St. Clair's put a ton of focus into their game, you never know what Windsor, they really could bring it out. They could bring the fight to the Saints as well. But still, we can't completely count Carleton out of this one yet. It's going to need to be a monumental effort to bring your way back into this one, especially off the fact that against the other top 3 teams inside of this division outside of yourself, you have won not a single respawn throughout the rest of the season so far. So to come into this one, to now need to win back-to-back respawns, to force to a game 5, it's not impossible, but it's going to need to be very, very large effort here from Carleton.
Look, I'm not calling Carleton out of this game just yet. You know, you're just saying it as it is for the moment. I mean, Carleton, they just haven't shown anything to give a chance at taking this control. I mean, they showed up at the start of that hard point. They looked a little bit good at the end of the hard point. And if they want a chance inside of this control, you know, I was looking at the fundamentals inside that map number 1 to really give them the edge over University of Windsor. Now, we change up that the slaying isn't going to be as big of a factor for round 5s as the take progression will be. But at the same time, is Tuscan B-site, it's hard to take without finding some slays. And if you're Carleton Ravens, you're going to need to step up in some big ways just to take this map 3, start the reverse sweep, and, you know, go back-to-back on respawns now.
And it's going to be tough, too, because we saw how Windsor looked very, very comfortable inside of map number 1, which was also a Tuscan map. So they know how to play on this map. They know how to sneak players through. And I think that's the thing I'm the most worried about for Carleton was in the hard point, you were allowing players to sneak through, to shoot you in the back, to get these setups ready to go here inside of this exact same map, inside of the same area, because that B site is exactly where you'll see a lot of the players trying to make their way through a very similar rotation from the A zone to the B zone that we also see inside of the hard point from hill 1 to hill 2. So if Windsor can find a way to lock things down, sneak players through onto Carleton exactly how they did inside a hardpoint, Carleton could be in for a very rough map here. They need to make sure they're counting their players every time they get a full 4-man wipe.
That's what we're going to be looking at, folks. But as we get these players into this map number 3, you know, Tuscan control is going to be a big one. Let's hear it inside chat. You know, who you want to win this? You want the Ravens to make that comeback, or you want the Lancers to close it in a 3-0 sweep? Get loud and proud for your school, because here we go. Tuscan control. It could be the start of something new, or Windsor to dominate their opponent.
Right off the rip, I mean, a good start for Carleton. They get a good amount of defense over towards A, but Windsor now with full mid-map control. They can choose to go towards either zone that they want to right now. And right now, it doesn't even look like they want to put a ton of pressure on the zones. They just want to push forward and try to find as many kills as they can off spawn. And as soon as I say they don't want to go towards either zone, Espa's going to hop onto B, along with a player in Misty hopping onto the A zone. So already progression going to both.
You can see that it forces the Ravens players to funnel back, try to take down Espa on that B zone. Well, in the meantime, Windsor collecting progression towards A, so kind of winning battles on both fronts as Espa gets a take to B and Windsor gets a take to A. Now, off the respawns, you can see they're going to reinforce this, but at the same time, Windsor setting up a pinch from behind. Espa on the front line, Misty Conundrum coming in the back line. Sauce finds Hookah. And that is going to be a big wipe to the Carleton players with Espa cleaning up royalty. That should be the A zone done and dusted.
With Espa still alive here, this should finish this zone off, like you said, and that's already 4 ticks of progression going towards the way of Windsor. Very solid round number 1, but you know they want to get this full round victory. Up 5 in lives, They've got 2 minutes to work with to try to break their way in, but that's a great wipe here from Carleton just to slow things down, give themselves back a little bit of map control. Now you just need to push up and try to pick as many of these Windsor players off as possible, because at this point, honestly, in the round, you don't even want to give up any more ticks of progression here if you're Carleton.
Oh, Redden on the flank. How many lives can you take out of the hands of Windsor? Good for 2. Inside maps, though, can't find a third. Still a teammate here on the flank. It's Hookah this time to step up to bat. Finds not just one, but both players on the aggression, so that will shut down Windsor's attack towards B. Give Carleton a little bit of breathing room, but you still need to take down Aspa, who's inside Church, and we saw how big of a kill that could be.
Even bigger right now is the fact that you've got Hookah on 4. He will end up falling. If he could have found streaks going in towards their offense, could have been very, very big for this roster. But the life lead now into the favor of Carleton, up 2 here after getting 4-man wipes. And they're still holding on strong so far. You're not allowing too many players at the moment for Windsor to sneak through. It's really just Espa being the thorn in the side at the moment. And, I mean, I think we can say that about every single map inside of this series. Espa has been able to find streaks, not yet here inside of this map. But honestly, with the way that they're roaming around the map right now, I would not put it out of question by the end of this hill.
Aspa has been the demon. Redden falls on the flank. Looks like Sus has an idea. There's still going to be some pressure here. Catches some bad timing onto Royalty, so... Opening up the flank here, Royalty flies on in for the contention. Doesn't check behind him. Going to lose the gunfight, not to Misty, but to Conundrum up top. Aspa comes in to clean this one up. 4 go down. And that's going to be Windsor with an attacking round under their belt, capturing both zones.
Yeah, big round there for Windsor. They get all 6 ticks of progression. You got, sure, both zones here, like you said, and Espa with a very good finish for that round. I'd like to see where they finished once we pop everything back up. It was either on 3 or 4 in a row to close that round out. So if you can get over towards the monument side of the map early on here in this round, and it was actually only 2 in a row. I'm completely a liar here, Colin. It was Conundrum who was able to find 3 in a row at the end of the round there. But you got a few players now on Windsor with the possibility of streaks. And I mean, like I said, we've seen Espa pop in both maps here so far. So now on defense, this could be where things get really, really out of hand here for Carleton.
Look at the pressure on defense. Sus opening up to you. Forces Hookah to make an aggressive push back to clean up that player. Snaps back to try to clean up the front line, but Misty will be the one to remove him from the zone. Still Ravens players stacking the A site. Seeing if they can get some progression. 1 tick will be collected, but as soon as it's done, you can see the Lancers. They pick up the pace, they clear out the zone, and now they're looking to put pressure up the respawns.
Only 1 tick of progression in over at A. You've still got a minute left on the clock, but B is starting to go up. I believe they should get a tick here before it gets... No, it gets contested just in the nick of time, so that B's tick will get completely regressed. Can't really get too much here for Carleton, and now Carleton with a minute left, nobody really on either zone. You just need to pick a zone and go for it at this point and try to really contain one, and it looks like A is going to be the zone they pick to go towards.
Hookah doesn't check the corner. Sus only going to find 2. Royalty on a 5 spree as that A zone will be cleaned up, Jesse. So 3 ticks of progression for Carleton into their own attacking round. Now a chance to really even things up in the series. If they can find this B zone, it's going to completely nullify all progression that Windsor had back in round number 1.
And Royalty finding streaks, I mean, that could be really, really big towards the back half of this round. I mean, if they can find a way to use that glide bomb to open things up on the B, you're only down 3 in lives. You find a kill in the back, you sneak a couple players through, you get them spawning out top Church. You can still win this round here if you're Carleton, and what an answer back to would be. But Conundrum goes absolutely massive in radio, finds 3 kills in a row, and completely staggers any push from Carleton.
And look at that flying. With the respawns, Conundrum 6 in a row, can't make it 7. Right in there, cleans him up. But even still, nutty things coming out from Conundrum, and even some pressure from the Lancer is still on the flank. Is going to be Zus. Removes Redden from the P1 side of the map. And looking for more. Ravens just having trouble even getting anywhere close to the B zone. I don't think they've even looked at it.
Oh, they really haven't, and Royalty already making his way through, just being a nuisance here inside of this map, really doing as much as they can to try to bring this team back in. 13-8, very much so playing well here for Carleton, but Still just not finding any success here inside, and only 6 lives left. You pretty much got one solid push left at trying to break into the B zone.
In around the flank. Aspa finds a second on the hookah. It's a 2 for 2. Gonna keep the pressure up for Carleton. See if they can break onto the hill. Brady a third, but Conundrum keeps them off the hill. Time clock is burning. You got 6 lives for Windsor, 3 for Carleton, but only 15 seconds to make this round your own. Carleton gonna step onto the point. Stop the clock at 14 seconds. Big win on the Espa's gonna keep this very much alive for the Carleton Ravens. You see that Windsor, there's gonna start to set up for this retake. They have time to burn. They have lives to burn. Misty finds Royalty, 3v2. Inside the hill, mentioned Conundrum just sitting nice and pretty. 7 seconds left. Hookah over the top. He's losing this player. Roller skates right now, trying to make it happen. And Windsor Lancers with the numbers. They're going to clear off the Ravens. They're going to go up 2-0 in the control.
It would have been a 3v2, or sorry, it was a 6v3 at one point there for Windsor. And it came all the way down to a 1v2. So a good fight from Carleton at the end there. Just not enough to get the job done, even with Royalty finding full streaks, even with Royalty going 15-10 through these first rounds. Nobody else on Carleton really popping off, and it's making it very hard to be able to win this map here for the Carleton Ravens. And now Windsor, I mean, they need to do the hard job once again, and that's capture both zones, be able to get 6 ticks of progression, close out here with a round victory and a game victory inside of this map number 3, and you can already see a tick of progress in at the A zone. So that's a great way to start off. They did the exact same thing in the last round, and then all they do is after they get a little bit of progress over towards B, full stack over towards A, and then they just make their way through, maneuver through the map, and it's very, very tough to be able to combat it.
Things got a little spicy there over at B if Sus found another kill, but off the respawns, the Lancers reinforcing the A zone. It's going to be Misty really there alone while the rest of the Lancers looking to make a push towards B. Here comes Royalty on the flank. Will completely close out this attack. And, I mean, if you're the Lancers off the respawn, just go join Misty. Get the A zone under control because you only have a tick to A and a tick to B, and Misty gets cleaned up with no help.
And now if you're Windsor, I mean, you got both those ticks. It's going to be an A zone hit once again. This is the exact same thing they did last round. Was once they kind of stabilized where they wanted to go, they put their full pressure in at A. They start to capture it up, but it looks like Carleton's not going to go down without a fight this time. They test this A zone. They don't want to allow this to go through. Redden will be the player session, and this just keeps things completely tied. And they stop the progress from coming through. It's a big break in from Carleton, still leading in the life numbers as well.
Sus still alive in the back line. It's for some Ravens players to turn their attention to clean him up, but not checking the corner. I don't know if he checked the corner or if Fred just missed the timing. But Sus very much alive in church. You can see the rest of Windsor just barreling on forward through the middle of the map. See if they can take over the... And they do. Still alive. They stop the clock at 22.4 seconds. Redden trying to get on in. He does remove Misty from the B zone. And here come the teammates looking to help him out. Sus down Royalty a second. It's going to force the Lancers now to hop back onto A and see if they can add another minute to this time clock.
Yeah, no, the thing is with them going over towards B and really trying to stop things and shut things down, what that does is it just allows the rest of Windsor to put their focus at A. You actually get a couple players from Carleton to wrap off the A side over towards B to stop them from getting those ticks of progression, and it finally opens enough of the map up for the rest of the Lancers to make their way through, get on to A, finish that zone off. But now with basically an even life count, wrapping over towards B is not going to be an easy job from Windsor because you really don't have any map control at the moment. You need to find a lot of kills here.
Yes, you do. 2 on 2, really, or inside this B zone. Brady's up. They can keep this one alive. Missy almost does it with the sidearm. But now look at this, a flank coming in from player number 7. Redden, he's got to go big here. Wins the fight onto patio. Now Sus on an island on the high ground here. Doesn't know where to go. 6 lives for Windsor, 8 lives for Carleton. The life lead is definitely going to favor the Ravens here as they just need to pick apart Windsor one by one, and they get fantastic job at making it happen, Jesse. Sus now the closest one pushed up to B, looking to get cleaned up by Brady. He goes down. That's going to be 15 seconds left, Jesse, for Windsor to clutch this one up.
absolutely is. Only 10 seconds left. 1 life left here for Windsor. This round is looking like it's not going to be possible, and it's not. Carleton stands strong on defense throughout that round. It was looking bleak a few times there, but they get the job done at the end of the day. Here comes the hard part. They got into a 1v2 at the end of their last offense to give themselves a chance, and they weren't able to close it out there. This time through, it's going to need to be a full effort here from Carleton, and if they can actually get all of the ticks of progression here, there will be a tie of 10-10 in ticks going into the final round, so it will come down to kills again here. So not only do they need to win the round, but they need to absolutely slay out Windsor if they want this final defense.
Windsor want to hit the flank to remove Carleton from the A zone. You're looking at Sauce to make it happen. Snuffed out by Royalty. So nothing going to come out of the flank. And on the front line too, Brady. Big shots on Misty. They're going to be aware, though, there's still life in Windsor through this flank. 2 players looking to hit around the outside. You can see those blue arrows turn around to take care of them, but not catching the players, just rotating around Ravens. Windsor finally cleaned them up. But it's been so scrappy throughout this whole A zone that Carleton pretty much have cleaned up the whole thing.
And through that whole time, though, Hookah actually sneaks onto B, gets a full tick of progression in at the B site before dropping down, and still in a sneaky spot, does finally get sniffed out. But what that allows, because you need to wrap back as Windsor, everybody else on Carleton, they go back to A. The A tick is completely finished off. The A zone is done. And this time through, Carleton had a big life disadvantage in the last round up to this point. This time through, it's looking much better, and already almost 2 ticks of progression over towards B. And you've got Royalty in the back just trying to be in a nuisance at the moment. They're in a great shot to try to win this round.
And Windsor signs of weakness inside their control as it allowed the Ravens to completely claw their way back into this map number 3. Sauce off the high ground will clean up Brady quite quickly too. So 3 go down. Simultaneously make it all 4 down for the Ravens. It's going to add a little bit of pressure now for Windsor to push out these spawns.
Windsor now, like you said, pushing out the spawns. You can see player 1 and 4 making the overextension through the burning buildings, through the broken apartments, and they find a few kills through middle of the map as well. So every kill you find through middle of the map right now is Windsor. You just stagger the push for Carleton. More and more here, but Hookah somehow has snuck their way all the way through. A few more players on the likes of Carleton get onto this B zone, but you've only got 1 player left here and completely get shut down. I liked the attempt. They went for just the jump bot. Let's try to triple stack this as quick as possible, but only got half a tick of progression, and now that progression is completely gone, along with any life lead you had. A 6 life lead now to Windsor. Carleton, with 10 lives, you basically get 2 solid shots at trying to break this zone.
Conundrum rocking it with the rat right now. Cleaning up these players off for Carleton from the respawn, staggering them out like you said. Minute 14, 9 lives left. You'll need 1 tick towards B to send us to a round number 5. Here we go. Another attack going to be underway. Conundrum, nice shots with that rat down range. Is going to clean up Hookah, bottom church. Espo wins another one outside over towards maps as well. Slowing this attack down 1 step at a time, Jesse. Carleton Ravens, they haven't been able to get anything together as a team. They just keep on losing their ones.
They absolutely do keep on losing their ones. Only 5 lives left, so you're in a similar situation to last round where you only have 1 shot left. Break into this. The solid part is those that you have 2 ticks of progression, so you only need 1 tick. But that 3 down could have just absolutely put the final nail in the coffin. Only 2 players left alive here for Carleton. Royalty will try to make their way through, try to sneak through, find as many kills as they can. But you need to just group up and go for an absolute miracle here if you're Carleton and you want to keep your playoff chances alive.
Conundrum. Spots out 1 top radio. Looking to clean up the player. Bottom church. There he goes. Red goes down. Royalty goes down. And that is the hammer into the nail for the coffin, Jesse. 3-1 in the control. 3-0 in the series. The Lancers now pushing on to go play St. Clair Saints inside of the finals.
It was a solid effort from the Carleton. I mean, a great opportunity to be able to come back into that game. And I mean, what was it? It was like a 12-12 life count at one point, or like 10-10. I can't exactly remember where they were at lives, but it was very close. You had a couple left at trying to break that zone, but unfortunately you could just never get mid-map control back. You could not find that 4-man wipe that you need to break into that site. And you know what? I still rate the attempt of just, hey, you know what? Let's try to sneak our way through all, hop onto the zone. Let's try to get this done as quickly as possible and as fast as we all hey, stack the point, stack the point. They stacked the point. They just unfortunately did not find any kills when they were trying to stack it. It all comes in succession. You need to do both at the same time if you want to be able to win out games of this control, and unfortunately they just don't get the job done there. But a well-rounded effort from the Ravens. They can take that, they can hold their heads high. They had a great season. They made it into the play-ins, which I don't think was really on their ledger throughout a lot of this season. A lot of other very talented teams inside of this division. I mean, speaking of teams, Utica, I mean, Utica was probably the team that a lot of people thought was going to play in as that third seed. So for Ravens even to just make that is a great way to finish off their season, and they can build it into seasons to come.
What I was looking to from the Lancers, just improvements in all three game modes. Now moving on to play the Saints, Jesse. I mean, the Ravens, they showed up tonight. They made some improvements to make it here, but it's the Lancers show to win out to push into their conference finals. And I'm excited to hear from them finally on these improvements that they did make, as we completely, or at least, I mean, I did it. You were talking about how the Destroys weren't looking that great. And yeah, Carleton looked a little bit better, but they great in their search and destroy today. You know, this is a team who definitely looks like they're trying to make things happen to take down St. Clair Saints.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, to speak kind of back to that search and destroy woes that I was talking about with Windsor, I mean, they haven't been a bad search and destroy team by any means this season. I mean, to go 6-2 in search and destroy is still a pretty good S&D record by the end of the year. Just unfortunately for them, they were going up against a team in Carleton who was 7-1 in search and destroy. So you had to give Carleton their bone. Deserved it. They absolutely were the better looking S&D team coming into this one. They even fought St. Clair a little bit closer in search and destroy when both these teams matched up against St. Clair. So you had to give the edge there. But fortunately for Windsor, they came out very, very hot. And not just Windsor alone, but Espa. Espa looked amazing in search and destroy today. A 10 spree through the middle of Berlin is nothing short of amazing inside of that map. So the fact that they were able to do that, like different corners inside that B zone or around that zone constantly on either offense or defense, and just ran rampant through the Carleton Ravens. So a great job for them to be able to get that done. A huge props to Espa as well, who just had an amazing match for themselves here. And honestly, I couldn't be happier for this Windsor team. But now here comes the hard part, right? I'm sure we'll get into the questions when we go up against and when we talk to them and we talk to our interviewee about how they're going to plan to go against things. That is going to be a massive target to be able to take down. I mean, if they take the number 1 seed, that's great. But still, just winning this match alone guarantees you a shot in that 12-team playoff.
Oh, for sure. And I don't even think Espo only went on a 10 spree inside the search and destroy, Jesse. I'm pretty sure he went on a 10 spree in the Tuscan hardpoint as well.
I wouldn't have been surprised. It was 8 when I saw it last in that map. But
so, like, I mean, this is someone who looks dangerous when it comes to the slang factor inside of Vanguard, and you got to be careful if you're the Saints looking at that. I'm sure they're watching over this. They know that. They're, like, watching Windsor play, and they're just like, hey, Espo, we got to put him in check. You got to watch out for this guy because he is dangerous on the map. I mean, not even in the hard point, but the search and destroy, you know, is a big player now to hopefully elevate Windsor to the next level. But before we get into this interview, folks, I'm going to tell you a little bit about LLS, because LLS, I mean, they are a fantastic group making an impact in the cancer community, which includes all survivors. Avery. In 2016, 3-year-old Avery was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia, pardon me if I've mispronounced it, after a variety of symptoms and several doctors' visits. You know, while this was such hard news to hear from Avery's parents, they felt immediate comfort in her perky demeanor when they walked into the hospital to begin treatment. The next 2.5 years of Avery's life were met with welcome distractions that LLS provided amid her treatment, participating in Light the Night, Hero Squad, and most recently, the LLS Build competition in Minecraft. Avery is now 8 in 3rd grade and doing wonderfully in all aspects of her life. She has continued to support LLS by committing her time to help others in the way people helped her, volunteering and fundraising. And alongside Hero Avery, we recognize the LLS hero of the game as the player that made the biggest impact in the match played. Whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it mattered most, today's LLS hero of the game is going to be Espa, who absolutely tore it up inside of that hardpoint and search and destroy. Espa, congratulations on your win. You guys are in the conference finals. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Man, it was just fun being out there because I've had the cricket glitch and everything, so fixing everything. It's been fun getting out there again.
Oh yeah, I mean, things happen, all over
Yeah.
Vanguard all the time. Sometimes it feels like it gets distracting, but I mean, you guys made the adjustments, you made it happen, and you beat out Ravens now to go up against St. Clair again. I'm going to throw it over to Jesse because I'm sure he's got so many questions to ask you.
Yeah, I mean,
All
massive
right.
series, Espa, out of you in particularly today. I mean, a great job. That map one, what was it, like an 8 to 10 spree? Can't remember exactly, but a 10 spree inside of that Berlin search and destroy. Absolutely deserving of the player of the game today. Great job out of you individually. But my big question for you coming into this one is you guys have kind of gotten the job done against Carleton. I'm sure you guys were expecting to come in and try to win this series, especially with how the first series went between the two of you guys. But now the big job is to go up against St. Clair once again. What are the big things you guys have been looking to improve on to go up against St. Clair in your second matchup?
I think we gotta clean up our control in S&D game. We let too many people slip through, and I think that if we work on those, we can win. If we win those maps, we have a very good chance of beating Sinclair.
Awesome. You absolutely love to hear it. I think that I think a big thing for you guys looking at the overall is that you guys definitely have what it takes as long as you guys get that teamwork on point, being able to go up against the likes of St. Clair. You guys take a couple of those search and destroys, you never know, that series could just end up going in your favor.
Yes, exactly. And we look to work on our game, work as a team, and just get better.
Now I'm curious, going into this match versus St. Clair. Obviously, you guys have made improvements, and you're looking to make more improvements along the way. But is there anybody in particular you're excited to play against here inside the playoffs?
I haven't actually looked at the competition. I've been only looking at the teams that we have to play and just focusing on that and not getting too far ahead of myself. I don't think the
That's
team
fair
has
enough.
either.
I mean, that's a
so.
great answer.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic answer. You know what? It's just one step at a time. Who's in front of you? You got to take them down first. And you know what? All power to you, Aspa. I'm excited to see what you guys bring against St. Clair. Good luck out there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for coming out. Well, pretty simple. You know what you expect. You got St. Clair. Yeah, you got St. Clair coming up next. For if you're the Windsor Lancers, and there's only one thing to do, and it's get better. And Aspa, that's what's on his mind. I mean, he looked great now, but you got to do it again next week versus St. Clair. So I'm excited to see if they can make it happen, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, against a way tougher opponent in St. Clair. We know that this team, second place last year inside of the Call of Duty Varsity League, not a team to be sleeping on by any means necessary. And I mean, you go into this match against them, it's absolutely not impossible for them to come out. They got absolutely smoked by them, though, the last time they played. So adjustments and improvements are going to need to be the major point of focus for this team the next week. You need to go back, watch over all the VOD possible that you can from the last time you played St. Clair, and go and just make those small adjustments, make those wins, and you absolutely can take the fight to that team. And if you take a couple maps early on in that series, St. Clair, you never know, that team could tilt very easily. And if you get them tilting the right way, you can absolutely knock down that giant.
Well, folks, that's going to be all for our match number 1. You do see Lancers looking to take down the Giant against St. Clair in their conference finals. But coming up next, we got Midway University versus the University of Central Florida right here for our second match of the day. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you on the flip side of this break. Folks, welcome back to the Call of Duty Varsity League. We're here with our match number 2 after seeing University of Windsor 3-0 sweep Carleton Ravens to make it into the conference finals. But I'm moving to the second match, Jesse. You know, it kind of ups the ramp here because we get Midway University versus the University of Central Florida Knights. I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this one as well, honestly. Both teams. This is probably a little bit more of a stacked division than what we just saw inside of the West Division. Inside of the Northeast Division, I should say. Now heading into the Southeast Division. This is where things can get a little bit crazy here because you've got Midway University going up against the University of Central Florida. And UCF, we thought the Knights were out of it, Colin. Last week when we came into it, we were like, oh, there's no way. They had that forfeit loss to Barry, and we were really, really thinking they weren't going to be able to make it. Well, that forfeit loss got turned around because Barry ended up forfeiting the league. So things kind of got changed around a little bit here and there for the UCF Knights. And you know what? Now we have them inside the play-ins. Very excited about it because this team is very, very talented. They definitely deserve to make it. They definitely should have been inside. They're coming in as the 3 seed. But honestly, I've got them favored in this matchup coming into it, Colin.
Oh, you know, I do too. And when we're looking at the series teams, we got Tyler, AAA Megan, Jugina, Chris on God representing University of Central Florida Knights. And over on Midway University, we got E-Man, Iceman, No Prisoner, Audit, and D-Nazi looking to find that upset. Even in the second seed, I still feel those Knights, they have kind of the edge over them, Jesse. But when we're talking about the series, I mean, the map set is going to be one because looking at Midway opening this up with their map of choice, Hardpoint. Then after that, we get a Tuscan, Search and Destroy. Map number 3, you go back to Tuscan. So double dose of Tuscan inside maps 2 and 3. And then if this goes the distance, we get Berlin and Desert Sea.
Yeah, and that's where it gets kind of crazy, right? When you look at the end of this, is that big old Desert Siege, Search and Destroy. And it's not a map that we see a lot played inside of competitive, but I think it's a map that you're going to see a little bit more and more in kind of this next 2 to 3 week period inside of competitive Call of Duty because of all the recent map changes to some of those Search and Destroy maps. I mean, we still see the Tuscan come through, which is going to be an interesting one because of the recent changes last week. Defense has a much stronger chance at being able to defend that A site. We've seen it more and more last week, especially inside of the Call of Duty Varsity League when those changes were very, very fresh. So that should be an interesting one. And then that Desert Siege, though, I mean, it's a map where it's the exact same. It's one of the only maps that changes happen to come through for. So teams, I feel like we're going to start to see that maybe a little bit more throughout these next couple of weeks. But then once teams start to really adjust on Berlin and on Bocage, I'm sure we'll start to see those maps come back into the fray more and more. But I'm excited as well to start off with the slug match on Bocage. I know usually not the biggest fan of that map myself, but I mean, between these two teams and with the hardpoint records that I'm seeing, 3 and 6 and 1, I think we're just gonna get a slug match in the cage here, honestly.
You know, I'm kind of interested is when we both talked about the entry to the series, we're saying, okay, the Knights maybe have the edge up over Midway going into this. And then I look at Bocage for map number 1, and I'm like, all right,
it's like
okay.
Anybody's pick, right?
This is exactly where Midway want to be right now, Jesse. If you're going to a Bocage map number 1, you know you just want to throw some haymakers. You know you want to get mixy. And this is definitely going to be a map 1 where Midway, if you want to take the series, you need to steal away this Bocage.
Yeah, and I feel like the way that Midway honestly take this series, looking at their record and their overall map counts, is you kind of need to come in. You need to take the 1, the 4, and the 5, or sorry, the 1, 3, and the 4. You need to take your respawns. I don't think that they're going to be able to go up against UCF inside of Search and Destroy. I think that's where things are going to get really, really tough for this Midway roster. And unfortunately, we actually don't even have a match to look at back between these two rosters from earlier on in the season because this was one of the only Central Florida's 2 losses, and it was a forfeit loss to Midway University. They never ended up playing in that early portion of the season. So you know UCF, after getting forfeited in that first matchup, definitely wants some revenge coming into this one. But Midway, they want to hold strong. They want to show, hey, you know what? They might forfeit lost the last time. You guys weren't able to show up. Guess what? That's too bad. We'll still come out. We'll still try to beat you guys here.
Oh, exactly. I mean, for Midway, it's just kind of another day here. You've already beat them, even though there's an asterisk on it. You've already beat this team. So just you're just looking to do it again here. And you're looking to prove that you're a roster who belongs to be in the position you are. Now, this is kind of a big one as well. You know, you're looking at getting into those conference finals. And, you know, if you're beating a team like University of Central Florida, that's really going to be a step on putting yourself on the map here in the Collegiate Varsity League.
And speaking of that conference play-in finals, neither one of these teams has an easy matchup in front of them after winning this. You got to go up against the University of Tennessee Chattanooga after this. You got to go up against Red Chase and Clicks. I mean, that team is such a stacked team, and I think they've gone undefeated through the regular season, if I'm correct. Maybe a forfeit loss inside of there for UTC. But besides that, Central Florida are going to have a very, very tough time. Both teams have been 3-0'd by UTC. It's not going to be an easy matchup either way when you go up against that roster, but it's definitely possible for either one of these two teams. And I think we saw that matchup last week, didn't we, between Midway and UTC? I believe it was our first match of the day last week, if I'm correct. Yes, it was. And yeah, it was not a pretty match. It was a 250 to 158, a 6-3 in the search, and a 3-0 in the control. So Midway, if they want to not only take this series, but also go up against the likes of UTC, like we were talking about in our last series, we need to see some major adjustments coming in from both of these two teams.
No, it wasn't pretty whatsoever. And you know what? That's like a big story, Jesse, when we're looking at, the first place team in a conference compared to even a place team.
It's crazy.
Inside of it. A lot of time there is that big difference, and that's a big one here, again, inside of the Central Conference. I think if Midway want a chance back at that, major implications will need to change. We'll have to see some adjustments from this team. But even still with Central Florida, I mean, it's not going to be so easy going for this team either. If University of Central Florida want to upset that number 1 seed, first taking this match, we're going to have to see adjustments from them as well. I think that Chattanooga squad, they are sitting peacefully up in that first place spot inside the conference. And at the moment, they don't really have a challenger inside this conference. So right now, Central Florida and Midway, they're looking to make sure that they look like that challenger.
And I'm not going to lie, I'll be completely frank with everybody here inside of the Call of Duty Varsity League. I think that out of these two teams, the team that could go up and bring a bigger fight to UTC will probably be UCF. I think they're a team inside of a lot of people's top 25 inside of just college Call of Duty in general. So I think that this UCF team has the potential to take on a team like the likes of University of Tennessee Chattanooga. It's just going to be a very tough matchup either way. Now coming into this one for Central Florida, they lost one actual match all year long, and it was to that UTC team. Outside of that, every other match for this UCF roster have been 3-0s. They've run through everybody else that they played in this league. But now the big question mark is how are they going to go up against the number 2 seed in Midway? Because we just haven't even seen it yet. So we don't really have a ton to go off of between these two teams. And it's very unfortunate that it was a forfeit the first time through, because I would have loved to have gone back, seen how this matchup played out the first time. When you look overall at this one, Colin, I mean, what are you thinking about this whole matchup? Because I really think it's going to come down to the 1, 3s, and 4s if you want to take it. I just don't see a way that Midway takes Search and Destroys. I don't know if you agree with me on that.
I think there's one thing that's on my mind, Jesse, for this series, and it's really the only thing in my head that I'm excited to see is Desert Siege. I want a Desert Siege. I want to see that map file. I don't think we've ever seen a Desert Siege here on the Call of Duty Varsity stream. And, it's even been a while since I've seen Desert Siege in other leagues as well. So, I mean...
Oh, don't worry. You see a ton of it in I was going to say, you see a ton of it in league play, so it's all good, right? So it's the only Search and Destroy inside of the playlist, apparently.
It's what we get every single time we're playing. It's only Desert Siege when we're playing it, but when we're casting it, we never see this map ever. I just want to see a darn Desert Siege here for that map number 5. Let's go the distance between Midway and Central Florida. First off, we need to get through map number 1. Bocage, we're hopping into the cage. Both teams putting their feet in. Let's go slug for slug.
Yeah, it could get mixy inside of this map. We've seen it time and time again. This is one of those maps where if you can bring the fight to the opposing team, if you can bring the slain numbers and keep your rotations on lock, you can absolutely lock down a ton of time on all of these hills. But it's way easier said than done because of how close a lot of players spawn up constantly on a lot of these hills. And you can see player number 6 on it Midway, not putting a ton of focus on trying to lock down the early time here, putting more focus on trying to lock down spawns for hill number 2. And unfortunately, we'll end up falling to the back, but it does look like Midway has the reinforcements to try to fight some more to the back.
You might lose, but D-Nazi close by to clean up the trade. Still back and forth with either team. I haven't seen 2 kills strung together until just now. Judina, Chris on God, they find 3 in a row. Only 1 player to clean up in the back is E-Man, but E-Man puts the squad spawn, so Midway blessed right now with a chance back into this hill number. The respawn, they are putting up the pressure on the inside. They just cannot find the kills needed to lock it down. It's another clean 4 down in Central Florida. They're going to reap the benefits of some squad time.
That's a big spawn out and a big push out and an overextension from AAA Megan there. They push out, and what ends up happening is you force the spawn out from Midway down to that bottom left-hand side of the map, and it makes them have a little bit longer of a trek to be able to make that reinforcement. And what it allows now is University of Central Florida just to kind of sit in the hill and just keep shutting things down, keep gaining a little bit of time here and there, and keep things going. And it's working out very, very well for the CF roster right now, just continuing to put up more and more numbers into their side. And yeah, you are just not getting a great amount of time, but at the very least, Midway, they do look, oh, I was gonna say they had the spawns, but Tyler makes a huge flank play through the bottom side, and now spawns for the New Hill going into the way of F.
At the moment, Midway are eating out of the hands of Central Florida, as UCF Knights are owning the map at the moment. Already on the inside of Grandma's, Iceman through the door, gonna find one. Here's the opening now for Midway to try to find the break, but losing out of the gunfights is gonna make this one hard. Still a 2-on-2 on the inside as Audit hops in for the contention. Gonna fall soon after Georgina to take them out. Still Mixie on the inside of this battle for pill number 3. It is one to be sought out for, but here comes UCF battling on back end. 2 go down. Now time in favor of the blue squad as they are owning not only this hill, but also the kills on the outside, making it troublesome for Midway just to battle back in. And you can see Midway spawning up in the back of Grandma, so luckily for them, they can hop back into this, try to take some time out of Central Florida's hands.
They could try to get in, but UCF used just to mow them down. Every single time it looks like Midway might have an advantage in terms of having the spawns, being able to get into the hill a little bit sooner. Central Florida still just holds strong, and I believe UCF didn't allow any time on that hill to go the way of Midway. Maybe 5 seconds tops out of that entire hill. So great job there from UCF, and not only that, they basically hold from the front for the entire portion of that. So now they've got the spawns over towards Barn as well.
Spawns are going to be there. Still Midway. A presence to try to make it hard for the rotation. Georgina trying to hit this flank. Finds E-Man. Can't pick up a second one. Mixing back and forth. Are going to be these kills from both sides. You see his pinstripe kill feed from both teams. Here comes Megan on the flank. And for the contention, not too long. Midway actually doing a great job at finding this time, Jesse, early on into this hill number 4. You see the spawns from Central Florida are going to be deep back into the Grandma side of the map, all the way over at P5 to be exact. So they're going to have to cross a whole lot of this map just to touch the zone. And only 15 seconds left. You can see they're already prioritizing the rotation.
They absolutely are, and this is where Central Florida has kind of put things on lock against Midway here in a lot of this game, is just being these rotations out. But Midway, they are still keeping their way inside of this. They're just doing a good job of holding on to a little bit of scrap time here and there, but this is where things get really scary. Look how deep that spawn is for these Midway players. Yes, you spawn across that entire Barnes portion of the map, but this is 10 seconds already going to the way of UCF, and you are just getting mowed down once again. Unless player A can pull spawns here, and they don't, that spawn up is just going to continue to come through the back of Staples.
Nice man on screen. Looking to lead the charge for this team, pushing through Stables all the way across Barn into this hill number 5, but a team kill out of E-Man, and he's going to drop, making it so hard for Midway just to hold numbers to attack these zones. And still spawning up all the way back. Stables, Jesse, so much time shaved off of this clock into hill number 5. Another 4 go down for Midway. And they've also flipped spawn, so Midway get the worst case scenario off the backside of this hill 5. And they're going to have the worst spawns going into the next set.
Oh, man, that was poetry in motion from the University of Central Florida. Not only do you lock down a full 60 here on the P5 hill, but like you said, you flip out those spawns at the very end. You get the exact setup that you want here for hill number 1. Midway, fortunately for them, will win a few gunfights through the middle of the map and now be able to secure a bit of time. But Central Florida, just a perfect spawn out of perfect. And now, you know what, they're close enough. They've got the spawns they want. They can just start to reinforce once again. And this hill 1 is so mixy that even giving up that little bit of time there is not the biggest deal, considering you've got a 40-second lead going into the second set of rotations.
Oh, Central Florida, they are in the driver's seat right now. They have the winner's advantage. They have the spawns for next, and realistically, you don't even need to play for this time on P1 because P number 2 is where all the glory is going to be given off of this second set of rotations. So, I mean, UCF Knights, they're doing a great job at locking things down. Another round in that P1. They're going to grab the scrap time inside of the first hill. Rotate over to the tank side of the map. Another 2 go down. Can they make it 3? No, E-Man will break on through for a moment, but not too long, as Central Florida are not allowing anybody to slip the line.
Still holding that 50-second lead here if you're UCF, and you're holding on to the spawns for the new hill, like you were alluding to, Colin. So a great job, a job well done, exactly what you want off the rip here. But again, Denazi and Eme making their way through the front side, just starting to break their way through the barn and trying to make things as uncomfortable as possible for UCF. But UCF gets 3 in a row, and this should now be time eluded and going to the way of UCF.
Soaking up the time into the hill. Line up for Megan, but only to find one. Tyler sneaks away one of those kills. 2 minutes and 32 seconds inside of the time bank. Plenty of time for this comeback. Sue out of midway. They don't check the corner. Eugene and Tyler, they lock down 2 in a row. They remove Iceman from inside of the hill. Last 15 seconds are looking to go their way unless Denazi has anything to say about it. But forget about this time on the last hill, Jesse. We are going to be looking to the rotation of Grandmas. Finally, midway are going to be the first ones to a hill.
And some big kills there. Chris Anga was trying to sneak their way through the river portion of the map to break their way into this hill. This is how Midway's setup got disrupted in the last set of rotations. But this time through, they sniffed the player out. It was the exact same flank that Central Florida was trying to make once again in Midway. They were able to shut it down this time. But still, Central Florida from the front of the hill, where they feel most comfortable on this hill, breaks through. They find their way in, at least for a contention up to this point. And now they can look to try to fight from the front of the hill once again.
Front of the hill looks good, Jesse. They break in. Now Midway back into their own spawns. You see Tyler posted up on a power heady with that AR. Luckily on the inside for Midway, E-Man turning up inside the kill factor. Won't find that one onto Mega. That really counts. It's going to be up to Audit on the flank. And the flank does come through, but the pressure's not done yet. The battle has not been won. In comes the Knights, battling on in for the last little bit of time. Most importantly, just pinning Midway back into their own spawns while denying them a majority inside of there. Megan, calm down. 30 kills for Megan in the game and a quick 3 to lock down the last little bit of time over to Grandma's.
And somehow through the battle of Grandma's house, you found full streaks on the likes of UCF as well. So you need to be looking at that through the back half of this game. Those streaks could absolutely come into full effect. And you've also still got Megan on a 4. Make that 5. Chris on God with full streaks. Megan looking to find full streaks. If you get 2 sets of streaks, that could absolutely cut this game down. But this is where Midway was able to bring their way back in the last set of rotations. They got a lot of time in the back half of this hill. Unfortunately for them, though, is when they found all that time, it allowed Central Florida to get the full setup on 5 Hill. You can't allow that to happen here again.
I want to say UCF are out of the danger zone just yet, Jesse. It's 180 to 1 to 135, and I've seen Bocage really turn up for a team on a time.
It's all about this rotation here, though. If you don't win this rotation as Midway, I think that could be the end of this game.
Here, Nazi, 4 in a row. Has snuck through. Looking to get the right read as well for the race downriver. High ground control is there. Megan coming on through. 5 in a row for Denazi. Inside the hill, are you going to be ready for it? No, Chris on God. Before those streaks get picked up. And now Central Florida looking at clips 200 points. You can see Midway spawning up in the back. Here they come, Jesse. Right through the front of the hill. He got posted up in the back. Finds Audit. But here comes the team tunneling on through. Can you take down the high ground? You can. I don't need to get into the hill. Contest it. Take down Chris. Job is done. Midway find the break. But can they hold on?
Oh, it's going to be hard to hold on because Eugenia from the side pushes through once again and just keeps things spiked. Not only gets 1, but also gets a 2-piece. That's going to be more time going into the way of UCF. They'll hop onto the hill for a small portion of time here for Midway, but the Glide Bomb gets called in from Chris. Shut that down as well, and this is just more and more time. Not even going the way of Midway, but Central is just keeping them uncomfortable on the map, not allowing them to get any momentum going into their favor. And I've just been so impressed with UCF throughout this map, number 1. Up 50 points still here. They hold on to the exact same lead they had at the end of the first set of rotations. They bring it into the second set, and as long as they can keep trading out 30 for 30 on every single hill, they should close this game out rather shortly.
Big 2 from Audit. We'll keep the Knights off the hill for now. You don't want to be shaving time off the clock all the way deep into this hill number 3, or the set number 3, if you're Midway. So you're going to need to get onto this, try to collect as much time as you can in P1, while simultaneously ripping away the spawns from the Knights for the second hill. But it's a tough ask on both planes. Chris on God makes the wraparound zigzag, will clear out the hill. 3 go down. Megan now inside for the time. 20 seconds to fight for on this P1, but it's P2 where you really need to keep your eyes open if you're Midway.
And again, nobody on UCF allows anybody to sneak through on Midway. So this should be a full setup here. Not only a full setup, but able to grab the back bit of time here on this P1 hill. As long as you just keep pushing up, keep spawning these Midway players out in bad spots, this will allude to a lot of time here to start off this new hill. And you only need 20 seconds left to close this game out here if you're UCF.
Denazi may have just broken the hill from up top. Back in come the Knights. But look at Denazi around the back. That's 4 in a row. Central Florida, they have the close spawn, so it's not over just yet. Midway, though, they need to pin them back here. Georgina looking to hit the flank, and this really could trouble the likes of Florida if they're not ready for it. The pitch is going to be coming through. Georgina leading the charge in for the contention. Megan, nice break. And the kill's coming through. Megan finds 2. Tyler a 3rd. The break from the front is good. Everybody down from Midway. 12 seconds left for Central Florida to close it out.
And no, Denazi ends up falling on 6 in a row, so not able to find those streaks as well. And now, with only needing 7 seconds left for UCF, Midway just needs to keep running, keep trying to pressure this hill so you can't lose out on it. E-Man will take one final step. I just don't think it's going to be enough. UCF takes map number 1, get the final tick, and that is it. UCF, I mean, it got tight towards the end, but they still just held on to that 50-point lead all the way through, Colin.
And Jesse, they get the job done. You know, it wasn't pretty. It was relatively close in some situations, but I honestly, I felt like UCF, the Knights, I mean, they had full control all the way through. You know, at one point, even though 50-point difference towards the end, I just never felt afraid of the Knights losing that map. You know, Midway, they were putting up the good fight, especially towards the late end of that game. But, I mean, the lead that they were able to gain towards the start, it just graced them for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and Colin, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I think the most impressive part of that game for me from the UCF team is how they played P5 on both sets of rotations. I mean, P5 on the first set, you lost the back 20 seconds on hill 4. You went towards the 5th hill. You went towards that river. You got the full setup in the back that you wanted. You did not allow a single player on Midway to even sneak through to touch time onto that hill. So you basically got the full 60, and that's what built that 50-second lead that they originally had. On the second set of rotations, however, Midway makes a better push through. And I even cut you off in the middle of that map there. I said, hey, this needs to be Midway's hill. If you're going to get the early setup for it, you need to long time. That's how they could have came back. UCF break immediately from the front, and not only break from the front, they held majority of time on that hill from the front side. A much harder job to do, because not only do you need to hold from the bottom to not allow players to get onto the hill, but you also need to continuously hold on onto the top portion of the map, onto that top street, to not allow players to be able to jump over the top and get your player sitting inside of that close pocket and staying alive. So the fact that UCF was able to do that, control the hill like that, and probably get 100 seconds of time on P5 alone through 2 sets of rotations is 100% what won that game for them throughout that map.
100%. A lot of the rotations, UCF, their breaks, everything looked fantastic for that map number 1, but that is going to bring us now into our map 2, Jesse, with the Knights in the lead. And moving to Search and Destroy doesn't make your job any easier being down a map if you're Midway. I mean, you're walking into this with a 4-3 map count in Search and Destroy, as opposed to the Knights sitting 6-1 in Search and Destroy. So a big difference when you look at the numbers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think you were looking at UCF to come into this one, and you were looking at probably a scrappy hard point, and I think that's exactly what we got through map number 1. It was scrappy comes out on top. Now looking at the Search and Destroy, I mean, I feel like this is probably your biggest differential if you're UCF versus Midway. This is probably where UCF has the biggest advantage throughout this series. So, I mean, if you're Midway, you're going to come out, you're going to try to do your best this map, but I think if you're Midway, you really looking at maps 3 and 4 to be must-win maps for this roster to keep. But at some point, Midway are going to need to find a way to win a Search and Destroy against UCF if they want to take this series. So, you know, it starts here. It's Tuscan. It could be able to play a little bit different to what we saw the last couple of times, or at least the last time that these two teams have kind of come up against each other, even in scrims, because Search and Destroy is so different on this map now. You got that spawn, which is basically 6 steps closer for the defensive side. But even with that spawn being that much closer, what that allows is it allows the defense to get towards middle of the map that much quicker. And before, I mean, it was a big advantage for offense to get towards middle of the map, but it's a much scrappier fight.
And this is where, if you're Midway, you got to ask, you want to win the Tuscan Search, or do you want to win the Desert Siege Search? Like you said, Jesse, you got to win one of them.
I mean, hey, if you win both, that's great too, though, right?
You know what? Even better. You know, if you're sitting here and you win both Search and Destroys, Search and Destroys win championships. You know, see that in Call of Duty forever. And if you win both search and destroys here for Midway, you know, that is going to be a good statistic moving on against Chattanooga. But first, you got to get the job done. And what I'm looking at inside the Tuscan, Jesse, is, yeah, you get the changes to the defensive-sided spawns. I want to see Midway's attacks look a lot more diverse. B-site attacks need to be a must. For not even just Midway, for Knights as well, you need to see some diversity inside of these attacks.
Yeah, well, Comfort Zone is looking like like this first attack as well, though. You get Megan in a great spot, though, on defense. Can really try to shut things down. Unfortunately, going to shoot the wall instead of the opposing players, and now Megan's just going to set up still with the sniper here. Spotted ahead, though. And this could be a really big flank here from Chris as well. And not just Chris, look at where Jujina is as well. Pushing through the backside. They've got 2 players on the flank. Unfortunately, it does not spot out Audit in the back.
And look, both players on the flank both find a kill. Chris still well alive here. It looks like he's got the read on Audit for the rotation. You look, see, both UCF players have been pulled back to the spawns of Midway. So that's going to leave player number 1 in the availability now to rotate this bomb over to the B zone. It's like he's going to wrap back to A. Tyler set up to shut this one down. In a 1v2 now, eyes on the bomb carrier, and you know where Audit is. You just need to win your ones at this point because both players on Midway are separated, caught sprinting. Tyler low, and the follow-up is going to be there. So Midway, they find round 1.
That's a big round for Midway to be able to close that out. I thought that was really looking in TF's favor throughout a lot of that round, but Audit gets the full ace inside of the round to really just shut things down. And he was the man in the backside of the map who needed to make the big plays, needed to find those players on the flanks, and he found all of them on the flank to be able to shut that down. And I'm sorry, he did not inside of that round. He did find 1, but Audit with 3 in the round still pretty much so won that round for Midway.
Let's swap signs, Jesse. Central Florida on attack. Megan again loses the sniper battle. The boomstick on D-Nazi is looking very well warmed up. And that is going to be a 1v1. That's going to tell a story throughout this whole search and destroy. So Knights down a player, looking to make a move. His curse on God, and he walks right through the bottom church, and he's going to fall. Putting the numbers even farther into Midway's hands, but allows Jujina an opportunity in the back line. The flank's going to pay off for at least a kill on the D-Nazi. Looking for a second one. Caught now inside church, and E-Man comes to the rescue, leaving Tyler all alone in 1v3.
And, I mean, just to kind of touch off what you spoke about at the start of the round, when you find that snipe on the outside, I mean, it's that much easier right now for D-Nazi to find those snipes because of the timing change, right? So you're able to get there that much quicker. They get that little bit of an advantage. And, I mean, speaking of rounds, now Tyler finds 2 in a row, takes it from a 1v3 to now a 1 versus 1 with a very possible chance of being able to take this round. It's a wrap all the way back, though, and grab that bomb. But the only issue right now for Tyler is they have absolutely no information about what it is. And Audit checks B, doesn't see anything, and now I would very much so imagine they go over towards A and get ready.
15 seconds left.
Audit's going to cross.
50-50. Bomb's going to go down. Stun doesn't land, but Audit now already making the wrapper around. Tyler set up on the heady. And the AR is definitely going to be the favorite for the outside. So I like this call from Audit. Wrap back bottom church. Tyler pivots. 30 seconds left. They know where exactly each are. Audit's going to have to be the one to make the move eventually. Hitting the full flank around. Tyler doesn't spot this one out. So a chance now for Audit to really close the distance. Tyler getting the worst timing ever. And Audit there, but Tyler... Oh my word, he just snapped onto Audit and gave UCF the round.
Colin, you ever play Ring Around the Rosie as a child? Because right now, that is exactly what just happened. Neither player could catch a timing inside of that round. And unfortunately for Audit, catches the worst of it all as Tyler turns around just in the nick of time, finds that final kill in the round there for the UCF roster, and are able to find the kill to win the round out. And Tyler, a 1v3 in round number 2. That is just a round, if you're Midway and you struggle in Search and Destroy, that you just cannot lose up 3-1.
Ring Around the Rosie as a child, Jesse. I played in my COD games too, so even as an adult, I'm still playing it. It's never over. It's never gone. But look at this attacking round, or this defensive round from UCF. Take a look at where Megan's positioning is. Has snuck completely through the enemy lines, and nobody on Midway will be aware of this. They're looking to move over with the player down towards the B side, but everybody on UCF should be aware of this.
You would hope that Midway, with giving up that entire side of the map, would have some sort of an idea that the flank is coming through, and they actually read the flank out perfectly. They'll snipe Megan in the back. It's just Eugenia, the only player for Central Florida, over towards this B site, was able to get one, was able to get away with their life, but how long can you stay alive in the back here? You get a ton of information, and you stay alive in the back. It's just Iceman now alive here. Catches, I thought he caught a good timing through the middle of radio, but unfortunately falls, and that's UCF taking yet another round here inside of the search and destroy.
I mean, Jesse, Audit was sold. Gina was still back pillar, but catches the right timing to get behind that truck, and Audit doesn't check the right angle. Cost him his life. What was a strong rotation from Midway. Shut down some big heads-up plays from Jugina and Tyler, both 4 and 2. Chris on God closes out that game, or that round, with the kill inside of radio. But, I mean, this sniper on D-Nazi has been the opening for so many rounds, and you're looking at him on screen again to make it happen. But look at this change from UCF, the adjustment to just nade spam him out and get this bomb down.
Yeah, you got to love that play. The pre-nades all the way over the top. You basically just put them in a terribly uncomfortable position. Oh my God, Eugenia's going to play the shot spot. We saw this in Major 1 for the first time, and now just playing in a really, really annoying spot. If anybody on the likes of Midway tries to make a flank play through, he will be the wiser of it in that spot.
Bomb down for 25 seconds, Jesse, for the retake.
And peekaboo.
Rated well. Audit thought he had the jump, but already numbers now to Central Florida, and that numbers advantage is going to give them such an advantage for this hold. Megan laying prone is going to pop up to find D-Nazi 2 into the round to leave all alone E-Man. And 7 seconds left. There is no time. There is no help. It is just going to be a round to Central Florida, 2 in a row in their own rights. They're going to go up 3-1 in the search and destroy. Megan died to the bomb.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate. You hate to see that one come through. They're a little bit too close to the bomb, and you end up going down as it pops off. But, I mean, nonetheless, a very good round still for UCF inside of that round. To be able to go up 3-1 here. And I feel like as much as I want to ridicule for not checking that spot, I kind of have to. I mean, like, you just kind of need to check that spot now. Like, that spot is now a very well-known spot over towards the bottom of command. I don't know if you agree with me, Colin, but I feel like that's just a spot where it just needs to be checked every single time you push out of there now.
You know, ever since I saw it in the CDL, it's something that you need to watch. But also, this positioning of Jujita walks away with 1. But the follow-up from Midway is there. But Jujita enough to allow Tyler a little bit of leeway in the next gunfights that come. So, still numbers to the Knights. 2v3. Megan on the flank is going to find E-Man, so leaves Audit all alone in a 1v3 bottom church. And I don't think anybody on UCF know auditioning, so at least the element of surprise will be in favor of this SMG. But you look at the mini-map and you look how Central Florida is. There's no chance for Audit to maybe string together 2 kills in a row. He's going to have to win 1v1s.
I mean, that's big, though. I think that having 1v1s is a little bit better than having to string 2 kills in a row, because at least you get the isolated 1v1s. You don't just have to go from player to player and take the chance of having trades being able to be so available for yourselves there. And Audit is finding great timing, like you're alluding to. He gets that first, gets away, and now in a 1v2 situation, definitely not out of this one yet. As long as they can isolate one more gunfight, they should be able to get this done, but we'll go down over towards B. Chris on God is in a great spot to shot thing down.
Bomb's going to go down, and Chris, you imagine he's just going to fly. Audit back turned. Maybe. Oh, Chris, you can't lose this. Audit comes back in, and he's already tagged up, so Chris will be able to put him down. But, oh, boy. I mean, when Audit is running, he is scary. 5-4. But it's still going to be a round of Central Florida after being in a 1v3. I mean, there's only so much you can do if you're Audit, and it's a big ask to win a round like that. So Central Florida now 3 rounds in a row. It's going to push them 4-1, Jesse.
And Colin, I mean, that round right there, it was such a long round that I didn't even get a chance to think about what happened off the start of it. But you saw Midway push. They wanted to make the push over towards that B side of the map, and they were doing a great job at trying to get there. The big issue was, though, was Jujina was set up in a perfect spot, at least got one before they ended up falling. And what that allowed was the rest rest of the UCF players to not only get in a position to shut down that B push, but also come through the flank. That flank play from Tyler was absolutely massive. Or sorry, I think it was Megan actually that made the flank play to find the kills in the back, and it left them in that 1v3. And Audit's in a very similar situation right now, where not only do you need to find one, you're going to need to find maybe even two here to shut this push down.
I don't know if they know he's in the corner. Chris gonna slide out. Nobody checks it. They both check the wrong way still. Gets turned on luck. Team was there because shaky shots at Audit got a little bit scary, Jesse. And you saw that early stuns from Chris. Did get information that a player was there, but not only Chris, but the second player that flew out as well. They both checked the wrong way. And Audit was able to tag them low enough. They did get the stun, but
okay, I was gonna say I didn't see if the stun connected or not, so I wasn't too sure if they had that full information. But yeah, they definitely checked the wrong corner at the wrong time, and luckily they were able to get just enough damage there to really shut things down. Didn't need the best shots in the world, just to do enough damage to have your opponent who was on the crossfire to get the rest of the job done. But right off the rip of this round, Megan finds a first blood through the middle of you and gets out with their life as well. So keeping Midway on their toes, now in a 3v4 with the bomb. You need to get aggressive here over towards two sides if you want to get this bomb down as Midway.
Here comes Megan again, and good on win the one onto Iceman, who was very much ready for that gunfight. So a little bit of a heat check from Megan to drop that bomb inside Zigzag. To force Midway now to pivot, see if they can take down this flank as well as grab that bomb again. But Chris flies off the top rope. One Midway fall to push UCF to 5.
And that was Megan again finding the final kill as well. Just kind of being a nuisance over towards this A side of the map. You get there so much quicker now, and the defense was something we were alluding to. And Megan using that to full effect here in the round. They get into a sneaky spot. They find the first, get out with their life. Regen up, go out, push through mid, find a second, get away with their life. It's just very annoying to play against. Very, I don't know who to kind of compare it to. Maybe even like just like a BZ, because of how annoying BZ can be inside a search and destroy. Just gets into the right spots at the right times, gets away with their life, and as long as you can keep doing that, it puts your team in a big advantage. We've seen it there inside of that last round, and again, UCF, they get a lot of respect here from A. They have the complete bomb site open over towards A, and this bomb should go down. Iceman will be in a great spot if they want to try to challenge immediately to the bomb planter, but no, they're just going to choose to play their life. So now in a 3v4, 3v2, or sorry, 4v2 now, not a great
Chris! Spot. You get a 4v1, Jesse. Iceman all alone. It will find Tyler, but the positioning, everybody knows where he is. Here comes Chris on the flank. That's an ace at a Chris on go. Clip the round and close out the game. I mean, Chris turned up back in that round. Round number 8, UCF. They're going to close it out 6-2. And Chris finding all 4 to close this one out for an ace inside of the round. Oh, what a nasty search and destroy out of the Knights. And you look at all players, Jesse, really having some big numbers for their side. I mean, UCF, not too bad on Tuscan search and destroy.
No, absolutely not. I mean, a very good map out of them to be able to come out 6-2. I think gives you a lot, and a few rounds there as well that Midway absolutely could have won inside of that game. That were just rounds that you cannot allow to give up. That 1v3 in round number 2 really stands out to me. You could have gone up 2-0 against UCF. That could have given you a lot of advantage and a lot of momentum going in towards the back of that map. But unfortunately, you lose a 1v3 in round number 2. All the momentum out the window at that point, completely in UCF's favor. And I mean, UCF just kind of picked them apart round by round. And I think it was Megan, honestly, who had the biggest impact on the map for me inside of that round. Just did a great job of constantly controlling middle of the map, not allowing Midway to ever get comfortable inside of their attacking rounds. And that's where UCF really took full advantage of this Midway roster. And I mean, if they can continue to do that, continue to hold mid-map control, I think that this could very well be UCF series.
After going 0-3 at the start, I mean, Megan made the adjustments to make that happen too. You know, running the sniper rifle, you see that the Knights were aware the sniper rifle wasn't working. Dinazi was hitting his shots. And I mean, that adjustment from Megan definitely was a big one to just start kind of putting the pressure on the front line of. So I completely agree with you. But now, Jesse, I mean, after losing both of the first maps down 0-2, I mean, it's decided that Midway, if they want to take the series, it has to be maps 3, 4, and 5 in a row. A reverse sweep to take down the Knights to push into the conference finals. We're heading back to Tuscan on control, and things are not looking good if you're Midway University.
Well, I think if you're midway, though, this is where you want to kind of start, though, right? Like, at the very least, you go to your best mode now in control. So you're definitely not out of this series by any means. You're a 5-1 control team on the season. So it's pretty good for midway. Also pretty good for UCF as 6-1. So probably the most even mode that we'll get between two teams. And we're going Tuscan as well. So a very even map in terms of offense and defense, probably a little bit more even than what you get on Gavutu. So it could be interesting. We could end up seeing a full 5-game Tuscan control here. And I mean, I would absolutely love to see that, but a lot easier said than done, like we said from before. So we'll have to see what both these two teams can do going into Tuscan. If they can come out hot, if you're midway, maybe take that momentum, go in towards the Berlin hardpoint, take that momentum going towards that Desert Siege S&D, because who knows what's going to happen at that point. It's just not the easiest situation to be in now for midway, needing to reverse sweep a very, very talented team like the University of Central Florida.
And a very hot team right now at the moment, winning their first two maps. You have to feel that the confidence is there. The momentum is in their favor right now. Way, not only do you need to get that momentum going into maps 4 and 5, but first you need to pull it away from UCF, and that's going to be a tough one on Tuscan. Luckily, when I'm looking at this, I mean, you reference back to our first series of the night when we saw that Tuscan control. Carleton Ravens, the team that was coming in down 0-2, they didn't look that bad inside of Tuscan control. So if you're Midway University, I mean, it is never over until it is done. So we are going to be looking at Midway on attack first to get things going.
And going over towards B right off the rip. 3-man hit through command center. And it doesn't look like it's going to allude to any ticks of progression. The full flank from UCF on perfect pace to come right through, shut things down. And I mean, it's a very, very, I want to say ballsy move for Midway to be able to make that push over towards the side, to get inside, to try to break their way through. And unfortunately, just wasn't enough. Kind of put you in the back foot towards the rest of this towards the rest of this round.
Big 3 down. UCF now. Top broken. Chris is going to be here. Finds one. Snaps to the second. Flying on forward to look for any more. Who's going to step up to Chris right now? Who's already in your spawn? Well, nobody. Any map. Midway, you're like, okay, we're going to go to B. Operate on this. See if they can stack this as well and find some more progression towards that side. Well, Dinazi tries to play a little bit of coy over towards the A zone. So Stack's going to come out from Midway over towards B, and they're looking to put 2 ticks on board. You can see a flank there as well from UCF, but on the front line, Audit lines up too. Jujina needs to get on in there. Will find Audit, but here comes the rest. See, that's some good progression at B, and they're going to get the whole thing.
Wow, I thought Midway was really on the back foot here inside of this map, but you know what? They come out, and you were able to find the right amount of pressure at the right time over towards the B site, and yet another successful hit here. I think the big thing right now, though, for UCF is you do have the big numbers advantage, up 6 kills at the moment, so you're definitely not out of this one yet, but it's not going to be easy to close out this round, to close out one of these hills, because look at Midway. They're still here. They're still spawning up close enough to be able to attack in towards A, and realistically all it needs is one big break in.
Here it is.
And you can spawn Central Florida out.
Oh, if they found Tyler there, that would have been huge, but Tyler instead pivots around and finds 2. Will slow down Midway again, now down to 8 lives, then dropping. Jujina snaps onto Iceman through middle U. E-Man on an island gets caught as well, so only 5 players remaining on Midway. And they are spawning up in so many different positions, Jesse. Isolated gunfights for Midway, and they need to come out on top of them. Audit hops into the hill. So it's not over just yet. We'll stop the clock. You have a full 4 lives here for Midway. And if you make this look clean, you can walk away with the round, but Chris is going to open things up. Audit needs to go big on the inside. E-Man to help him out too. Go down. Make it 3 down. And Midway, they sneak away with the round.
A 4v10 on the site, and I said it, Colin, all they needed was one break-in. They get the break-in, and then it was just isolated gunfight after isolated gunfight versus a full firing squad of Midway. They might not have had the numbers advantage in those situations, but they had enough prowess to win that round out. Crazy round for Midway there. They get outslayed very badly that round. Nobody positive on their team, maybe outside of Audit, who's 6-5. I'm sorry, Dina, that statement was completely wrong. I thought that was the other way around, but never mind. Doesn't matter. Midway comes out with the round win.
We are shocked on the desk right now at that, and look at that. UCF to answer back. They're just going to fly on into the B zone. See if they can find progression right at the bat, just like Midway did, but Not easy. As you can see, Midway, they make the adjustments, they make the rotations, they clean up the players who are looking to make that happen. And now Central Florida off the respawns. They're looking to set up shop over towards A.
It took Midway 2 attempts at trying to break into the zone. Well, there's your second attempt already from Central Florida over towards B, and no progression given towards this roster at all. But they'll just decide, hey, you know what? We've taken a couple shots. Let's go towards A. Let's get the guaranteed ticks of progression. Let's shut this down. But, I mean, how guaranteed is it really going to be when you've got Audit and DNazi combining for 3? They break in. They shut that tick down. And it's really just Chris here who's close enough to try to get inside of the zone once again.
Megan. We're going to lead the charge over towards A. To go down for Midway, so good chance now for Central Florida to push this the time clock up a whole minute. 1 minute and 48 seconds, Jesse, to take over this B zone. And look at this. The rotation of B is looking good until Iceman comes down, finds 2, and E-Man will shut the door.
Yeah, it was looking good, but they weren't watching the flank, and the flank comes through very strong. And now Gugina just trying to stay alive as long as they can. Inside the radio here, they find one, but it's just such an instant trade. There's so many players there for Midway to shut things down. And the door providing some great protection as well, as Midway completely staggers yet another push here from UCF. Now down 16 to 18 in lives, down 2. I mean, if you're Central Florida here, I feel like you just need to group up and try to hit as a team. It's a lot of individual pushes at the moment.
Here they come, Jesse, as a team. Already down 2 players. Iceman is a menace right now. Finding 2 up top patio, really the savior of that attack. And now up by 3 lives. Midway, a chance to get aggressive here. But you can see Audit, the discipline. He knows he still has teammates off the respawn. So he's only going to push up limited to that front of maps. And you can see the setup of Midway will be there, already finding 1.
Rest of the players just continuing to shut things down, not allowing anybody on UCF to make their way through, to sneak their way onto site here. Central Florida will find 2 through radio, though. This opens up the B site, but again, you just got to keep your eyes out because Audit is in a position where they can make a full push through the backside and completely stop this push from Central Florida once again.
Chris is here, 14 and 7. He is not the player you want to have on the flank, but look at the flank of the flank, and Iceman's going to get the better of him. 18 seconds left, Jesse, 6 lives to 9. Central Florida limited resources to attack this B site. Only 1 more chance to do it as a full squad. Even with time against them, 7 seconds to make it happen. They need to go now. And they have the setup here for the pinch. Eugenio's going to open up around the backside. The follow-up will be there. Chris and Megan, they find 3, but there's no time. They don't touch the site. That's going to be Midway now, 2 rounds in a row on Tuscan.
I see the attempt, and honestly, I appreciate what they were going for inside of that round, and what it was they wanted to find a few kills, set up the pinch in the back so they can make the push through. If you get that push through, you probably win that round if you're UCF, because then you spawn Midway out, and not only do you spawn Midway, you can triple stack the point at that point. It can look very, very good. Unfortunately, though, they just did not move quick enough. If you can move a little bit quicker, get somebody onto the hill, stop that time from going, they could probably win that round up, but unfortunately for them, just it was not enough, and they only finished that round off with 3 tick progression. They get so far Midway not only up 2-0, but very much so in the driver's seat when it comes down to ticks and progression.
We go down. Central Florida looking to stop this, but E-Man still having a presence towards A. Gonna win the one-on-one against Tyler. Will be shut down by Megan, but already a tick of progression towards the A zone. And off the respawns, you can see Midway get right back. Look at push this up to 2 ticks of progression, and look at that win. Audit finds Chris outside the zone. Will put 2 ticks on board, and that's going to force some players from the NACE to rotate around and try to take this site back.
Absolutely, dude. 2 ticks of progression coming through. UCF will shut that down, but what this opens up is a potential play now for Midway to go over towards B. It's exactly what you can see. 2 players already hopping onto the B zone, trying to push out the backside as well is Audit, just to make things a little bit more annoying here. Keep Central Florida turned around, keep those arrows in, but they will get the job done. They will shut that push down over towards A. And I mean, it's not the best situation. It's not the worst. You will cap A, I would imagine here. DNazi will secure the final kill. So, I mean, you've got a lot of time to work with again here if you're Midway, but this time through, you don't have that guaranteed tick of progression over towards B.
No, and you're back into that situation of you're down 6 lives. You're going to need to slow this one down if you're Midway and stop challenging one-on-one.
Also,
Two
Colin,
round-
if UCF wants to win or wants to get final defense in the final round, they cannot
Chris.
allow another ticket progression here for Midway.
Oh, Chris just misses out on the timing for the flank. Finally going to be there on it. Well, he's going to take him down, but 3 go down in retaliation for UCF now to push their aggression into the run, and they're going to do the on the dime. Look at Eugenia, player number 7, hitting the full wrap around. Only thinking that, will you get there in time?
It's not looking like it's going to be in time. A lot of your other frontline resources get knocked down, so not in a great spot here for Midway. And kind of what I was alluding to there was not only do you not need to win an offense in your next offense, even if you win this round if you're Central Florida, but this is pivotal. You don't have any more ticks of progression in for Midway because you definitely have the numbers advantage when it comes to kills. But Midway has that of talent. You need to keep them down to 3, and it doesn't look like Midway's going to be able to get another tick of progression here. Only 3 lives left. It's going to be tough to be able to get anything against a 13-life mammoth on the other side of Central Florida.
Only 3 lives left for Midway, and honestly, after round 1, I don't want to count them out, but this is a tough ask to take this B
it's a
zone.
little tougher.
Iceman will find Eugenia, so pulling away the lives. UCF trying to get this a little bit mixy on the inside of the hill. They will stop the clock at 28 seconds, but here come the Knights on the pinch. Chris up top finds one, finds the second, one left inside the hill, and he's going to drop. So a perfect break for UCF to put themselves on board.
Did that tick of progression come through? I didn't see it pop up on the screen, so I don't think they got that first tick of progression on that zone. And if they did, they guarantee themselves a final defense. If not, if UCF wins this round now, as long as they keep the kills in their favor, UCF should have just locked down defense for this final round. But it comes down to needing to win an offense, though, and that's the hardest part. So Midway looked fantastic on their last defense. We'll see what they can do here. I think the thing is, though, is that you've got full streaks on the side of Chris, while also on a 4 spree here.
Ooh, nice shots from Denazi. Chris on the 4 spree is going to drop immediately, so not able to turn it into anything, Jesse. No streaks for Central Florida for that B site. Oh, he will still have full streaks for sure, but no streak coming out of that one.
Yeah,
that's what I was alluding to. Just a little bit of fumbling of the words, you might say. But off the bat, you see that Midway shut down the attack to the A zone, and a couple players from the Knights looking to rotate over to B to pull away some of the attention of Midway, and they do. But inside the B zone, it doesn't go the way of Midway either. Megan finds 2, pulls away Iceman as well. It's going to be down for a way back into A.
That's a great first drop at B as well, because now, it just forces UCF to have to focus on the A zone. You basically just shut down any pushes over towards B, makes them very uncomfortable here, and it actually looks like E-Man is trying to get into a spot to contest, and they will play the contestant spot at the moment, the only player that's anywhere near this hill. And as soon as they fall, this should be now the A zone. Completely finished here for UCF, so UCF this time through, Colin, they get the job done a lot quicker. They'll have 2 minutes and 15 seconds to now try to get into this B zone, and look at the pressure they have on the front side.
E-Man working alongside Iceman in the back. 3 go down. Tyler, the only one alive for UCF. And right away, Jesse, I mean, that pressure was there, but it immediately gets nullified from Midway.
That's a hold and a half from Midway right there. I thought that they had the perfect pinch set up for UCF, but it completely gets shut down here from the players on Midway, and now Midway look to just continuously shut down over and over and get up into annoying spots, shoot UCF in the back as they try to break their way through either command center or middle of the map. This is definitely very possible still for Midway to close the game out here.
Chris, is he going to get the read on the player to the left? Actually hops down into the box. That's Iceman, and did have a pinch from Audit as well, so it'll be a little bit easier. Denazi, a second one. The collapse is going to be here for Midway to try to clean up the rest of UCF players, but Megan not going down without a fight. Tyler around the outside. It's going to be 3 down. 1 player is going to be there. Chris picks him up with the streak. On board will be UCF to the hill, and they're going to stack this one. It's going fast. Who's here to stop it from Midway? Audit up top. Iceman from the alleyway. They need to get in soon. Audit hops on top. It's going to be 3 down. Chris, the only one here to really spoil the fun, but 4 go down. And Midway, they hold on by a thread.
Oh my God. As Miles would say, Midway hold the line. I mean, they just get it done there. It was very, very close to a University of Central Florida map or round win with the defense on their favor as well. Very, very tight round there for Midway, but they get the job done. They, by the smallest little margin, they get the job done, but it's not over yet. UCF still only down 2 in lives, have a chance to be able to break their way in, but a good string of kills come in from Midway, staggers that push once again, and now a 5v8, UCF will need a perfect breakthrough and another end to kill all these Midway players off spawn after.
And look at Denossi has already made the wrap around to control room. Chris on God will stop that one. But 30 seconds, one more attack for UCF. Let's get it going. You're going to have Megan on the pin. 3 flying on out from patio. It's got to be perfect. Megan opens it up into Denossi. Looking at the follow-up now. Sliding onto patio. Iceman. Shots down 1, but they're going to be able to clean this one up. 3 players left. Hopping on into this one. E-Man's going to take down Chris. Megan, last one alive now in a 1v4. 8 seconds left to make this happen. It's going to be basically a search and destroy at this point, but the time is against you. You're going to have to hop into the hill, battle this one out, and it's not going to happen. Midway shut down. They're going to be staying alive in the series, taking the control 3-1.
Yeah, and Midway just played that map a little bit better. I mean, Central Florida, maybe half a second off of being able to give us a map or a round number 5 inside of this map number 3. It could have been close towards the end there, but they just couldn't get the job done. And honestly, I still even like the streak usage out of Chris there, because you get the one player straggling through, you get the force of the spawn out inside of that round. Just unfortunately for University of Central Florida, the nade spam was perfect for Midway. The kills coming through from the top side of the map were perfect once again, and they just got onto the hill and contested in the nick of time to shut things down for UCF. And it's unfortunate for UCF because you don't win that map. And honestly, if UCF wins that final round, like I said, they guaranteed themselves that defense because of the stronghold in round number 3. But they don't get it. It gives Midway the advantage because they won that first offense, and Midway takes the map.
I mean, Jesse, it just seemed like the end of that round, everything that could go wrong for the Knights did go wrong.
Absolutely.
For the retake at Midway, they're going to be looking back at that as their opportunity to get back into the series. Will they take it? They stay at now 6-1 inside of control maps for the Call of Duty Varsity League. They're going to stay alive for this chance to make it into the conference finals. Now starting the reverse sweep. We're going to be heading into a hard point for map number 4 next up. Folks, don't go anywhere. We're going to head to a break, get things set up, and when we come back, it's going to be hard point. Folks, we are back with the Call of Duty Varsity League and into a series between Midway University and University of Central Florida, sitting 2-1. You know, UCF, they look good off the start, going up 2-0, but Midway, they steal the control. They stay alive in the series. Jesse now looking to make the reverse sweep happen.
Midway not going down without a fight by any means, but I think the big me and you said going into this one is because they lost that map 1, they need to take a search and destroy at some point throughout this. So job not done yet. But I think the interesting part is the back half of the series could get really, really crazy between these two teams. It was a 50 map in that map number 1 on Bocage. We go to Berlin now, which again can be a very scrap on certain hills. Will probably be a map where you see teams able to lock down a little bit more time here and there than what you saw inside of that map 1. But if we go to the Desert Siege, just indeed, that weighs certain neck. So if we get there, Colin, it is definitely not out of the realm of possibilities for Midway to take this series off of UCF in a reverse sweep fashion.
No, we look back to map number 1, Jesse, and Midway, they were keeping it competitive throughout a scrappy Bocage, but it was the fundamentals, it was the rotations that really caught them off guard. And if they can really adjust into that one, make some improvements on the rotations, Berlin can be their way back into this one. And I mean, you said it yourself. I mean, Desert Siege map number 5, that's Midway's pick.
Yeah, absolutely, right? So I love that you bring up the rotations again, because that was where I was going to go with my point, as was if you go into this map and you play it like how you just played that Bocage hard point in map number 1, you're probably going to lose. So it needs to be a lockdown of rotations. You need to know exactly where the other team is spawning,
of course,
when they're spawning, and get the rotations on lock exactly where you need them to be. I mean, hill number 1, if you get a good break off, that absolutely can turn into a money hill. Hill 2 and 3 also hills where if you set up the right spawns, you can really lock down a good amount of time. It's just going to come down to whether or not they can really lock down that time, really answer back with a hardpoint win of their own. And you know what? Hardpoint has probably been one of their better modes on the year. They were 5-1 in control, like we said, probably their best mode, but 7-3 hardpoint record is not a record to be slouching on by any means. Yes, you're going up against the 6-1 record of University of Central Florida, but they've lost a hill. They've lost a hardpoint map. They are definitely beatable here. And honestly, if Midway can come out and do it, go towards that Desert Siege, I definitely think they've got a chance to take this series now.
Well, they're going to need the chance if they want to stay alive inside of their run for Call of Duty Varsity League, because if they drop out here, they're not going to have a chance to play in the playoffs, Jesse, or play in that conference final in general, just to show what they have to offer going into the playoffs. So we're going to be looking now to see if they can make it happen inside this map number 4. We've highlighted we've highlighted what needs to happen inside of it, and honestly, when you're looking at Midway inside of that control, it looks like this team is warmed up, they're ready to go, and they are looking for revenge.
Yeah, and I think something they were doing so well in that control as well was constantly flanking the opposing team. They were always getting into spots, especially when they were on their defense, where they were pushing in through the bottom of command center up towards the top side of patio and shutting down any pushes from the likes of UCF. So if you can find a way to replicate that here inside of Berlin, you get into sneaky spots, your route man makes their way through the back, shoot these players in the back, make them uncomfortable, make them annoyed of your positioning. That's probably Midway's best chance of being able to take this Berlin.
Let's get this show on the road. Berlin, hardpoint, map number 4. Midway looking to push this a distance here. UCF looking to put this one away as the opening gunfights come out through kill number 1. Audit looking to stay alive, but the pressure is too much to do.
UCF not joking around off the break. 4-1 trades into their favor here, and they've got a great setup now. Got basically all angles that they want watched through upper courtyard. Nobody on the legs of Midway is sneaking their way through here as more kills go down to the feed, and that's now a 7 spree on Central Florida alone.
Chris is on 3, Megan on 2. That's 7 spree. It has been shut down for 1 player, but very much alive for others. And Chris now on 4 in a row. If he transitions this to streaks early on, and he makes it a little bit better than those streak usages back inside the control, Jesse, and this is going to be a scary opening for UCF. Even the gunfight's going towards P2. It's all UCF in the feed. Iceman, he needs to go big here.
UCF has come out so hot here, but Iceman, like you said, needs to go massive. We'll find 2 inside of the staircase. And what this allows now is a push into the hill, and it's still Iceman getting the job done. Him and Audit combined for all 4 on rotation, and that absolutely needed that break.
Chris falls, no shrieks, so damage has been done to UCF's shriekage, but in for the retake. Megan's going to be here. Not staying up for long. Still a little bit of a scuffle going on. Back and forth, these two squads fighting for their life inside P2 for this time, but it's finally going to be a break from UCF from the front. in for the last little bit of time, 20 seconds to collect. And if you're midway, you're spawning up as that train yard, so you need to fight through this hill number 2 just to get to this hill 3.
They're doing a good job of it here so far. E-Man in a spot to really shut down Jujina in the back. Should have some help as well because the rest of his teammates should spawn up, and they do. They spawn up at the docks. So spawns will still be in favor of midway, but UCF looking to just kind of lock them out, shut them down, and it's exactly what they do. They put enough pressure that the diamond breaks. Now you can push to the back.
Push to the back's going to be here. Megan's still alive, but not for long. Picked off from Iceman. The break's going to be in for midway now, down 36 to 59. Still 38 seconds to collect. Inside this hill, D-Nazi's looking to pick up the players through fire, but caught out from Jujina. Now in for the contention. Central Florida fighting from the front once more. The kill's not going their way. Still back and forth. The respawns are there for midway, but Central Florida denying time to midway when they need it the most, Jesse. That is some big out of the hands of Midway University.
Yeah, it's absolutely massive, and this should actually put the lead back into Midway's favor as well, heading in towards our hill number 4. But again, it will be UCF. They'll be the first team here, first team set up early, but that big break for Midway off the start of that last hill absolutely what brings them back into this game. It wasn't looking great right off the rip, but I mean, they got the job done when they absolutely needed to, and that is a blessing of a spawn for Chris on God. You had nobody to watch the back line. Chris spawns up right on the back of trains and completely is able to read that push from and I mean, very unfortunate for Midway, but a great spot up there for Central Florida.
This is a hard one to break. But you look at D-Nazi, he's looking to make it a little bit easier, trying to pull the spawns out. He does. Spawning out UCF. The break from the front's going to be perfect at a Midway University. And now Central Florida forced for the retake from the front line. And this is already going to be a troublesome one because set up in the power positions are everybody on Midway University. The kills go their way. It's a 3-for-1 on the outside. And if you're Central Florida, you're thinking about the rotation to 5.
That's back-to-back kills where things are looking great for UCF, but a big break comes through from Midway, and they not only keep the game, but keep the lead in their favor here. You will get a last-second break through from UCF, and not only a last-second break, but another solid setup here. This is one of the hardest hills to hold, but, I mean, the way that they've got the setup and where they've got Midway spawning, this could definitely lead to a good amount of time here for Central Florida.
On the front, Megan doesn't clean it up, and Midway an opportunity to break from the hit front. Jujina's still alive, back towards this P number 4, and if you play your cards right, you pinch here. If UCF audit, unaware of Jujina's positioning, here comes the break from UCF. The Knight's going to be in. They find the nade to take out E-Man, but no time going to be collected just yet. 104 to 97, a small lead for Midway, but a lead nonetheless. And if you're UCF, not only are you looking to put pressure on this hill, but you're looking to maintain these spawns as well, Jesse. And they're doing a good job at keeping Midway out of this hill, as well as spotting them all the way deep in Warehouse.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's probably been Central Florida's best hold, and it's on one of the tougher hills to be able to hold a solid amount of time on. But we'll actually go back to P1. This is where we saw Central Florida get a 30-second lead right off the start of the game because they broke in immediately. They didn't allow Midway to get back inside of the offices, and once again, they will find the early break in towards this hill, and now looking to set up in a very similar way. I think they got to keep their eyes, though, on Audit, because Audit could be a very big player here, and he falls in the back. So now all eyes should be forward for Central Florida.
And you still got E looking to make this happen through the flank, nade up through the window. Finds Tyler on the outside. Not going to be there on the corner just yet. Tries to fly to take down Chris. For the kills, the slaying, favoring the Knights. Still on the inside of this hill, still collecting this time, Jesse, as there's 30 seconds to pick up inside his hill number 1, and all the kills go their way. It's E-Man last chance to break on in for Midway before you have to think about the rotations. And UCF, they push out, they find the kills, and now hunting is going to be Jujina on the flank, taking down Iceman. Where's the spawn coming up? Well, Midway, they're spawning still back to your trains.
This first hill has been a saving grace right now for Central Florida because every other hill they've been able to be broken through. But this hill number 2, or sorry, this hill number 1, Central Florida have just been so solid on it. And once again, they will look to try to be the first team towards the mail room. But it was Midway making a big break in the last set of rotations, looking to do the same thing here once again. They're going to be the first team in and set up. And Central Florida are needing to find a way to break in. The arrow is a little bit confusing there, but it was Midway in control of the bottom floor.
This is about to get a little mixy, Jesse. Dropping on in's going to be Jujina, and dropping immediately as well. Audit comes out with a big 2, combined for a 3 after teammate. Will hold on to this hill for now. The arrows from UCF off the respawn, reversing through trains, trying to get control of this P2, and as they bully their way on in, they're going to find a clean 4 down. And the 17 seconds going to be collected for UCF. Now looking at P3.
Tyler making their way through, but again, it's a strong midway setup here. You've got everybody on Central Florida running out right, and so it's Megan really close at the moment to try to make their way in, break their way through, and again, just a strong defensive setup and a strong hold here for midway. And if you're Central Florida in this situation, you just need to group up and try to hit this together as a full unit.
Well, the rotations would be better, Jesse, and rotations for midway have been fantastic. Still number 3, looking to take control. Megan's on in, completely breaks it single-handedly. You're looking at the follow-up now to make it cemented in favor of the Knights. And I mean, you couldn't ask as clean as that, Jesse. They break as a team and they hold it as a team. Midway forced for the retake. They don't allow this time to go to it's Central Florida's way. So we're going to set up as well for a pinch, just like Central Florida did. And midway, they break right back in.
They absolutely do. They get the back 20 seconds. This will bring them to around a 10-point game at the end of this hill, but the large focus is going over towards this next hill. This is where you saw midway get a break early on and hold on to practically a full 60 on this hill in the last set of rotations. So you can see Central Florida putting a lot more focus on holding on to those back spawns and doing a great job of it so far. 2 kills go in their favor. This should be early time now going the way of UCF.
This is as close as you can ask, Jesse, for this. Last time it was DNACE to make a play around the back to pull these spawns, but you're not going to have that this time around if you're midway, so you're going to have to fight from the front. And it's going to be a hard one to break, but nice shots out of E-Man will start to funnel these players on in from midway as they are spearheading this attack and piercing the armor of Central Florida Knights. And look at that, they're going to clear the hill, and DNACE's going to hop in for time. How long can you hold if you're midway?
Big difference here is this time Central Florida, they get the close spawn still. Nobody on midway was far enough forward to force the spawn out, so this should allow UCF to at least make their way through, but the spawn is perfectly red and Iceman gets a 2-piece with the grenade, and now midway are holding from the front, and they've got the rotations over towards new.
I mean, not many times you can ask for a nade to find 2, but Iceman, he is making it happen now. 4 in a row, Jesse. Looking to turn this into streaks. 190 to 201 heading into P5 as this is neck and neck between these two teams. Want to push this to a map number 5, and while they need perfect hard point right now over Central Florida for the rotations, they've been dominated in P1. They need to make this rotation happen, and they need to make it look good round.
Yeah, absolutely. This has probably been the best 2 hills, these next 2, for the likes of University of Central Florida. So if you're midway, you need to find a way to break in and not allow them to get a good amount of time here because they've not had any success on P1. And once again, Central Florida on this very scrappy P5 hill, finding a way to get a good chunk of time here. I don't think it's winnable here for Central Florida, and no, it's not, but they can get absolutely close here. You can put it to within around 10 seconds, and with how good you've looked on P1, they are within a shot of being able to take this map number 3.
Rightfully so. Midway staggering into this P5, Jesse. And Central Florida, they flip the spawns over to P1. You need DNACE to go big for 2, but he can't find Tyler. So the spawn's still going to be there for the Knights. Back over towards P3. They're going to be able to set up inside this hill number 1. And this is where it a little bit dangerous if you're midway. You need 25 seconds to put this away, put the series away if you're Central Florida. But here come midway, and there they fall. Tyler finds 2, Megan a 3rd, 4 go down, Jesse. 17 seconds left.
Central Florida still holding on to this middle point. You have not been able to break this all game if you're midway. You got one more shot at it if you want to take this game.
3 go down. It's a 4 wipe. We got a race now to P2. You know, Knights, they can hit this again, but, you know, midway, they need to put the pressure on. They need to hold on. There's only 10 seconds left for Central Florida to win this out. They're going to want to hit this one last time. You see the pinch is going to be out. 3 players from 3 different angles. Chris takes down Audit. On the inside, it's Iceman to follow DNACE. He walks away with 2, but it's just not enough. And that should be it. 8 seconds left. Make it 5 seconds left for Central Florida to walk away with this series. Nobody on midway can touch. It's a valiant effort, but the Knights walk away in 4.
Yeah, that was so close there in that situation. It was looking like midway had a chance to be able to take that map. As soon as they got that break, and it was a break that they haven't been able to find all game. You haven't been able to break into P1. But you get the break finally, and unfortunately, it's still just not a UCF. UCF played it perfectly. They make it kind of situation of, hey, we have one chance at really trying to break into this, or we need to rotate over towards P2 and get a full setup. You basically have to make that choice with 20 seconds left, and you have to decide, hey, you know what? We are confident in our break potential in towards this hill number 1. They break in, they get the job done, and what was it? 3 seconds left on the clock in terms of that map or in terms of that hill. And if they don't hold on to it, Midway probably win that game because they have the full setup over at 2. But unfortunately, Midway with only 2 resources inside the hill just was not enough to lock it down, and it allowed the likes of UCF to win the series.
I don't know about you, Jesse, but I just needed to take a few deep breaths after that one. That was a heater of an end. I mean, you know that Midway sitting there, they're like, hey, this is our run on the line right now. This map. And they poured their heart and soul into that map number 4 to try to send it to a map 5. The only thing is just the respawns, the hard points, just the Knights looked so hard to beat, especially inside that Berlin. The rotations looked a little bit better for Midway University, but the Knights just always seem like they're one step ahead.
Well, I mean, for me, I think the spot where UCF won that map was on hills 1 and 5, to be completely candid. I don't think that they were a great amount of success on hills 2, 3, and 4. But hills 1 and 5, I mean, it was almost a full 60 every single time you went to one of those 2 hills. Hill 1 especially, they didn't get broken until the very end of the game there, and it was still only for 20 seconds. But hill 5, a hill that's normally very, very tough to get a good amount of time on, that's where you really saw UCF get a good chunk of time to bring their way back in. Otherwise, Midway would have been in control of this series and in control of this map going in towards the later portions of it. But you just, again, hills 1, full 60. Hill 5, scrappy, still going the way of UCF. So UCF, they win those 2 hills out very significantly, and with the scrappiness and the way that they were able to contest a lot of the other hills, that's how they were able to win that map number 5. Or that
Even
map
still,
number 4.
typical out of Midway for showing up in the control in that 4th hard point. They looked solid. Now, as a squad, I'm excited to see the adjustments going into the next season when we get to see Midway University again, Jesse, but there we're going to have to see them dip on out. And Central Florida now pushing on to play Chattanooga inside those conference finals. Now, it talks to me a little bit about seeing Central Florida inside the series. I mean, do you think that they've been making the adjustments necessary to kind of bat up to a Chattanooga team?
That's a tough one, right? I mean, they played them so recently that it's kind of a little bit tough to be able to look at and to think that UCF can really take the fight to Tennessee Chattanooga. I would like to say yes, but UTC just look so dang good. I mean, it was a 3-0 in very convincing fashion the last time the two teams played up against each other. I think if UCF wants to be able to take the fight to UTC, they need to clean up a lot of the little things. They've got the big picture stuff right. They know what they need to do on the map, but it's about execution and cleaning up small little nuances and issues that they have on the map if they want to be able to go up against UNC.
Well, for a lot of these team conference play-ins, it's a revenge story. And right now, UCF, the revenge story is locked in for that conference final. Folks, we're not going to have an interview, but instead I'm going to tell you a little bit about Metafy. If you don't know Metafy, it's actually pretty interesting. Metafy is an online platform that allows players to learn from and play with some of the best players in the world. Metafy grants players a private one-on-one coaching session with elite coaches across a variety of games, including, who knows, Call of Duty. You're looking to get better? Check it out. See if you can up your game and take on those big teams like UCF, like Chattanooga in those conference finals. And it also features a powerful replay review tool, allowing you and your players to submit past matches for review by the best in the game and get annotated feedback frame by frame. So folks, go check out Metafy on your time off, on your breaks, whenever you want. It can be the means to upping your game inside Call of Duty. But that's going to be all for our series number 2. Coming up next, we got University of Texas Austin versus University of North Texas. Another break, and when we come back, it's going to be our 3rd match of the day. Can't wait there. Folks, welcome back to the Call of Duty Varsity League. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Cruz. We have seen some great matches so far, and it doesn't tell the story when you're looking at the numbers. A 3-0 from the University of Windsor, a 3-1 for the University of Central Florida. Now we're heading into the University of North Texas versus the University of Texas in Austin. So, Jesse, I mean, even though they have been kind of one-sided numbers in the score, I feel like we've been blessed with some great Call of Duty, and I'm expecting that now into our match 3.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely had some great matches in our last two, but I think honestly, looking at these two teams, this is probably our biggest differential in two teams that we have going into our matchup here today. Because I mean, UTA, the Longhorns have looked through a lot of this season, coming in at 7-1 on their record. They're going up against the University of North Texas, like you said, but this Central Conference has kind of been the weakest of all the conferences here. You really have your two top teams in ICC and the University of Texas at Austin. University of North Texas have kind of sent to third place up to this point of the season, coming in at 5-3, only 2 wins on the actual season. The other 3 were all forfeit wins. They only have 6 map wins coming into the play-in. So they have really snuck their way in here to these play-ins. So I mean, you know what? They've got the job done. They've gotten here. That's the big job, right?
Exactly.
So you've gotten to the play-ins. You've got a big chance at making a big upset here. But I mean, it will be a massive upset to be able to take this series.
And you know what, Jesse? You know, you get to play those games. You don't get the forfeits. Who knows what we see?
Oh yeah, who knows? It could have been a 5-3
squad
record either way, right? So it's one of those situations where it's like, damn, because we didn't get to see those matches.
Yeah.
We don't know the full potential of this University of Texas team at the moment.
Yeah, North Texas, they're kind of just sitting there just like, yo, I don't know how we're here, but we're here, and, you know, I'm happy to be here. So let's play some good. What I would like to see out of these two teams. We take a look at this head-to-head between these two teams now, Jesse. You know, you were highlighting it yourself, you know, 5-3, but realistically, they've only played 2 games. University of North Texas. Longhorns, they have been another beast. You know, we saw them on stream earlier into the season, and this is a team that actually really impressed me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Longhorn game, I can't remember who we saw them play against. I feel like it was a like it was, I think it was the ICC match actually that we saw them play up against. It was an ICC versus the Longhorn gaming match, and it was a 3-1 loss for them in that match. And even in a 3-1 loss, I was very impressed by this roster. And it's really Menace and Mikey who are the 2 guys on Longhorn gaming that I am the most impressed by on this roster. Call them Eminem. That was the nickname we gave them. And honestly, I'd be very surprised if we see them come out and we see them lose this series. But stranger things have happened in the Call of Duty Varsity League in the play-ins. And their opponents today, it's the University of North Texas. And you can see on the other side, it's Liverine Smith, Des, Royal, and Official. It's not going to be an easy roster, but they've gotten here, and they need to take full advantage of every opportunity this team has been given.
And of course, you know, when you're looking at Longhorns, there's not 2 velocities on the team. You know, it's Velocity, Menace, Mickey, and Saucy, if I'm not mistaken. So that's 4 going to be rounding out this roster. And when you're looking at maps, Jesse, I mean, there's not a whole lot of diversity inside of it. We got double dose of Bokosh to open it up, and a triple dose of Tuscan to close this one out. So we're going to have to get really comfortable with these 2 maps over the course of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting too, because we get to finally see that Bocage again, and the changes on that search. And we were talking about it a little bit earlier, but we'll get to see it now inside of the map too. I don't want to talk too much heavily on that now, but it could be a very big talking point because we're getting the 2 maps that have had the biggest search and destroy changes coming into this one. So we'll have to see what they can find as they go through it. But yeah, I mean, we're basically off a battle in the cage, and then we're going to a battle for Tuscan after that. So I don't know. It's going to be an interesting one between these 2 teams. I will say Colin, though, with the velocity. We've seen his name twice there. You know what it kind of reminded me of? I don't know if you remember all the way back to last season. This will be for the OGs of enjoying college Call of Duty, but Kilganon 1 and Kilganon 2 on that one team. I can't remember if you remember that. I don't remember who it was exactly, but
I can't remember exactly, but it rings a bell. It rings a bell.
I don't remember what team they were on, but it was they eventually changed their names to K1 and K2 because that's what casters kept on calling them because of the fact that they had their name being the exact same throughout the entire season. I don't know. Just through a big throwback to me there.
If you know, you know when you're looking at it. But right now, you know, Jesse, Bokosh Hardpoint needs to be on the minds of these 2 players or these 2 teams. We just saw it in our past series, in our series number 2, back on stream. This was mixy. I mean, it was fast-paced. It's exactly everything that you would expect a Bokosh to be. And when you're looking at North Texas, you are batting up to a strong team right now. I mean, the University of Texas in Austin, I mean, they're a team that rightfully, when you're looking at it, you expect them to have the advantage going into this series. And if you're North Texas, you just have a lot to move. So when you're looking at this Bokosh, I mean, a few things to highlight will just mainly be able to keep up with the pace, you know, get a rhythm going and make sure that you can, I mean, just keep the tempo aggressive.
Yeah, I think this is a very big tale of like setting the scene for the rest of our series, this first map here, because like you said, if you can keep up with the slaying of University of Texas at Austin, that kind of gives you your best chance of being able to win the series. But if you can't keep up with the slaying here inside of Bacage, inside of map 1, if you just get put into the blender, I think that could set the scenes for a lot of the rest of the series. So I think it's very important for University of North Texas to not only come out hot, but maybe even win this map number 1. If you want to see success in the rest of the series, you need to start off hot. You need to get some momentum under your belt, because momentum can do crazy things for a roster inside of Call of Duty.
Yeah.
It can really turn things from 0 to 100 very, very quickly. So I think if you're University of North Texas, you come in, you don't have a great amount of expectations here, but you need to come out, and you need to come out frying here in this map number 1 against the Longhorns.
I mean, just look at our series prior to this. Midway, they got a little bit of a sniff of momentum, and they almost took them to a map number 5.
Exactly.
They were close to taking down Florida inside that Berlin hardpoint. So, I mean, momentum is definitely going to be everything when you're looking at these two squads. See, but I mean, even if you're looking at this, it's not only that you need to set the scene for a hardpoint, but you're going back to a Bokosh for map number 2. I mean, the pacing's not even going to slow down in that map. You're going to have to do it all over again.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like, even if you win this map number 1, it's going to be fast and high flying in map number 2 as well. Although, I will say last week was a completely different Bacage to what we have ever seen before. Ever since these map changes came, it's a much, much slower Bacage. So, I mean, if we see something like that again, I don't think that could end up favoring University of North Texas as well. Just a very slow play style and a very slow map. Who really knows, right? Between these two teams, we'll just have to see as we get there. But I think the Bacage change, it could end up helping a team like North Texas. I mean, you want to play as many maps as you can right now that might throw your opponent off guard. So seeing Bacage come through with those recent changes of the bomb moving from inside the bottom grandmas out towards the A platform, I think it could work out well in their favor.
You know what? I took the right after a series last week, Jesse, when seeing that Bacage search and destroy. I'm like, okay, like, come on. Is this change making it attacking sided? And everybody who answered it, they were just like, no, it's defensive sided. It's defensive. So
I don't know if I agree with that.
Looking at it, you know, I feel like when you're kind of referencing to those two teams last week, we're really seeing them just kind of dip their toes into the water, just getting a feel of it, just trying to notice that they're like, oh, we're not really used to this, so we're going to try to make something out of it, but they were just really kind of slow to the draw just to make something happen. So I'm expecting a lot more change going into this week. You know, teams have had more reps onto this map, so I don't expect it to be as slow as last week.
No, for sure. I mean, you can tell both teams were just very uncomfortable with the change that they did not even realize had come through up until that point. But I don't know. We'll just have to see what these rosters can do right off the rip. And speaking of right off the rip, the Longhorns, a very, very good start. Up 10-1 already with a good amount of positioning on the map.
And right up the rip and right into the lead. And you can see trying to put some emphasis onto the rotations as well for the respawns. Austin still holding on it into the back line. The Longhorns making sure they're cleaning up the stragglers for Texas. Or North Texas. I guess we can't just call them Texas into this one. And they're going to be holding onto the rotations over towards the tank kill. As you can see, it lasts a little bit of scrappiness over towards P1, Jesse. And Austin, the Longhorns, they're looking to hold on to a lead heading into the second set.
Hey, University of North Dallas, they've kept it close here through this first hill. They're only down 11 points. But the big thing is they do not respond for this. And Menace is pushed so far up that they're going to keep North Texas just spawning so deep at the moment. Very, very tough to be able to break on and get inside of this hill, especially with the positioning of these UTA players. And they just keep them spawning out, keep gaining a lot of time here. And this could very easily turn into a full 60 here for UTA.
Holy moly, things are heating up for the Longhorns, a whole 42-9. As North Texas, Dallas, they spawn up back. Grandma's now looking to put some pressure into the hill. Official is there for the contention, but not for long, as player Velocity on top of the rooftops will be able to cut them down and remove them from the hill. Still, the pressure from North Texas will be able to break on through for a couple little bit of seconds. But it's the last little scrap time that you're going to have to settle for if you're Texas Dallas, as you're now looking towards Grandma's and Austin. They managed to flip the map. Longhorns, they're going to be there first.
The issue with playing for so much scrap time is that you're never really fully getting yourself a good setup at the new hill. But I mean, they win the rotational battle. They find a few kills in the back, and they'll end up getting the early time over towards this hill. So I mean, turn scrap into initial. It's a great start here for North Texas Dallas inside of the hill, but it is just not great because you still got UTA completely fighting from the front, trying to circumference and push them together and completely get a good pinch in on the hill here.
Menace is going to be in for 31 seconds. Here comes Levi, but not able to step up to the plate. Struggling to get some momentum going are North Texas, but suddenly a few kills go the way of Royal. He's going to find 3 in a row to break ill, but can they clean up the rest of them? The respawns of the Longhorns, they're going to be right onto it for the reinforcement, so no setup for North Texas Dallas, as the break back for the Longhorns will be there, and they're going to set up for the rest of the scrap time.
Absolutely. And again, they get a good amount of time here, but this is the first time we're going to see North Texas Dallas set up on a hill with the setup that they want. How can they hold right off the rip of this hill? It's going to be a big question towards the rest of the series.
Well, they already lose out of the spawn, Jesse. Longhorns making the full wrap around, setting up a pinch with the front line. And here they come. Velocity catches Levi looking the wrong way, tags him up a little bit. Teammate will shut him down. And you see North Texas Dallas, they spawn up towards P2, so we'll be able to reinforce this right away. And I don't think Longhorns were ready for that, because you can see them stagger to get to these gunfights, still walking away with 3 go down. Royal now the only one here to hold on to things for North Texas Dallas, but kills not going their way, and it's going to be looking like the rest of this time for Longhorns, or at least a majority of this time for the Longhorns.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like they're going to be able to hold on to the remainder of this time. Saucy will find another kill in the back. What scares me even more about this than even holding on to the remainder of this 10 seconds, all the way across the map right now. Nobody on North Texas Dallas is spawning anywhere near this new hill. You will get a couple players trying to push up through river, but Menace is just in a great spot once again to shut things down. If they can sniff out Royal coming in through the bottom of that tunnel, they could absolutely lock down a ton of time here. Royal will find one, but how quick to get traded out, and instantly UTA continue to hold on to the hill.
Looking at pressure up from the high ground. UTA holding on to the hill for now, Jesse. It's Menace doing it all down and dirty. When the kills come through, Longhorns find 3 down. Again, staggered out will be Texas Dallas, as they're going to have to traverse through the middle of this map just to get on in, and Levi pressures it on, breaks through the... Not going to be holding on for too long, as you can see that Longhorns are going to be hot on his trail. 15 seconds left for scrap time on P5, and going into the second set of rotations, major lead for the Longhorns.
Yeah, and that was Hill 5 once again, where you just seen a team lock down all of the time, and it leads to, what, an 80-point lead now going into the back half of this game. Saucy getting saucy with the knife, being a little bit disrespectful through middle of the map. They'll find a few kills, but North Texas Dallas, they're going to be the first team here, first team set up inside this hill. Did find a 4 streak for a small portion of time there for official, but still, even with spawn notes coming through, North Texas Dallas still holding on to the hill.
Holding on, but Scrappy Royal has been really turning it up for North Texas Dallas, Jesse. 22 and 15. The only one really slaying at pace with the Longhorns, as you're going to need to see him continue with this consistency throughout the whole thing if you want a chance at finding this map number 1. But Longhorns picking up the pace as a full collective team, and you can see that's the reason why they're in this lead. And again, you can see spawning up for the P2. North Texas Dallas, they do get the break, but the whole thing is, can they hold on to the setup?
It's going to be the important answer, right? We've seen North Texas Dallas get set up a few times, but instantly it just seems like UTA finds all the breaks, all the kills that they need to break into the hill. And once again, it's looking the very similar 3-for-1 trade, now making a 4-for-4 or a 4-for-2 trade for UTA. Perfect break through the back and completely spawn North Texas Dallas out exactly where they want them. This is where they found a full 60 the last time through for UTA.
Break early is going to be troublesome for North Texas Dallas. fights through the middle of the map. Gonna have to fight this one out through bottom tanks. That is looking to rush on in, but not ready for the gunfight up top. Still losing out on players fast. 25 seconds left in this hill. Royal looking to make a last-ditch effort to break on in. Now they know where he is. They're going to pick him up on the wraparound. 18 seconds left. Hitting this again if you're North Texas. You got to be careful to flip these players out. You don't want to flip the map again.
Well, let's not forget that the last time through they did this, they got the scrap time, and they got the full setup for Grandmas as well. And it's looking like they're going to try to do the exact same thing here, because they're kind of one of those situations right now, Colin, where you really can't afford to give up any time if you're North Texas Dallas. You're down 100 points. You don't want to lose any more time to this UTA roster. But they'll hit for scrap. They don't end up getting the scrap, but at least they keep it contested. They hold on to the spawns for the new hill. So I don't think that hurts them in any way there, and they're still inside the hill for the new.
It's going to have to be a big comeback, down double the points of the Longhorns. Fighting for the front. Velocity finds two around the back. Saucy wins his gunfight up front. Velocity closes the door from behind and now set up with the A. Oh, this is dangerous. Velocity cutting them down as they try to come off spawn, making this job a whole lot harder for North Texas. See 22 seconds inside this hill, and you can see just spawn trapping them back, Grandmas.
Why we had Velocity's name up twice on our initial scoreboard, it's because Velocities is playing well enough at the moment to be two players, 30 and 15, absolutely having themselves some map, full streaks on their side as well, continuing just to pop off here inside of the map. Now up 100 points is UTA, and now not only are they up so much, but they've still got the rotations on lock over towards the new hill. Unfortunately, they end up losing out on the spawns. So this should be North Texas Dallas able to get at least a break back inside of this hill, but UTA is still very much so within a shot of winning this game.
Only need 35 seconds, Jesse. Finding on Royal, looking to cut them off. Flank finds one, can't find a second, but here comes the teammates barreling on in. They're going to find the kills, but take a look at the spawns. Longhorns, Grace with the spawns in the back, able to reinforce this right away, and they put on enough pressure to break on in. The only thing is you can't win this here. So we are going to be seeing a hill number 5, and North Texas Dallas, they need to be aware of that. They're going to hop into this for a last little bit of contention, but they need to set up at some point for this hill 5.
And the other thing that North Texas Dallas need to be aware of is this is a hill where you saw UTA get a full 60 on our last set of rotations. This is really what blew the lead open in the initial portion of this game. So North Texas Dallas, not only do they need to be aware of it, but they also need to be aware of streaks on Velocity. So even if you do get some sort of a setup here, North Texas Dallas, to be aware that they could crumble at any point in time throughout this hill.
Well, they crumbled right away, Jesse. Velocity finds 3 in a row again. Menace picks off the spawn. So Longhorns in control, only 9 seconds left to close out this hill. You can see North Texas Dallas looking to make one last chance, one last effort into this one, but 2 seconds remaining. Official cannot touch, and that is going to be the University of Texas in Austin. The Longhorns walk in with map 1 Bokosh.
Well, the 2 seeds continuing to hold strong over the 3 seeds here inside of our conference plans. It's another great map 1 for a 2 seed as they come out. They take map number 1, 250 to 116. Easiest games for our 3 seeds here so far, and UNT Dallas showing once again just a tough map at the moment here for this roster. I mean, they're 2 and 4 in hard point. This one I wasn't expecting a whole lot. You know what? There was signs and glimmers of hope for this roster. I definitely don't think that they're out of this series just yet, but it's going to take a very, very big effort to be able to take maps off this UTA roster.
Menace dropped 43 kills in that map. I mean, those Bokosh numbers.
Just Bokosh things.
But when you have Velocity dropping 38 and you have Mickey dropping 30, everybody dropping numbers like that, I mean, it's hard to win it on a map, especially like Bokosh, which needs to be mixy. You can see the slang heavily favoring Austin. And going into this map number 2, you're going to need to see a big change in pacing, especially considering it's a search and destroy. You're looking to go back into Bokosh, and when I'm looking at a player to make it happen inside search and destroy, I mean, it's got to be Royal. Royal on University of North Texas Dallas, he looked great. He looked like he was able to slay up to the pacing that Austin were setting, and make that happen. I think that Royal can lead this team to slipping away and maybe sneaking a map win against this Longhorn team.
Absolutely, and I think it really comes down towards the switches and straw, and if we're going to see University of North Texas Dallas take a map in this series, because like they're 2-3 in search and destroy, so it's not the worst, not the best record. Same with their control, it's 2-2, right? So this would probably be one of the two modes you would expect to see UNT come out to try to take against UTA. It's not going to be an easy job, especially with UTA being 5-1 in search and destroy, a very, very good S&D team. And we've seen this team play Bacaj S&D before. And honestly, I think the last time we see this team on play this, I believe it was a 6-0 for University of Texas at Austin. So lots of changes since then, but we'll have to see what happens. I might have just pulled that stat completely out of nowhere as well, but I believe that's what it was the last time we've seen.
I have it on screen right here, Jesse. It was Bocage Search and Destroy 6-0 and who it was against? St. Mary's.
Oh, St. Mary. Oh, I do remember that. That was a rough series for St. Mary's. Thinking back to that one, they didn't have Seeker for that series either.
No,
so
they didn't.
They made it that much tougher. Yeah,
it was a tough day for St. Mary's to make it happen, but nonetheless, it was a 6-0 out of the Longhorns. They got the job. They made it look good, and they made it look disciplined as well. And when you're looking at Vanguard, I mean, discipline goes a long way, and that can get really out of hand. So this Bocage Search and Destroy, you need to look at University of North Texas in Dallas to slow it down and let Royal lead the way.
Absolutely. And I think that if Royal can maybe even find a few first bloods here and there to really kind of just disrupt setups that you have from UTA, or just make things a little bit harder for this UTA roster, that's how you're going to find success. But if you just allow UTA to come out and bully you the way that they want to, that's where you're going to find a lot of trouble here for this North Texas roster. So you can already see different defensive setups coming through. UTA, they're going to put one player in A and send another two on the flank, and you at least find one, now two, if you're UTA. That's a big defensive push.
Without Royal there, that could have gotten dangerous and dark, because Menace started to lead it. They thought it was over. Velocity follows it up, but Royal finds both kills to shut it down. 2 versus 2. Still, presence from Saucy over to A, and you look at player number 5, Mickey, inside of Grandma's. So North Texas Dallas slowing things down, seeing if they can draw some players from the Longhorns away from this site and make it a little bit easier to fight, but it doesn't look like the Longhorns are biting. Official.
I think Saucy saw that too.
Official, he finds it. That's a huge kill to open this one up.
A massive kill. Mikey will get the trade. Instantly checks B, doesn't get anything from it. So Royal's going to know the positioning at the very least. And it looks like Royal going to find the best timing to try to... I thought he was going to go towards B, but no, makes the wrap right back over towards A.
16 seconds to make this one happen. Mickey in a position to do it right off the bat. Bomb goes down. With the auto, he does. I look at this setup from Royal. Auto is picked up as well, so suddenly this is dangerous for Mikey, and Royal does it all. I mean, Official finds the 3rd kill, but Royal makes it happen in the end. Deals with the flank presence, gets the bomb down, and clutches up.
Hey, Colin, I mean, I think this is your time, man. You gotta be calling it when you said it, man. You said that you needed Royal to pop off here inside of this map.
And he did.
3-0 to start us off on a 3 spree. That's a very good start here. And an offensive round win for North Texas Dallas to get that bomb down over at A. And I have not seen that bomb played from that side yet. But yeah, you gotta imagine in 1v1 situations, if you can get the bomb down on the northern side of the map, I mean, it can get very, very dangerous for defensive teams if you can set up on that back tank. We've seen it happen a few times here, but right off the rip, UTA trying to get some aggression back to their favor. They will find first blood. Saucy finds second blood as well. Complete control of the B portion of the map.
Royal pressured out. Attacked from 2 different angles, and Official is a sit-in ducked back there, man. Not much Official can do in that position. I mean, just the pressure, the sheer pressure from Austin, the Longhorns. They did not want to allow North Texas to breathe throughout that round, and they did a good job at making that happen. I mean, they suffocate them inside Grandma's, they find them, they pick them apart, and they're going to answer back with a quick round 2.
Yeah, it was very, very clean as well from North Texas there. Or, sorry, from UTA there. I mean, a push right through middle of the map. Saucy finds one. Saucy flies over the top and finds the second onto the riverside. They could have just moved that bomb over towards the river and got it down, but they just said, hey, you know what, we need to. Let's take as many numbers as we can towards this roster and completely shut it down. And this time through, it doesn't look like UTA is going to get as aggressive on the flanks in terms of this hit, defensive hit. I say that, but now as soon as they find a little bit of opening, they do get aggressive.
I mean, we saw this in round number 1. It fell flat, but a little bit more patient out of Menace. He doesn't fly right through the middle of the map, and he's going to find one, get out, allows Velocity to find the second one, just bait and switch, and it's flawless out of the Longhorns for another round of search. I mean, they learned from their mistakes, Jesse. Round number 1, you saw the exact same hit happen, except they pushed through Tractor instead of wrapping all the way around into the spawn. And in round number 2, wrapping all the way around gives him a little bit of an exit to get back into a safe zone. And, I mean, Dallas, UNC, they were expecting it.
Yeah, and it was a lot slower of a hit, too. You know, they didn't do it right off the rip like they did in the round before, like you were alluding to. So definitely not a bad round there out of them. And this round through for North Texas Dallas, it looks like they actually want to set up a 3-player hit over towards the B site. They don't want any pressure of this bomb going down over here. But what it's allowed is mid-map to be completely controlled and for UTA to go on the flank right off the rip.
We go down again. Royal needs to turn for his squad when they need him. Spotted out from Sauce. Tagged down to 17. Somehow still alive, but peeks out right into the line of sight of the AR presence. And that's going to be 3 rounds in favor of the Horns. 2 in a row. Royal, he looked to do it again that round, Jesse. Found 2 to open it up. I thought maybe, you know, as it slowed down, he had a chance, but Saucy takes him down to 17, and that is when it was all over.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a great spot to be in for Saucy, but... Or, sorry, for the final player there on North Texas Dallas, but Saucy in a great spot to shut things down, and he's found 2 in a row in the last 3 rounds, now leading him on 6 in a row. Can find streaks here if they find one, and Royal trying to get into a power position, instantly tagged up, instantly needs to back down, and you've already got a player in the Austin in such an aggressive, powerful spot, finds one, can't get anything more than that, but it will still just completely shut down any push from Dallas, and there's the streaks for Saucy.
One. You said still on the flank too, so if you're UNC, you have a itching feeling that there's someone behind you at all moments in this round. Bomb down as well, you're going to have to collect it at some point. Confront those Saucy in your back line. You're going to go back, pick up the bomb, Royal, the one to carry it. Levi trying to find an opening over towards A. That stun should connect to the back, but Velocity is going to find Royal. The stun isn't there. Levi, unaware at the positioning in the back line, tries to force the gunfight in the back, but he's going to drop. But that's going to be 3 rounds in a row for the Longhorns.
And you know that Levi's pissed here. He threw that stun thinking, oh, you know what? If there's somebody here, I'll know it. Throws the stun, doesn't get anything, and Velocity sitting picture perfect in that spot. Now with that stun coming through, knew exactly where the opponent was going to be coming from as well. And just completely gets the job done there. Velocity is now also looking for some streaks. I think the big thing here for UTA with having those streaks and the way that they've controlled middle of the map is the fact that this is going to open up the B site completely with a player on 7 in a row and having a Clyde bomb.
Looks like heavy aggression over towards A. UNC not ready for it. That still finds Saucy. Numbers to UNT. Bomb goes down. Menace will find the trade, and Velocity makes it 1 better. 2 versus 2. With the bomb down. Official drops to the back as well, so it's a perfect setup right now for the Longhorns to go up 5-1. Royal's the last one alive, and as soon as he peeks through the window, he is a goner. 4 rounds in a row is going to put Longhorns on map point.
You got to feel bad for Royal. How many times have we said that throughout this game where like Royal, last man alive, he has been putting it all on the line here for this North Texas Dallas roster, but unfortunately they just can't find any success in that moment in Search and Destroy. They won round number 1, but it's been 5 rounds in a row to the University of Texas at Austin. You've still got streaks on Saucy. You've still got Velocities on 6 in a row. Nothing has changed from that last round. Actually, Velocity's used his glide bomb in that last round. I didn't even hear that one come through. So no streaks now on the side of Velocity because that second streak is still being gentleman's agreemented out. So we'll see if they end up doing it. But, I mean, if Velocity finds his streaks, they could completely change things again.
The hammer finds nothing, but it does force UNC on the inside, and that's where Longhorns, they want to dance. Royal walks away with 1, but the trade will be there, taking out the heavy hitter from UNT. And look at this play from the Longhorns. They're going to flip this on out.
Oh,
doesn't spare on the patio, but still in end lines. This is going to be a troublesome one to sneak on through because at one point, Saucy's going to take these gunfights. At some point, he can't open this up, but Levi, He finds him. He shuts him down. That's a big moment for UNT.
Yeah, Saucy finds a really bad timing there, but Velocities will find those streaks, and it's just official now. Left alive, 1 versus 1. We'll find 1, but, I mean, this is not the man you want to be in a 1v1 against right now with how well Velocity's been playing.
Pushes right into him, and Velocity welcomes it with open arms. Ready for the gunfight to walk right to him. And Velocity is going to put things away for Longhorn. 6-1 on Bocage Search and Destroy. They just made it their own. They look so good on Bocage. This is not a team you want to take to the cage.
And it's funny because the last time we saw on Bocage, it was really Mikey and Menace who were the 2 players who were running absolutely rampant on Bocage Search and Destroy. This time through, we get the double AR and Velocities and Saucy. I mean, actually, I guess Saucy was running an SMG for a lot of that map as well. I think he's the flex player.
It's Bocage. You run 3 SMGs, man.
That's true. I mean, you're right. But like Saucy still, I mean, the fact he was able to find 8 in a row through that map, and then you've got Velocities also go on an 8 spree. You're never going to win that if you're North Texas Dallas, allowing players to go on crazy sprees like that throughout a map. You give up glide bombs throughout it. And honestly, I think we may have had an observer glitch as well through that round, because I believe that glide bomb got used in that final round there. I thought I heard one coming down. So who knows? Maybe I was completely wrong in thinking we heard it in the round before, just because I saw that glide bomb off of the observer feed. But at the end of the day, it does not even matter. It was a 6-1 for UTA. They absolutely just played very well in that round number 1. I thought it could have gone differently after losing round 1 to UNT, but UTA just were like, you know what, it's fine. We lose a round, we take 6 in a row.
It looked like it was going to be different, Jesse, but it took Royal to get 3 kills into the round just to make it happen.
Yeah.
And Royal, I mean, you put so much pressure on him to make these plays, and he just can't do it every single round. At some point, you need to help out the guy, and he just is one person cannot dictate the whole pace of a game. So Longhorns, they trample over him, they smoke him inside Bocage on maps 1 and 2. Now leading the series 2-0. We switch it up from Bocage. We go to our series in Tuscan now. And this is a team that looks just as dangerous in Tuscan as they did in Bocage. We friends back to the first time we saw the Longhorns on stream, Jesse. And we saw them on Tuscan Control. They 3-0 swept St. Mary's.
Yeah, I mean, that whole series was a sweep from UT. I believe the first map was like a 50-point club as well. So they had a very strong showing the first time we seen them on stream this season. And you know what? I think we're seeing another very strong showing from this roster right now. And honestly, it's kind of scary to think about, but UNT was probably 1 loss away from having St. Mary's actually as the 3rd seed coming into this one. I think that just goes to show you how strong the seed 1 and the seed 2 are inside of this central division, inside of the central conference, I should say. And UTA, I think they're absolutely showing you why this team deserves a shot in the play-ins. And honestly, if they win this match against UNT Dallas, it's going to be a very, very exciting series when they go back up against ICC, because I think there's a lot of adjustments from the last time those 2 teams played that this UTA roster can take and kind of improve upon to go up against ICC again, and maybe even take the fight to them a little bit better this time.
And Jesse, honestly, it really puts it into perspective, the amount of skill that we're going to be elevating to when we do reach the playoffs for a lot of these squads. The disconnect between seed 2 and 3, maybe even sometimes seed 1 and 2 in certain conferences, has been very one-sided in some manners. So this is going to be an interesting one when we do get into the playoffs, and when that skill level is elevated for a lot of these teams. I'm excited to see when it does happen. But before we get to that, we have to get through the series. And Longhorns, they are looking to 3-0 sweep them heading into this Tuscan Control, starting out on attack. Velocity opens up with first blood. Now look at the slow roll to A.
Yeah, and slow roll their way they will. Menace with a beautiful gunfight on the outside. Keeps things open, and with a gunfight 1 at the bottom of the map as well from Saucy. Saucy should be able to either make a flank play through here or hop on a B, and it's looking like he's choosing the latter as he'll flank through the backside of Church, able to find that last player. Will be 1 player left in Royal. Of course, it's Royal, the only player on A to really try to shut things down and just going absolutely massive.
Saucy around the outside is going to find Royal and Dez. Stacking this A zone, and it is going fast. Looking to put up that clock to 2 minutes and 11 seconds. You can see UNT kind of stacked in their own spawn right now, turtling back towards the B zone. See if they can really roll with the punches over into the second zone. Maybe ride this wave out and hold off the opponents. Longhorns, but Menace opens up Church. Wow, looking for the win over there. Official, his noggin is peaking and Velocity sees it. That's going to be 2 kills, make it 3 kills. All 4 go down. University of Texas in Austin. It's just time to stack the zone and get it going.
Official was so tunnel visioned in the back there, just trying to find any player sneaking through. Unfortunately, doesn't see the one player really creeping their way through. And already 2 ticks of progress. You've got the full stack. You've gotten the 4-man wipe, a second 4-man wipe. It's exactly how you win offense on Tuscan. And UTA coming out very strong in round number 1.
I mean, you couldn't ask for a better round. I mean, you could. You could say, like, hey, just don't drop a kill or don't drop a life and throw it. But that was perfect from Longhorns. I mean, the way, even off the start, you saw them just slow it down, wait for UNC to come to them. They pick them off one by one. They lock down that A zone, and it was gone before you can even blink.
So, yeah, it was definitely not a very close round there. And Velocity's on 6-7, finds the streaks as well. That's going to make your job as North Texas Dallas that much harder through the rest of this map, because you've still got UTA pushing forward, just trying to be complete menaces on the map. Already a life lead to UTA. Note, it's only a 1 life lead, so not that big of a deal, but you need to find a way to just get out of your spot now if you're North Texas Dallas, because everybody on UTA, they've got their arrows pointed towards you. They've got you pinned in the back, and even going over towards B, there's still pressure here from UTA.
Oh, Mickey gets caught mantling. Maybe an opening here for UNC. 2 go down. Time to jump on into B. Stop this clock at 54 seconds. But on the flank's going to be Saucy. Sniffs out Royal. Peeling their attention on over to Phil. Flooding on in. Longhorns taking the gunfights 1 by 1. Knocking down UNC. And you got to head back to the drawing board. Off the respawn, you can see. Looking to make a fumble over to A.
And at the very least, I know that B hit doesn't come through as the strong hit, but you put in and some leverage over towards A. And now you get 2 ticks of proc there, but Mikey and Menace, Eminem combine for 3 through middle of the map, and it's just going to leave Levi all by themselves, and that A zone does not get finished off.
Doesn't get finished off just yet, but 2 ticks, you're going to be holding that close now if you're UNC. You do see a couple more kills off the respawn. Streak going to be invested from Velocity as you get all the information of the positioning and feeding that over to your teammates. You can see Press inside Church not longer anymore. You see Velocity drops the hammer onto Royal. They deal with business on both zones.
Yeah, you only need 1 tick of progress still if you're NTD over towards this next hill, over towards this A zone. But it's another 3-man looking to find the 4th as the contention comes through. He shut it down again. UTA, I mean, this is just flawless Call of Duty at the moment.
This is exactly what you expect from a team with an advantage over a team like the Longhorns have. Struggling to even get to the zone now for this attack. UNC trying to get past Menace. 4 lives remaining. He dances around back into it. Looks for the beat zone. Levi gives him the hands. But here comes Velocity looking to clean it up. Won't be able to make it happen. So, I mean, UNC, 3 lives left. Minute 16. I've seen things, Jesse, but...
it was monumental effort.
This isn't going to be happening right now. Off the top ropes, here comes Saucy and Menace them up, and that's going to be round 2.
Yeah, I was going to say, with everything that we've seen throughout this series, it would have had to have been Royal going absolutely God mode to be able to take that last round there in a 3v11, needing 2 ticks of progress, still over on B site, and they're unfortunately just not able to get it done. Heading back in towards offense for UTA, I mean, it was almost a flawless offense in their last round. A got captured almost immediately. They had a 3-life lead right after, and they just never looked back. They were able to close off the B site. This time they're looking to change up the plan a little bit, heading straight over towards B. You will have a player in Dez starting to make their way through, but you should realistically have somebody turn around from UTA to expect this flank.
Dez brings a Menace, jumping on into the pool, but... again, just open arms. Saucy waits. Peeks on up, finds Royal. Wow. Deletes him off the map. An official kind of inside sinking waters is going to be caught from Velocity in behind. So you still got a presence from Longhorns over towards the B zone. Dez looking to neutralize it. Spots out Velocity on the hunt. The shots in from behind will be able to clean him up. But still, Longhorns just kind of grasping at straws to get into the zone. They keep on hitting B over and over again. The time clock is draining, Jesse. Only 56 seconds left.
Only 50 seconds left, but I mean, still a lot of time, especially if they're able to capture A. We'll add that extra minute to the clock, and they've actually jumped onto A, so the clock will completely stop moving for now. As soon as Mikey sees that player pushing through middle of the map as well, callouts come through, and beautiful execution of the hit to the A zone, and this should be at least 2 ticks of progress going before North Texas can even hit towards A once again.
We go down. Velocity finds the 4. Second tick will be collected towards A. Levi looking last-ditch effort here into the A zone. Royal to back him up. They actually managed to find 2 kills, Jesse, so won't be giving up A just yet. What you really got to be scared of is Mickey over towards B. He's got 2 ticks at A, 2 ticks at B, and Mickey does not want to let this go just yet. Slides onto official, and that is going to provide a little bit of an opening now for the Longhorns to get to whatever site they want to.
If Mikey and Saucy want, they could stack off this B zone right now as well and completely finish it off, but it's actually just going to be 1 player on. Saucy will sit on the hill while you've got the other 2 watching over, and this should be B completely finished. As long as you shut down this last wave of kills, they absolutely do. And now up, 8 lives there. And not only an 8-life lead, but only needing 1 tick of progression over towards the easier zone to hit. This is UTA's round to lose.
If you're UNC, you're hopping into church, you're throwing a couple prayers up right now just to walk away with this series. Because right now in the driver's seat, Longhorns, they are coasting on Tuscan. Mickey and Menace open up through the middle of the map. Here they come, barreling on in. Another Shriek's going to get dropped on in, but isn't even going to get there in time. Velocity finds Levi. Shriek's going to find Official. Hopping into the A zone. Saucy's looking to put this one away. The kill's going the way of the Longhorns. The point going the way of the Longhorns. And the series is going the way of the Longhorns.
Yeah, not a very tight map there inside of this final map, but it's a 3-0 nonetheless to the University of Texas at Austin. A hot 3-0 in Tusk, 3-0 in the series. And our closest map of the entire series was that map 1 because it was tight a little bit of the way through, but as soon as you hit hill number 5, it felt like UTA took control and never looked back at another point throughout the rest of the series.
I mean, it's what you expect when you look at the stats at these 2 teams, Jesse. I mean, off the bat, UNC, they didn't have a lot of reps going into this series. I mean, throughout their whole division, they kind of found their way into it by getting forfeit wins over and over again. They only kind of won 6 maps to make it into the conference play-ins. And against a team that's been as seasoned as University of Texas in Austin, the Longhorns, they have made strides to be a strong team inside of collegiate Call of Duty. And you can see that they're not a team that you want to overlook. And they're going to be a team now looking to play inside those conference finals.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in, right? Because you're not in the strongest division. You're not the strongest team inside of that division as well. And the 2 teams that you have to go up against in the conference plans are either ICC or the UTA roster. And both teams are very, very talented rosters. It would have been a tough matchup either way for North Texas to be able to come out and be able to win this series. And unfortunately for them, that's going to be the end of their season here in the Call of Duty Varsity League. But you know what? Honestly, not getting a ton of reps definitely hurt them through a lot of the season. All they really need to do, though, now is just go back to the drawing board, learn from their mistakes, come back next season better than ever. And we've seen that happen from a lot of rosters. They go back in the offseason, they come back in the new season and just look like completely different teams. So this North Texas team definitely shouldn't be ashamed. You made it to the conference plans, and that's a huge boast in confidence in itself. But going in towards the rest of this, I mean, it's definitely going to be something you want to look back at and still be proud of.
It's something you want to look back at and learn from as well. Getting the opportunity to play against a team like the Longhorns. I mean, you want to look back and review this, improve off of this. I mean, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And if you want to beat the best, you have to learn from the best. And right now inside your conference, you just kind of got a little bit of an eye-opener at the better team inside of that 2nd seed. So University of Texas Austin, they're going to walk away 3-0 in the series. We're going to be getting Mikey on the desk, but he's not ready for the moment. Jesse, just continuing forward with the storyline of the Longhorns. I mean, you got ICC coming up next, playing in those conference finals. You want to make sure that you are kind of ready for this one, as you didn't have the best game against them last time you guys went toe-to-toe. So if you're looking at the team, I mean, after today, does this look like a different Longhorns team? Are you impressed with what you see?
I think the big thing for the Longhorns is that ICC are still not looking at full strength. I believe Careless is still not in the roster, and that's a big hit to that ICC roster, not having Careless in there. And I mean, the fact that you can go up against them, I think that Careless was in the match the last time these two teams played, so it was a lot better of a matchup for ICC. They were a lot more comfortable. They're definitely not as comfortable with Hyper in the roster as they were
Right.
with Careless. So I mean, with Hyper coming in, maybe it might make a couple differences now. You've played with them for a few weeks now, so you should have a little bit more comfort with that player in the roster, but they're still not at full strength. So I think if you're UTA and you're going to be able to pounce on this ICC roster at any time, now is your able to do so.
Now's the chance, and we're going to be able to get to see that. I'm excited to see when that does happen. But Jesse, we can put a pin in that one. We got Mickey ready to bring into the booth, so we're going to bring him onto the desk and bring him in for the interview. Mickey, welcome. Congrats, 3-0. You're now in the conference finals. How you guys feeling?
Thanks, man. I'm feeling great. Honestly, the team's really working well together. I feel like once we started talking about what we did wrong and like really focusing on our comms more, because we all have this gun skill in order to win these matches really easily as long as we're playing as a team and playing correctly. And I feel like we really showcased that today.
I love that. You already realize the mistakes or realize things you guys can kind of expand on, and you're already ready to go to improve. I like what I'm hearing out of you, but I'm going to toss you over to Jesse because Jesse's the one with the questions here, and he's going to have a couple to ask you.
Yeah, I mean, hey, no question that you guys have the gun skill to be able to do it. I mean, all four of you guys popping off at individual points today. We saw that today. We saw that the last time we saw you guys on stream against St. Mary's as well. Very talented players, nonetheless, out of you guys. My big question for you, though, so you guys are going up against ICC next for the obviously seeding in the playoffs. What's the big step to be able to go up against a team like ICC?
Yeah, so in our past couple matches against ICC, I feel like the comms have really got a little bit frantic because they really speed up the game. They play at their own pace, and when we're playing at our own pace, the game seems to move a lot smoother. Our rotations are all like in sync. But against a good team, if we're dropping 3 dead, 4 dead all the time, some of these teams have really good gun skill. Our comms tend to get a little bit frantic coming off of spawn. So really just trying to focus in on having a game plan every time we come off of spawn and trying to do everything as a team.
Oh, we absolutely love to hear it. I mean, that's definitely a very, very good point to be focusing on as well. Comms are so important. I think it gets underlooked by a lot of rosters on how just important comms can really be inside of a series, especially against top teams, like you said, against ICC. But yeah, definitely be looking for that if we get you guys again on stream next week against ICC. I'll love to be kind of looking towards seeing if you guys can go toe-to-toe. And honestly, playing at your own pace is another thing that like a lot of teams overlook. So I'm glad you guys are focusing on the right things and excited to see you guys in the future.
Yes, no, thanks for having me, man. Excited to play ICC next week. Hopefully we can take the dub.
One last
Just rolled
thing.
out of bed for this one. I still got pajamas on. Sorry.
Yo, you look comfy. That's all that matters. But one last thing, you got ICC. You guys looking at it. How you feeling? You guys feeling good about that match?
Oh, we're feeling so confident about that match. You know what I'm saying? I have complete confidence in my
That's what I like.
team that if I give them the call outs, they're gonna get the kills. You know what I'm saying? It's all comms right now. That's our main focus.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. And I'm excited to see. Good luck in the match against ICC. I hope to see you back on the desk.
Love to see y'all too. Hope y'all have a great day.
Jesse, I mean, he looks like he is ready to run through a wall right now. He looks excited as ever. And I like what he's bringing up here, the whole comms and the way that they're playing their game. Because he mentioned, he's like, I mean, when you are playing in your game, when you are running through the comms at your own pace, I mean, you just enter this flow state that the game is just kind of playing itself. You're almost like in autopilot and everything's just working out into your situation. But I guess a team like ICC, and the fact that they're realizing that ICC puts up the pressure, picks up the pace, and suddenly you're sitting there in your non-comfort zone. You're on the phone. You're like, Mom, come pick me up. I'm scared. It's one of those situations where you need to figure that out. And I like that already they're on the case to improve it.
Yeah, I'm glad that they know that what they need to do, and it's absolutely shows that you need to have comms on point and have those and have the game slow down to your pacing, right? And you know what, we talk about it all the time, but it's way easier said than done. It's going to be a very tough battle against ICC next week, and I don't want to count them out by any means. I think that they are a very talented team. I think they can take the fight to ICC, but like he said, it's really going to come down to them playing together as a unit to go up against a juggernaut like Independence Community College, who is our defending champions in the Call of Duty Varsity League. So it's not going to be anything easy. Definitely possible for them to come out at that victory there.
You can't take that away from them whatsoever. Defending champs, they have a different kind of expectation to reach. But before we head to a break to set up our last match, folks, I'm going to tell you a little bit about iFolio. Because iFolio, if you want to get digital edge, generate leads and conversions, it's more important than ever to build your digital presence and ensure that you can personalize and share your info right from mobile to both text and email. With iFolio's digital platform, you can easily create and share modern business card pages, custom landing pages, and impactful presentations with calls to action, click to call, and to email. Patented analytics allow you to see what specific people are viewing, and there is no digital portfolio platform more powerful than iFolio. If you want to find out more today, go to @iFolio on Twitter or ifoliocorp.com. That's ifoliocorp.com, folks. We're going to get ready for a match number 4 coming up after this break. We're looking at Westcliff Warriors versus the Oregon Ducks. Can't wait to see you there. Welcome back to the conference play-ins, everyone. We got Call of Duty Varsity League on the menu in our fourth match to close it out. Jesse, it has been nothing but stomps for the second seed all night long. And now we're going into our fourth match between the University of Oregon Ducks versus the University of Westcliff Warriors. And these two teams, this looks like it could be the best match so far.
Well, yeah, we've been waiting for it all night, but this is the grand finale of the conference plans. Let's be real here. Probably the best matchup we're going to get up the entire week. Conference plans, like you said, Westcliff University going up against the University of Oregon. Two absolute bangers of teams here. Westcliff coming in as the second seed. And you know what? I think a lot of people were expecting this Westcliff roster to get that round one bye call. You were as well. But last week, before we logged off, before we got off of the stream, it was Westcliff up 2-0 against the New Mexico State University. What happened in that series? That was New Mexico University swept. They got three wins in a row. And you know what, Westcliff, you can say you trolled the control all you want. You did not troll that hard point or that final S&D. I think they lost by 8 points in the last hard point, and then they lost the search and destroy by quite a handily fashion. So Westcliff, I mean, they got quite a bit to prove here. They lost that one seed. They lost that first round bye, and now you got to go up against a very hot Oregon State team, or sorry, University of Oregon team that has won 5 in a row.
Look, Jesse, the one thing that we can tell from last week, there's a little bit of tomfoolery going on in that match. Nonetheless, I mean, Beeston, Stoners, Locke, Lucasi, they're not a team to sit and expect the same results. You're the team to learn from their mistakes, and there was a mistake last week, and I can't expect them to make the same one this week around. Now, you look at the Warriors compared to the Ducks inside Collegiate Call of Duty total. Well, this is a Warriors team that is topped off inside of the CCL top 25 a lot farther and a lot deeper than the Ducks ever have. So if you're the Oregon Ducks going into this one, you are batting up to a Titan inside your conference. And yes, a hot Oregon squad, but this is going to be a tough match nonetheless.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough match. Let's be honest here. I mean, we both love this Oregon roster. We love this Westcliff roster. I want to see both rosters do well. So it's kind of upsetting to me that we have both these teams going up against each other now in a conference play-in spot where one of these two teams will be eliminated today. Because like I said, I love both these rosters. We've had Daddy Skillful on a few times for interviews. The man is a absolute riot. It's going to be very upset if one of these two, or when one of these two teams go home today, because I think they're both fan favorites, honestly, coming into this one. And just speaking on the rosters right now, Daddy Skillful will be showing up in game. I don't know if he's a law student, but that name goes absolutely hard. I don't know what you think there, Seymour.
Right, it reminds me of, I don't know if you ever watched VGHS all the way back, Video Game High School. It was a YouTube series, and there was a guy, and he was next level up until like seasons like 3 and 4, whenever he got a little bit weird. But that guy was next level back in season 1 of VGHS, and if that's what he's coming out for, I expect him to play like the law. But let's take a look at the series that we have, Jesse. We just came off of a double dose of Bocage and a triple dose of Tuscan, and this time around, I mean, we're not changing it up too much. We're going to start off on Berlin. Then we're going to get back to back Tuscan. Right back to Berlin for that map number 5.
Clearly, there's only 3 that get played in this game, right? I haven't seen a Gavutu all day today on Control, unfortunately. We only see Tuscan. But, hey, you know what? It's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Once we hit these forms where you go towards playoffs, teams are going to play the maps that they are the most comfortable map in, map out, and I would expect that we see a lot of Tuscan the later and later this goes, Colin. But you know what? We'll have to see how this goes down. I like the map set overall. I enjoy both these maps for all 3 games. Can't really complain from my end. I don't know about you.
I mean, I can't play. I like Berlin. I like Tuscan. And even Bocage, you know, it's getting a little bit of a warm place in my heart as we go through the series. So there's no complaint over here on the desk from myself, Jesse. I'm excited to see these two teams go head to head. that we're seeing consistency across the maps, it just goes to show that, I mean, Oregon and Westcliff both out their best right now. So I'm excited to see when these two teams get into the roster or when these two teams get into the map. But I mean, talk to me a little bit about Berlin Hardpoint, because we saw it earlier and it was neck and neck between both teams when it was the Midway versus University of Central Florida's matchup. So talk to me a little bit about it going into this series.
Well, one thing that we saw in that matchup is that rotations are absolutely key. And I mean, I sound like a broken record at this point of the night, but it's just going to happen. It comes down to it. You need to be able to win rotations in Berlin if you want to win the map. And you know what we saw in that map, that Midway almost won based off just winning rotations alone. They were constantly the first team to hills 2, 3, and 4, and that's where they were really locking down a lot of their time. Now we see where Midway fell was on hill 5, which is normally a very scrap-heavy hill that went the way of UCF. UCF was able to grab a lot of time there, and not just a lot of time there, but a ton of time on hill 1. They really turned hill 1 into a month. We need to be looking for that between these two teams. If we can find one of the two to turn that hill 1 into a big money hill, that's when you can see a lot of success pop off for one of these two rosters here. But easier said than done for sure, especially with the talent that we're seeing from these two teams.
Well, when we're talking about success, Hardpoint hasn't been successful for Oregon as they're sitting 4-6, Jesse, inside this map or inside this mode. And when you're looking across for them, I mean, near perfect for the Warriors, 8-1 for themselves. This is definitely going to be their favored mode inside this series, but if the Ducks can sneak this away, I'm sure they're going to be feeling ecstatic. Let's hop into this Berlin. Let's get this series underway. Oregon Ducks inside the red, Westcliff in the blue.
Yeah, I really don't think that the likes of Westcliff really have a weak mode either. I mean, they're 8-1, 7-1, and 6-1, right, or 5-1. So definitely good in all three modes.
Oh,
it's just going
man.
to come down to whether or not Oregon can play to the level that you're going to see coming out from Westcliff here. But already off the rip, 4-man kill feed for Westcliff. They find all 4, and they get the early lockdown on this P1 hill.
Well, looking to answer back the Ducks. They spawn up P3. We see tap for a pinch. Gets caught up from Beeson. No pinch present just yet from Oregon. All the fights are going to be on the front line. Law breaks on in. Amaze to back him up. And they get the job done as well. 15 seconds that they're looking to pick up for the rest of it. Now looking over to P2. Westcliff going to be the first ones here. You're looking at the Ducks to break. Zip leading the charge on the outside. Can't win the fight on Lucasi. Dre's going to be out as well, so still present here from the Ducks. But as Westcliff go 2 for 1, they're going to have the numbers in and dropping down 2 in a row. Well, I was going to say the Warriors holding it down, but Law's going to make this interesting.
Yeah, Law from the outside, absolutely making things interesting here. But I think the big player that we need to highlight on this Oregon roster that I need to see step up in this map is going to be Zip. We've seen Zip pop off at multiple times throughout this season, but popping off against top teams is another level that you need to be able to find yourself through. So Zip, look for him in this series. Already starting off 1-5, needs to pick it up if they want to win this map number 1.
In the hill, collecting time. Warriors already back up to their 20-point lead. Look at Locke making the wrap around. Finds not just 1, but 2. And the help of Lucasi to clear out 3. They're already pushing pressure onto the spawn of this Oregon Duck squad. Already into the back of this P3. They have them trapped. Stoner's going to find 2. One last remaining player. It's going to be Amaze on an island looking to his teammate to help him out. But they're trapped, and the respawns from Ducks, they come through. So luckily, they're not going to lose it just yet. They need to go big on this hole.
Oregon, I mean, that break was massive through the back. Like you said, now holding on to the spawns, just trying to stop Westcliff from being able to get in, being able to bully their way through to the hill. The 2 submachine guns on Oregon still struggling very hard. Amaze at 1-5, Zip at 3-8, but like you said, they get a couple wins in the back, still not holding to a successful manner because you do have Westcliff trying to break in from the front, and it has just not been enough. It's a beautiful hole from Oregon.
It's beautiful so far, and Zip's going to hold on to time. Still get the respawns in the back, so Law's going to be able to reinforce that Boulevard side of the map. Take the break now for the Warriors, looking to start from Courtyard. Stoners finds 2. Beaston hits the wraparound, and the pinch will finally break the Ducks hold inside P3. And on top of all of that, you're going to actually spawn out player number 8, Law, all the way deep towards the river side of it. And inside Warehouse, he has a chance to really rip these spawns away from Warriors for this P4 setup.
straight past each other inside of the warehouse, like you were
finds
calling
it.
out. But it's a big kill there now for Law in the back. This should at least give you spawns in the back here if you're Oregon. Westcliff should spawn up towards P1, towards that bottom left-hand side of the map. And this is going to be an absolute gauntlet of a fight between these two rosters.
Going on in first is going to be Ziploc, holding off Lucasi. Over his shoulder. Still haven't found the break just yet on the Ducks. Holding from the front successfully. The Warriors, it's hard to do, Jesse, but they're making it look so easy. As now they're pinning the Ducks back inside warehouse, spawning them up towards P5. And now it's really flipping on a dime, where the Ducks now need to break them from the front. And this is so to do to a set-up Westcliff roster, to a team that's so comfortable slaying the lanes. And they're going to be up now a whole almost 100 points going into P5.
Yeah, it'll be right around a 90-point lead at the end of this P4 hill, and this is not where you want to be right now. If you're Oregon, you knew coming into this that hardpoint was your weakest mode. You knew this was going to be your biggest test up against Westcliff, and you need to absolutely be bringing the fight to these guys. And still, they're two submachine guns at the moment. I hate to keep harping on it, but they are struggling in this map right now. This is not an easy map for submachine guns to be able to play well in. It's one of those maps where it's a lot of long-range gunfights, but you need to be popping off a little bit more than you are right now, because only 9 kills combined between the two of you. You've got that on just one sub of Westcliff alone.
Subs of Warriors definitely battling out through the Ducks so far. You're going to need to turn up the dial now into the second set of rotations. You can see the spawns on the minimap, Jesse. Oregon spawning on the less preferred side. So we saw this back in our series earlier in the day in our match number 2, that this spawn was so pivotal to the map win for Central Florida.
It really was, and Westcliff, like you alluded to, still holding on to that left-hand side. And we saw a great hold out of Westcliff off the start of this game. It was an early 30 seconds. Did get broken by Oregon towards the back half of that hill, but it felt like it got broken by Oregon when Westcliff wanted it to get broken so they could set up for the hill. So we'll have to see here when we do get a full setup here for Westcliff how they can hold on to this hill this time through.
Lock making sure that there's no pressure from behind. Front line, it's going to be Maze now looking to hit the full wraparound. This is taking so long to break on in. It's already been 17 seconds collected from the Warriors on the inside, and Maze doesn't even find the wins. Scared he can. Lucasi swaps to the secondary. It's a little bit faster than reloading, and he's going to hold down hill number 1 so far, even spawning up the Ducks back towards P3.
I can't remember what COD game it was. I believe it was MW2, but switch to your sidearm. Always faster than reloading. We learned that all the way back then. It still stays true here. And Westcliff continuing to just run this score up. Now up 120 points on the Oregon Ducks. And not only up 120 points, but also holding on to Scrap and getting the rotation over towards New. They can't put the game away here, but I mean, if onto another full, you got to imagine that Oregon are going to be in just a really, really tough spot. It's only a Maze close to the hill at the moment.
There's definitely something wrong right now in the Ducks setup and theories. They're being torn apart by the Warriors. Into the hill we go for this map number, or this hill number 2. Lucasi's going to split the difference, get 4 down for the Ducks. They're spawning up towards warehouse, so they'll be able to reinforce this right away. Zip looking to charge, but flooding on into these choke points and bottlenecked. Warriors make sure that they have it on lock. They win their gunfights. 3 go down again now. 25 seconds to collect as they're looking to push this out of proportion inside map number 1, Jesse.
No, they absolutely are. Westcliff still gaining and still starting to run away with this, and a big adjustment comes through in this set of rotations that we didn't see in the first set. Beeston makes the early rotation from Westcliff over towards this fire building, over towards our 3rd hill. And you can see this time through Oregon, they will not be in control of the spawns. They have to break through a full 4-man unit here for Westcliff, and it's not going to be easy at all, especially when Locke is cameraing people and winning gunfights out like this. Bombs are coming through. Oregon, they probably got 1 shot at trying to break this.
1 shot left to Maze. Funneling on in through the front. Lucasi's going to catch him. Look at the wrong one. Second one from Lucasi as well. 17 seconds remaining. Law has to find a way on in, but he's going to fall as well. The contention in. The break from Tappan through the side door. How long can he hold this off? Has to be long enough for the reinforcements to come on in. Finds a win to Lock. Gets back into the hill. Maze helping him out. Finally falls, but the reinforcements are here for the Ducks, and Maze looking to bring this one back from the front line. 10 seconds remaining. The break in again from the Ducks. They're looking to hold on Jesse. They need 3 more seconds before we're going to be seeing Hill 4.
We will see one more hill here, and it's a one-on-one battle once again over towards the new hill. Last time through, it was Law that was able to come out on top in this situation. He is still here in the back. He needs to go massive here for Oregon. Keep all the players off the hill, but not only that, try to lock down the spawns. He will get the first player inside, but this is just not going to be easy. Law goes massive for 2 in the back. That's early spawns to Oregon.
And Stoners just needs to play his life. The comeback just seems like it's out of proportion, but Oregon showing signs of life towards the end of this Berlin. Here comes Westcliff Warriors looking for the last break to put this one away. Zip inside the hill. Can he hold off Lucasi? He does. He wins the gunfight. Locks here up top, picking them out, making sure that Ducks can't pick up time either. But the Warriors are going to hop into this one. 4 seconds remaining. Can the Ducks hold them off one last time? It's going to be a tough ask. 1 second remaining. Last player goes down. The Warriors are going to find Berlin in a 100-point club over the Oregon Ducks. Jesse, 250 to 85.
Yeah, it's a tough map one. You had 2 players on Oregon really struggling through a lot of that game, and it was honestly Zip and I'm trying to remember the other player's name now. It was looking at it now, it was Zip and Amaze had some very rough maps through a lot of this, and is in for Samaj as well, who Samaj we saw as a the last time we saw Oregon on stream. Samaj was a sub in for that series, and he played very well in that series. So to see him is back in the lineup as the non-sub, obviously the starter on this roster, really struggling like that in map number 1. Him and Zip combined didn't have as many kills as the last player and the player with the least kills on Westcliff. So you need a big pickup from your submachine gun going into the rest of the series. Want to be able to come back.
Well, I talked to Law prior to this. Well, Law actually messaged me on Twitter prior to this game, or prior to the series, the whole day in general. And he said, he was talking about the series. He said, first off, by the way, I'm not that skillful anymore. Going by the name of Law, which, like Jesse said, goes absolutely hard. But he also said there's a ton of history, Jesse, between these two teams inside matchups, and he was looking forward to picking things up and taking a win over this Westcliff Warriors squad. But when you're looking at the history, I mean, that's all done. You know, the history, we've been there, we've done there. And the Warriors have usually been the ones with the edge over Oregon. And now you're going into the series, you get a 100-point club. This is not the way you wanted to start off. I think Law, the only player on Oregon to go positive, 22 and 21 inside of that map number 1. You're going to really need to look at him and the enthusiasm he brings to elevate this squad, bring them back, or elevate them into the search and destroy to another level.
Hey, man, all I'm going to say is Daddy Law came to play in the first map, right? But the rest of the team was unfortunately just not there for the whole time through for Oregon. It was a good attempt. They weren't able to get the job done, though. But you know what? Honestly, we go towards Search and Destroy, and honestly, I think that this is probably Oregon's best mode. You come into it, you're 7-1 as Oregon coming into this map. And you know what? Westcliff also a 7-1 S&D team, but I think this is really Oregon's best chance of being able to win this series. I think you need to take your 2, 3, and your 5 if you're Oregon, if you're going to come out and you're going to win this one. And also, I think the big thing for this Oregon roster is Zip looked very uncomfortable in that map number 1, obviously dropping a very small amount of kills. He kind of got put into a blunt. You need to get him as comfortable as possible, and what better way to do so than going towards Search and Destroy. And I think this is the mode where we've seen Zip pop off the most inside of collegiate Call of Duty.
Well, Jesse, when you just look at the whole kind of records for modes for both of these teams, you know, you get the hard point out of the way. If you're Oregon, that was your worst mode. Now you have mirrored records from both teams inside the Search and Destroy and Control. 7-1 in Search, 5-1 in Control. So you're completely right. I mean, Oregon, you need to look at 2, 3, and 5 to win out this series. We didn't really talk about it at the start, but this is going to be the keys to victory if you want to upset Westcliff Warriors on this conference play-in to look to go to the conference finals. But inside Tuscan Search and Destroy, I mean, how do you make that happen? If you're Oregon, how do you bring this one back?
Well, it's going to be interesting, right? Because, again, Tuscan's a map with timings that are very different now. So if you can catch Westcliff off guard and catch Westcliff and make them as uncomfortable as possible, hit out a lot of defensive prowess over towards B. Don't let them get comfortable, or over towards A. Don't let them comfortable. Don't let them get the setups that they want, where you need to play post plants and you need to try to get in and try to disrupt their setups. You need to be doing that as early as possible in a lot of these rounds. And I think on offense, instead of going towards A, maybe hit towards B a couple times. Really shake things up. Find that opening kill over towards the B side. Get that bomb down as quickly as possible, and then set up for a good solid hold. It's not easy to do, but I think that if you can try to make Westcliff as uncomfortable as possible, I think that's your best chance of being able to win this map number 2. And honestly, looking at map number 2, I think this is a must-win map. I think if you don't win this, the series is probably very likely over in 3.
And I think a good reference point, Jesse, to everything you were saying is match 2 that we had for Central Florida again, because on that Tuscan search and destroy that we saw, I mean, who was it? It was Megan, the the submachine gun player, originally running the sniper rifle on the bat, recognized that the sniper wasn't working, swapped to the submachine gun, and made their opponents, made Midway so uncomfortable inside that map that they really just didn't have a way to reach those sites. They didn't have a way to really get to those sites comfortably. They were always playing a man down, it felt. And if you're looking at that, if Oregon can replicate that into this series, I think that's definitely a great place to start. So if you're looking at one thing, definitely submachine guns to pick it up, and those submachine guns can lead to, I guess, the next step that you're talking about, putting the pressure on. But what I'm really curious about, besides that is, are we going to see a sniper rifle? I mean, we saw one earlier. D-Nazi on Sniper Man, they might have lost that midway, but D-Nazi was looking hot with that sniper rifle. I want to see some sniper play between these two teams, and I know that they're probably going to bring it out.
I can't remember exactly who it is, but I believe it's Tavin on the side of Oregon that snipes. So, I mean, I could see it. I could definitely see a sniper or two coming out here inside of this one. I believe it's Beeston on the other side. It's either Beeston or Stoners on Westcliff that snipes as well. So, we could see it here. I don't think that we see as many sniper battles on this map as you may see on a map like Berlin, but it's definitely possible to see it come on out here. I know you just want to see the sniper, Seymour.
I'm thinking back at like Toronto Ultra, Tuscan Search and Destroy. When you see Insight wrap that sniper right down the middle of the map,
that's Winsight for you.
Oh, you aren't right. Not many people can do that, like in Call of Duty in general. He makes it look so easy, but I mean, Tuscan Search and Destroy, it's not a stranger to sniper rifles, Jesse, and especially when you have those defensive sided kind of change ups for where the spawns come through. I mean, that sniper on defense can definitely get into position a lot faster now.
Yeah, it absolutely can, right? You can get up towards that spot because your spawn is 6 steps closer. I know it doesn't sound like it makes a big difference, but those strides, it comes through massively. If you can get up to that spot just that little bit quicker, you can really catch the offense off guard as they're trying to make their way through as aggressive as they used to be able to. I'm sure the first day that changes came through, a lot of offenses were not very happy with how fast defense was able to get to a lot of those spots. So, we'll just have to see how changes continue to come through, but I'm excited to see two top teams play this Tuscan Search and Destroy. I think it'll be a very, very good matchup between these two, especially in the search and destroys and in the control throughout this series. But Oregon, I mean, it's not going to be easy. It is not. Westcliff is a different animal when it comes to a lot of these maps, and if Westcliff is playing to the cohesion and the level that we saw in that map number 1, I think it's going to be a very, very hard map to be able to win. But you know what, Oregon, they've got the potential, they've got the record, they've got every chance in the world to do it. They've just got to put it all together here now. Otherwise, this series could be over a lot quicker than they want it to be.
Right off the bat, we go back to the tried and true towards A. Locke decides he wants to run it down Bonds, and he's going to open up with the first kill. Nice nade set from Beeston, but I don't know who that settles, Jesse. It's going to be a 2-on-2. Zip looking to stay alive through the middle of the map. Beeston will finally hunt him down after catching him with the nade, and that's going to put Law in 1v2 with bomb in hand. And after a very strong showing inside that map number 1, Jesse, I mean, if there's anybody you want in this position, it's going to be...
Oh, definitely. And he'll find the first as well in bottom. Doesn't move at all. So Beeson has all the information in the world on where this player is at the moment. Not sure if Law knows where Beeson is, but looks like they want to make the wrap up towards the top. May have found a good timing and gets the one-on-one, takes out Beeston, and that's a 1v2 for Daddy Law in round number 1.
Ah, that is... Daddy Skillful laying down the law.
He definitely should have made his name Daddy Law. That name would go insanely hard as well.
I think you just got something about calling this guy Daddy something.
I mean, hey man, you just get used to it. You just get used to it after a while, But you know what, Daddy Skillful Law, whatever you want to call him. A 2-0 start to this game, a 2-0 clutch, and that's going to give some momentum towards your team as well. You got to play off that.
Let's see what they can do on the defensive side now. 1v2 from Law to open up the map. And inside round 2, it's Zip going down first. On the outside, gets spotted out from Lucasi, playing a tight corner just outside the control room. That is going to put numbers heavily in favor of War now as they are looking to get that bomb down at B.
Yeah, and really changing the pace here. Westcliff find 2 kills over towards B. Now bomb quite easily as well. And if you're Oregon, a 2v4 retake this, and it is not very easy. Amaze, though, on the sub, will find one instantly traded out, and now you're just leaving Tavin in a 1v3, and just not a very easy spot to be able to win these rounds out, and yeah, fortunately ends up falling. But that's a great round from Westcliff, honestly. A great answer back to Oregon as well. You find Zip through the middle of Well right off the start of the round to get that opening kill, and not only do you find Zip, but as soon as you see Law get a little bit too aggressive over towards the command center side of the map, Law gets caught out. Well, 4v2, instant bomb down, instant round win. It's very, very hard to retake that site in a man disadvantage.
And what was it to give it to him, Jesse? It was Westcliff making an early adaptation to the B site. Something that I expect a lot more teams to be doing with this change on Tuscan defense. So you're looking at a big change from Warriors to bring this one back in a quick round number 2, but we flip sides once more. Oregon, they were able to find that win inside first round with a 2v1 at a law, but again, it's dropping in first blood, and that's just going to put numbers in the hands of Warriors.
Instantly traded out, though. Tavin finds that one on the outside, so definitely not in the worst spot. But again, another kill comes through. Law finds a third, and it's going to be 3 now for Tavin. All by themselves would have to be an ace here inside of the round. I think the big thing will be just finding at least one here in the early portions of this 1v3 to be able to get out, but unfortunately just going to get spotted in the word as soon as he gives up that middle window, and that's going to be another round of Westcliff and a much better defensive showing from Westcliff.
I mean, Locke with the submachine gun, you just cannot tame this guy. He is always running so free on the map. You saw how quick he got right inside you off the start of this round. Usually before that change, it's the defense or it's the attacking team that gets into there first, but Locke gets there first. He manages to find Zip for first blood, and then he pushes right into Zigzag. Heat check the player holding that angle, takes down Law, and provides a second round in a row for Westcliff Warriors. So back onto attack they go. The early gunfight's going their way. It's a 2-for-1. And Law goes down as well. That is a big hit to take if you're the Ducks.
And now in a 2v3, at least you've got Tavin in an interesting spot here. But unfortunately, Locke spots it out perfectly. And again, another 1v3. This is what rounds in a row now where you've been left in a 1vx situation for Oregon. It is, I mean, actually 4 rounds, because even Law in the first round was in a 1v2 and was able to clutch it up. Just not an easy spot to be in here for the Oregon Ducks, and Amaze needs to do something to get this done, and unfortunately just hasn't been able to isolate that 1v1. We'll find one, but 26 seconds left. It's looking bleak.
Bleak indeed. 3 rounds in a row for the Westcliff Warriors, Jesse, and if you're the Ducks, I mean, off that first round, you found a 2v1 if you're Law. I mean, you really clutched up for your team. You cannot expect to have that all game long. It goes back to Royal in our past series. I mean, you just can't expect one player to do everything. You need to see the team step up.
Well, we'll see if they can step up here in the rest of this map, because they absolutely are going to need to. It's an easy spot for Oregon to be in, but they can really bring this back. They need to start playing at their own pace, but they are just allowing Westcliff to run at them and to find all of the kills. That's another 2 kills down and another instant man advantage going to the way of Westcliff. And Oregon, I mean, you need to find a way to this roster down a little bit here.
There just needs to be some confidence inside Ducks for some of these gunfights, as they're letting Warriors just walk all over them. Now tap it again, this time 1v4. Out of 1v3, get some shots into the early player, tag down to 12. You can see Hunting or the rest of the Westcliff Warriors looking to take this last player down and put the round again in their hands. You tap it, I mean, at this point, I mean, just take a dip off the side. Because there's no way you're winning a 1v4 versus the Westcliff Warriors in the situation they're at. You got Locke doing parkour across the map. You got Beaston bodying people across Burning. And on top of all of that, you still don't account for the other 2 that are just right behind them all times of the game.
I mean, when you get put into a 2v4, 15 seconds into a round, it is never going to be an easy round to win. And it just feels like that has happened round after round after round in these last few here. And Westcliff are just bringing the fight to Oregon every single round. They are just pushing the aggression and catching these Oregon players off guard, not in a position where they're comfortable. They're doing exactly what I said Oregon needed to do to West. They're making them as uncomfortable as possible. And again, what are we, 12 seconds into the round, and we've already got a 3v2 for Westcliff.
Maze Can you win this one in the back? No, Stoner sniffs him out. Zip last alive in a 1v3 again. The Ducks. We're going to ice up. To put their second round on the board. Here comes the Shriek. It's the information for the team. Tries to bend it right through the front door, but not going to reach Zip. Instead, it's going to be a gunfighter on the outside. Lucas get the beat down. It's going to allow Zip into a 1v2 now. But take a look at the minimap, Jesse. You can see player number 7 hitting the full wraparound the outside of this map. Zix is going to have to take 2 separate 1v1s. He finds the first on his Stoners. Lock right behind him. Oh, no. Oh, no.
I hope
Lock,
they lose this round because of this.
Lock, don't do it to him. In 4K, hands him the green vial. Shoots him dead on the site. That's going to be 5-1 for Westcliff
Like
Warriors.
this.
Lock's doing him dirty.
He literally, I've never seen that animation before. That is tough, though. Literally hands him the green vial, like you said. And yeah, just, oh, that's so tough. It's really, really tough. Oregon are just going down way too early, way too often in a lot of these rounds, and just allowing Westcliff to play to whatever they want to play to inside of this game. Locke has found 8 in a row. They are so comfortable on the map right now if you're Westcliff to shut things down. Finally, Oregon going to throw a little bit of a different look here. Locke takes some shots through the middle of the map right off the rip. Not going to be able to find anything and just backs right up, but the main hit is coming over towards this B side. It's a 3-1. He has a big job to do.
He's so ready for this. Tav doesn't check it. Completely flips this out. You can see how worried the Ducks are for Lucas to just fly at them, but it does seem like right now Warriors, they have the Ducks trapped at the B site. Looking to pick up the lurking player. Player number 3. But Zip does find Stoners in the back line, so it does give numbers over to the Ducks for a moment. Bomb goes down. Law finally picks up Lucas through bunks. And he slips across as well. Player number 4 still hasn't been found. Beeson's looking to make a move up top ladder, Jesse. You look at Laws on one side, over towards Command Center. And Zip's all alone here. Law, though, gets good timing on Beeson. It's a 1v2. Locks here. K one up. Player on the bomb, player inside radio, and Law is just hunting, trying to find some information.
Locke thinks they've rotated back over towards A. Going to be very rudely interrupted here as he realizes that, hey, the bomb actually over at B.
Law's
And
ready.
Law's in a very annoying spot here. Perfectly read from Locke, though. Able to first, now leaves us in a 1v1.
Absolutely disgusting. Lock now. 1v1 doesn't check the right side. Zip flush up, but man, were you sweating if you're Oregon in that position. Because Locke, it just seems like he's growing wings.
It really did there. Yeah, Locke flew out that window. It would have been 12 in a row, I think, to close this, or 10 in a row to close the map out if he was able to find those last kills. Unfortunately, it ends up falling, but damage is done, honestly. They're up 5-2. Unless Oregon can piece together round after round like that for the rest of this game is very likely over for the Oregon Ducks. It's going to take a monumental effort to come back inside of this one. And already you can see mid-map control going to the win of Westcliff. They want to shut this down immediately. Amaze has a big gunfight here, but Locke spots the shoulder and drops the player down.
2v4. Zip finds the answer back. He's going to be ready for the second. No, Lucasi keeps up the pressure now. Leaving Tappan all alone to clutch up once again for the Ducks. We'll be able to get the turn on to Lucasi to 1v2. But how many times are the Ducks going to be in this position, Jesse?
It's all but one round.
All but one round, and as soon as Tappan peeks on through the front of Church, that's going to be Westcliff Warriors walking away with the search and destroy 6-2. Comfortable as ever. I mean, this Warriors squad, I knew it was not a squad that you wanted to overlook. I knew it was going to be a squad that's tough to take down if you're Oregon. Man, are they making it look easy today. They took last week's blunder, the reverse sweep that they definitely should not have happened. And they've said, forget about it. We're the team that's here in second seed for a reason. We're the team that you need to take down. And we're the Titans that you just cannot get by.
I feel bad for Oregon. They're going up against a very angry Westcliff roster, and that's very clear. And Oregon is making a lot of little mistakes that you just can't afford to make. Now, when you're in situations after your teammate clutches a 1v2 round 1, you're like, okay, whatever, we got put into a bad spot, but you clutched up. Great job there, Law, right? And things are looking great for your roster. You won that first round. It's exactly how you want to start an S&D. But then it was 5 rounds in a row to Westcliff, and every single round, even that first round that they lost, they had a man advantage. They're a 3v1 or a 2v1. In a lot of those rounds, they were able to close it out. The only other round Oregon won was the round where they give themselves a slight man advantage towards the end where they were in a 2v1 and were able to clutch it up after putting the bomb down. But even still, I mean, they had to battle for the 2 rounds that they were given inside of that map. And then even the final round, once again, Westcliff gets a 3v1. They're not going to lose those situations every single time. You were lucky the first round. You're not going to get lucky 6 rounds against this roster.
No, it just seems like they're jumping through hoops just to get any sort of advantage, Jesse, over the Westcliff Warriors. And this is a Warriors squad who came prepared. They've been looking to improve, and they've been looking to kind of not repeat their mistakes of the past. Heading into Tuscan Control, I mean, again, you're heading into a series record or a map mode record where you're 5-1 tied with Westcliff. But after seeing that Search and Destroy, I mean, I don't know if you can really rely on those numbers. This Westcliff team just looks like they have Oregon's number.
I thought Oregon would have the advantage in I don't think Respawn is where Oregon has the advantage over Westcliff. That's why I was alluding to that last map where you really needed to win if you were Oregon. Not just because you didn't want to go into this match down 3-0 going into Control, which is another strong mode for your roster, but because you needed to get a little bit of momentum on your side. You needed to win that last map to give yourselves a chance on the back half of this series. Going down 2-0 to Westcliff is not a place any team wants to be, but let's not forget Westcliff last week. This exact same map mode combination is their first map last week in a reverse sweep fashion to New Mexico State University. So Oregon, by no means necessary are they out of this series, but they need a win here. Obviously, they need a win for the series, but to build some momentum onto their side to go into towards the back half and try to get a reverse sweep against this Westcliff Warrior roster.
Now, I don't want to battle against your point, Jesse. You were saying everything correct. You're trusting the numbers. You're trusting the history
they did
of the
troll
squad.
a little bit last week. We saw it.
But there was a little bit of tomfoolery going on in that Tuscan Control, and I don't want them to do it again this time around. If you're Oregon, you really need to make sure that you are playing 100% at your best pace
honestly.
right now, because it's just not enough. You cannot be allowing Law to solo play this game throughout. I feel like if not Law, it's Tavin, Zip. It's one of the 4 players just isolated in 1vx situations, and that's just not the way you win Call of Duty, especially in a game like Vanguard where you need all 4 players to be playing as fast and as quick and as adaptable as possible. You just cannot be playing the way you're playing right now, Ducks. You need to turn up the dial. You need to come out swinging.
Hey, I mean, you stole everything I was about to say there, Colin. As soon as you started bringing up how individuals need to start popping off, all four literally need to be playing at their best level to go up against Westcliff. I know I'm kind of reharping your point there, but it's absolutely a solid point. Oregon have not been playing their best Call of Duty as a team. They looked a little bit better inside of that search than what they did inside of the hardpoint, in my opinion, even though the hardpoint was a little bit closer of a map, I guess, statistically. But still, I think that if you want to win against Westcliff, they not only are all 4 players that play solid Call of Duty individually, but they're 4 players that play Call of Duty as a complete whole. So to go as Oregon, you need to play as a complete team. And
it's not even that they play as a complete whole in this team. You're looking at, I think it's Beaston, Locke, and it's one of the 2.
The whole roster, honestly.
It's one of the 2. I know one of them doesn't play with them in Challengers, but 3 of these 4 players play together in Challengers, and they get consistent top 32, top 16 placings all the time. So this is a team that not only performs at a high level inside collegiate, but in a high level in Challengers as well. So it's not an easy team to go toe-to-toe against, especially when they're playing at a level like they are now, where they just seem like they're all on the same wavelength.
Absolutely. We'll see what they can do here. This team, like you said, they got a lot of practice together. We'll see what they can do, though. Already hopping onto A. Tick of progress looking like it should come through here. Actually, it's only 1 player on, so Tick is going up quite slowly here, but they have every angle covered at the moment, and Oregon is just not able to sneak through.
A zone under control. NACE is in the middle of the map, looking to pinch with Tavin, but Stoners will be able to shut that down. Remove him from the positioning, and now 2 Ticks looking to be put on board here for the Warriors. A little bit mixy inside of it. It's a 2-for-1, but Westcliff keep it even. They cement the second tick of progression now, looking to put this one away. Push their time clock up a whole bit, and nobody from Oregon will challenge it. So full 3 ticks towards A, 2 minutes on the board.
Looking like no tomfoolery here. Like you said, coming through a very angry West roster. Did not want to lose last week. They ended up losing, and they lost that first round bye, and they've come out very angry here inside of this series against Oregon. Make a beautiful push through the back. All three players now trying to zone out Oregon, keep them spawning towards the top side of Church, and this could be a very good potential opportunity now for Westcliff to hop onto the B zone.
Houston removes Law from Radio. A second one onto Patio as well. Job not done just yet, because you can see the respawns not spawning out for the Ducks. They're going to spawn inside Church, be able to take the high ground once more. Clock is stopped at a minute 21, but you see the trouble when you don't have control of Radio as Law hops right back into the hill, takes down Lukasi, and now the time clock has been shaved to a whole 1 minute and 13 seconds.
But still a 5 life lead here for Westcliff with a minute 15 at this point. As long as they can hop onto the hill for a small bit of time, stop the clock, they can continue just to play for the kills, play for the trades, just keep trying to find as many numbers as you can, because the more and more you keep dwindling down this Oregon team, the less and less resources they have to defend with towards the back half of this. And a 6 life lead now, and Westcliff still putting pressure in from the patio porch on the map.
Pressure is there. The sun will end up Beeston. Opportunity now for Westcliff to tunnel on in as it's a 4v3, now a 3v2 for these gunfights. The gunfights going the way of the Warriors all this whole series, and keeping consistent into the control. Only 4 lives remaining for Oregon for the last chance to break back. 36 seconds left. Can they break it? It looks like Zip will take Beeston off the hill, so the time clock will be draining again. But you still have some presence here from Westcliff. Lucasi's coming in to take down these players in through Radio. Finds one. Second one's going to be there, but can't win it out. Tavin and Amaze, they're still alive.
Tavin and Amaze can still do this. A 2v7, 15 seconds left. They just got to stop Westcliff from touching the hill.
Westcliff, Tavin, first line of defense. Locke reads him like a book. Leaves it all up to Amaze with 7.4 seconds. Can you make it happen? Through Radio. Looks like Reed's going to be there. Beeston take the first line of defense. Look at that. All the rest of them looking. They're going to stack this point. It's going to be going fast. And Maze has to get into the tail. Finds one. Second one's going to be there, but doesn't find the kill. Westcliff clean him up, and they're going to find round 1.
So one thing I want to keep our eyes on here, though, is yes, you lose that round as Oregon, but they kept it very close, and they are going to be within a shout of a distance to be able to win an offense here. Westcliff won that offense by numbers, though, not by ticks, so only 5 ticks of progression come through in that round.
Heading on in Oregon, they're going to need to still find 5 if they want to tie Westcliff. Inside tick progression. Easton coming around for the flank. Finds one. A second one's going to be there, but can't finish the kill. So it's a 2 for 2 inside the trades early on. First tick progression will be cemented for the Ducks, but you can see Warriors slowly setting up to pitch this one out from the middle of the map. First kill is going to come running on through. May's going to find it. Lucasi for the beatdown. Shot punch onto him. He allows Locke to enter on in to clear the rest of the A zone out. But you still have the Ducks coming up to respawn to reinforce this hill. It's happened. Stopping the clock in a minute 16. Finds Locke. Move from the flank. But they still haven't found this last tick of progression. Tavin is going absolutely huge at A. Somebody needs to help him.
It's just Amaze who has come through to help. Amaze will find the kill, and now you need to hop back onto A. You need to finish this zone off as quickly as possible. You want as many numbers and as much time as possible to break into A, but like you said, Beeston comes from behind. Doesn't even need to find anybody, just the presence alone, plus the kills in the front from Westcliff. Enough to stop the A progression here once again. Kasi will finally fall in the top apartments, and now this should open up enough for Oregon to get onto A and close it off.
Well, the big thing that they do here is to get onto A, they shut down 2 players who were hitting the flank. They're going to force A. Adam in the minute to the clock, Jesse, and look at the life lead is up by 1. Make it 2. But even still, a lead nonetheless for the Ducks now to attack this B zone. Can they make it any more? Third one there for Zip. Law finds Lucasi. Here's an opening now. Let's see if Oregon can push this one out, but no, Locke should have shot that one with the kill in back tank.
Oregon still up by 1 here in the life count. Minute 20 to work with, so definitely not out of the realm of possibilities to be able to close this map out, or close this round out and tie us up at 1-1 in terms of rounds, but it's not going to be easy, especially with the way that you're seeing of confidence from these Westcliff players. But still get the fights from the front. You're still starting to try to battle your way in, and actually a 1 life lead now turns into a 2 life lead. And it looks like Oregon's trying to hit this front side.
From the front. They attack. They find 2, Jesse. So opening this one up, having a third. Oregon needs to touch the site.
You need to fly now if you're Oregon.
Have the numbers advantage, but they take too long. Stoners is able to set up, finds a maze up top. Following on in the Ducks now towards Church. As you still haven't made any progression over towards B. They're stuck inside Church and they have no way out. Oh, man.
It's a big kill there. You get the last player out of the top side. Player 5 wraps back as well, so gets the player pinching. So this is your chance now if you're Oregon. You're up 11-7 in life, so you need to hop this hill and pick these players as they come here off spawn for Westcliff. But unfortunately, Westcliff just find all the kills in succession and leave just Zip alive in the back lines.
Zip alone on an island. Up top over the B zone.
Oh, on a bad time.
Caught out from Lucasi sitting in command center. 5 lives remaining for Westcliff. 6 seconds left. They have time in their hands. They have positioning in their hand, and nobody on the Ducks will be able to touch this zone. So Westcliff 2-0 inside the control. 1 round away from sweeping the Ducks.
1 round away from a rematch against New Mexico State University as well. And there was a lot of trash talk online after that last matchup between Westcliff and New Mexico State. So you know, not only do Westcliff want to win this series to guarantee themselves a shot inside the playoffs, they want that seed back into their favor, Colin. They want to go up against New Mexico State and get that revenge map. And I think you're seeing exactly that here. There's been no foolishness happening throughout a lot of this map. It has been straight business from this Westcliff roster. They want to get this job done as quickly as possible. Oregon, though, not going down without a fight. Will get that first blood inside of this round, but instantly onto A is the Westcliff Warriors once again.
Stoners picks up the flank. Locke closest one to contest this A zone. Will find Locke. That's Stoners for the trade. Hops back into this hill. Beeson takes care of the front line. 2 down again for the Ducks. That's going to allow now Westcliff to just stack the zone. Blow this game out of proportion again. See if they can add a minute to this clock without Oregon putting a dent inside their lives. You got 26-22 inside that life count. And Westcliff keep on pushing this so far into their favor, Jesse.
Oh, they are 5 life lead now to Westcliff, already onto the B side as well. So just making Oregon as uncomfortable as possible, making them have to think about every single move that they're making right now. Beeston is absolutely hunting. This was on the site at one time or another here. We'll find Zip. Unfortunately, loses the gunfight to Zip in towards bottom command center. But this has just not been an easy round here for Oregon. It has been a lot of kills going in the Westcliff favor, but Zip's still going strong in the bottom side of the map, and they've actually got a lot of map control now and are completely zoning Westcliff off towards their own spawn at the moment.
Hey, you know, it's never over, Jesse. That's what New Mexico told me last week. So we're going to be seeing now if Ducks can kind of put their foot down, backed into a corner. How much bite do they have? I know Ducks are scary when you go to pet them. 2 bites. Oh, but Law coming in, finds Law, doesn't go for the assassination, is going to find him with the sidearm. Looking now to pick up the players on the respawn of Maze. Finds the win onto Law, catches some good timing now, flooding on in. The rest of the Ducks come. Oregon cleans them up. That's a full wipe.
And now Oregon, I mean, they get that full wipe, like you said, completely Westcliff again, but Westcliff, I mean, because they got that first zone finished so quickly, they've still got a minute to work with here. Locke finds a blessing of a timing onto Zip. We'll find one. Instantly Snap trying to find his second as well. And now the push again, coming through the backside. Beeston will find one, but again, Oregon just has so much map positioning right now that even if they all fall, they will just spawn up so close to this next zone.
8 lives left for the Warriors. Oregon looking to put themselves on the board inside the control, Jesse, but Beeson stops the clock in 37 seconds. That's going to force some of these Oregon players to turn around, see if they can take him off this hill, but while they do that, you can see Westcliff just flooding them on in to their line of sight. Law coming around the spawn. He's going to find Law on the inside. Taking their sights to the high ground. 23 seconds left, Jesse. The Warriors, they still can get this one done. They might be down in lives, but they still have positioning in their hand until a maze. Swing finds Locke looking up top now to find the win onto Beeson. No, he's going to be shut down. Taven on the hunt. Spots out Beeson, takes him up a little bit, cleans him up. 3 players left. Now Oregon looking to put themselves on the board with this round.
I think that Westcliff make a little bit of a mistake here towards the back half of this round, because not only do you lose the round out and Oregon takes their first defense, you also got full streaks onto Tavin as well at the end of that round. So Glide Bomb can make a big difference in a single push over towards the B zone, and I think that could have been what they were missing, as something like a Glide Bomb in their final round to make their way through there. And Colin, I don't remember exactly how many, if you could tell me off the top of your head, how many ticks of progression Westcliff just got in that last round. I believe
3.
It was only the 3, though, correct?
It was only 3, yeah.
So, I mean, Oregon, if they get a round win here with 6 ticks of progression, they will lock down a final defense for themselves as well.
It's going to be a tough ask against Westcliff on defense now. The flanking menaces. It's what we've been getting all throughout this defensive side for Westcliff. Just flanks nonstop. Stoners gets caught reloading, but gets the reload off in time. Will find the win onto Tavin. Now pushes through the middle of the map. Zip on the hunt. Clears him out. A little bit of presence for Oregon on the A zone, but look at Locke. It's the one gunfight around the back. Tavin reads him like a book. Says, you've been flanking all game long. I'm not going to let that happen again.
Nobody's pressuring right now from Westcliff, so this should be finished off. It absolutely is. You've got a 4-life lead here if you're Oregon. Amaze needs to stay alive in the back here. Will find one. Can't find the second, though, unfortunately, in the back. But you've still got streaks as well on Tavin. You're going to need to use absolutely everything in your arsenal right now if you're Oregon to win a round of offense against this Westcliff roster.
We got the first step done, Jesse. Now step number 2, the harder step. And they do it. Zip looking to pick up somebody on the flank. You got Stoners putting them in check. Waiting for the full team to set up so that they can hit this together. It's the right call. When they're all set up, who's going to make the first move? Zip still yet to push out the back line. You see shots ring out on both ends. Lock gets checked up top. Westcliff, 3 players presented towards B, but they haven't found Law on the inside. Zip's gonna get shut down. Here comes the Oregon Ducks, but shutting down the kills are gonna be the Westcliff Warriors. Amaze still alive in the back line. Tavin still on this hill, but Lucas is gonna shut down Amaze, leaving Tavin all alone.
The one thing I'm noticing round after round and kind of push after push for this Westcliff roster is even when they go down in number and things are looking a little bit weak for them, they just do such a good job of doubling back through their spawn and finding the players on Oregon that are making those aggressive pushes and finding those first couple kills. And what that does is it just allows them to keep pushing forward, getting aggressive, because as soon as they lose that back spawn, they have full confidence in breaking back into it. And now with only a 2-life lead, Oregon, I would expect that we see this streak get invested quite soon here.
Lucasi on the flank again. Luckily, it's only 1. But you can see the opportunity it opens up for Locke now to fly through. And Zip gets worked. Oh my word. Locke is on one right now. 12-10. The life lead has been flipped, Jesse. And like you said, map control in favor of the Warriors.
Completely zoning these players out. You will find a few kills, though, in succession for Oregon, where they can now spawn up towards the bottom side of B. Everybody just puts focus on the bottom side, but it just does not matter. It's, again, only a mix in the back line here. 6v8, it's definitely not impossible, but Tavin is going to need to invest this streak. Here it comes, gets all the information, drops the bomb. Zip will find 2, but you need to find the rest of these players if you want to break your way through.
They're in the hill, 9 seconds left. Oregon a 1 left differential. You have the high ground control if you're Westcliff now, setting up for the retake, but Tavin finds Lucasi through the middle of the map. 3v3 on the inside. Amaze takes to the back, finds Stoners. Locke now gives himself away into the cadet. Be taking out that player. No more respawns for the Ducks. 1 second left. Nobody touches. And the Warriors 3-0 sweep to push on to the conference finals.
It's so tough. That is so tough. That was such a winnable round for Westcliff, but unfortunately nobody had the confidence with the positioning of the players on Westcliff to get onto the hill. It had to be Amaze in the situation, the spot that he was in the back, to hop on first. And there we have it. Westcliff, I mean, a very, very clean game out of the boys. They get the job done in a 3-0 swift fashion, and hey, they get the date that they want in the conference finals. They get to go up against the New Mexico State University roster that beat them just last weekend. What a banger of a match that's going to be next week.
I mean, it's just a revenge story. Every single team that we're seeing in the second seed, Jesse, they are on a revenge story, and it just keeps on pressing forward every single time we go to a new match. Now, in match number 4, we were expecting it to go a little bit farther than a 3-0, but when you're looking at the agenda of Westcliff Warriors, their agenda says we're going to keep this consistent, nice, clean sweep against the Oregon Ducks. I was excited to see what the Ducks could bring. You know, Law, he was telling me he had a lot of plans coming in for this one. He was excited for this matchup against the Warriors, but just couldn't get it done, Jesse. They just didn't have what it takes to go toe-to-toe with a team like Westcliff.
Hey, man, I'm a big fan of this Oregon roster. I wouldn't be calling him Daddy Law if I wasn't, right? So, like, let's be honest here. They're a very good team. And unfortunately for them, they had to go up against a beast of Westcliff Warriors. I think if they went up against New Mexico State University, it would have been a much better shot for this roster to make their chance in towards the conference plans. Because I'm sorry, even though that Westcliff lost last week, I do still consider Westcliff to be the best team inside of this division. New Mexico State University, they'll have to prove them wrong next week when they go up against Westcliff again. They'll have to beat them again, and then I'll start to kind of consider it the other way around. But I honestly think that if Westcliff doesn't fool around inside of that control last week, inside of that third mode, they probably don't give the confidence or the will to win that series. If you are New Mexico State University, they'll just have to prove me wrong. Like I said, I'm not a full believer yet. Win again, make me a believer. That's all I'm gonna say. Like Westcliff, a very good matchup here. Oregon, I think if they wanted to make their way in, they would have had to go up against New Mexico State. And even still then, I think New Mexico State could have won that match because I think New Mexico is a better team than Oregon is. And I think that's where the big difference could have came through. Oregon, they gave it their best shot. They unfortunately fall short today. But, I mean, still a good season for this roster, and obviously not out of collegiate Call of Duty in general, just out of the Call of Duty Varsity League's second season here of the year. So we'll see what they can do. But there's still a lot of Call of Duty left to be played within the rest of this year for this Oregon roster.
And that is going to be all we had, Jesse, for all 4 matches on the day. It's been a one, but it's an exciting one whenever we get to the conference play-ins because we really get to see teams just pour their heart and soul into these matchups. But just to rehash on the formatting at the start of the series, or at the start of the stream that we did have, why don't you remind the stream? I mean, what's coming up? What are we looking at?
Well, so we've gotten through stage 1 and stage 2 of the year pretty much. Stage 1, once again, 9-game season. You play everybody inside of your top 3 teams make the conference plans. Conference plans, that's stage 2. That was today. We saw it. It's came. It's gone. We go to stage 3 tomorrow, where it's the seed 1 team going up against whichever team out of seed 2 and 3 won in the match today, and then we'll see whoever wins those matches next week will then be the higher seed going in towards the playoffs. So even though you come out match 1, even if you go undefeated in regular season, if you lose next week, you will still be the lower seed coming out of your conference. It's all to play for still here for a lot of these teams.
Well, folks, my name's Seymour. Long time he is Cruz. We're here on the Call of Duty Varsity League every week on Wednesdays. You know where to find us. Same place, same time, next Wednesday. Can't wait to see you all there. Have a great night.
Yeah.